Chapter 1476 The Eye of the Sea. What was the cause of death? Young man, how dare you touch my things? Within the dragon-capturing cauldron, a phantom of a true spirit with 3 black dragon heads appeared, opening its mouth to bite Chen Mobai, who had intruded. However, Chen Mobai, who had extensive experience in this matter, had already turned into an illusion and vanished on the spot before falling into the gaping maw. Another magical artifact. Above the Xuanhai Sea, Chen Mobai looked at the dragon-capturing cauldron in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. If he didn't have other matters to attend to, and insist on taking this cauldron to Zixel Palace to let those 3-headed demon dragons know what saintly virtue is. In a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already brought Qingnu to Tianhai. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with this place? Qingnu said, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was immediately alarmed, as he knew Qingnu's true identity. Although the Jellyfish Palace was founded by Tianhai, Qingnu must have a stake in it, and he was deeply afraid that she might awaken the memories of the turtle's spirit at this moment. Fortunately, Qingnu didn't delve into this, perhaps thinking that all the 4 seas were pretty much the same. Her Danxia pavilion had branches in the other 3 seas, each with its own Dinghai pearl as an incarnation. Let's go. Now that we're here, we should enter the Jellyfish Palace through the main gate in a dignified manner. Chen Mobai had just tested his skills with the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron and wasn't quite satisfied. In addition, he still had the Thousand Autumns Primordial Yang Ruler and the Primordial Yang Sword on him, so he was even looking forward to facing the Primordial Water Control Flag. The two did not conceal their whereabouts and flew directly towards the deepest part of the sea. Soon, 3 beams of light rose from the seabed, transforming into 3 figures that blocked Chen Mobai and his wife's path. So it was Grandmaster Chen. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Nangongjin immediately greeted him with the respect due to a disciple. Beside him were a man and a woman, Qiu Xingluo, one of the 9 venerables of the Water Mother Palace, and the mermaid Azi. I know everything. Seeing Nangongjin's attitude, Chen Mobai, who had originally decided to cause trouble, found it difficult to take action. The ancestors from the Spirit Void Immortal realm informed us of Grandmaster Chen's identity immediately. Elder Ayue was also very remorseful about this, but she was imprisoned in the CI by the prehistoric water control flag senior and could not come out in person to apologize to Grandmaster Chen. As the leader of the Water Mother Palace, the #1 power in the Heavenly River realm, Nangongjin was extremely respectful at this moment, expressing his apologies to Chen Mobai and Qingnu for the nascent soul ceremony. When the news of Uncle Zhu's transformation into a nascent soul came, I immediately sent Azi to the eastern continent, hoping to make her repent for what she did back then. It's just a pity that she was unable to see her Grandmaster uncle. At this point, the mermaid Azi beside Nangongjin also looked terrified and apologized repeatedly, saying that she was young and ignorant at the time, did not recognize her Grandmaster's identity, and spoke rudely to him. I'm in a bit of a predicament because of this, Chen Mobai said, looking troubled. He was all set for a big fight, but the other side just backed down. As a person of saintly virtue, he could only put down the Hunyuan golden bucket in his hand. My wife and I are very curious about the Sea Eye of the 4 Seas. We wonder if we could visit the Sea Eye of the Sky guarded by the Jellyfish Palace. Chen Mobai figured that since he was already here, he should at least confirm whether the Jellyfish Palace had kept its promise and imprisoned a Yue in the Sea Eye. This, I need to consult with Senior Primordial Water Control Flag. Nangongjin wanted to refuse, but considering Chen Mobai's identity, she could only bring up the Primordial Water Control Flag, hoping to make the latter back down. That's perfect. I haven't seen you in a long time either. Let's go meet you together. Chen Mobai immediately said that he possessed many treasures for achieving enlightenment, but he lacked an opponent to test his true strength. The Primordial Water Control Flag was a good choice, as it had a karmic connection with him and was only at the 7th rank. Hearing Chen Mobai say this, Nangongjin could only nod helplessly and lead them to the location of the Tianhai Sea Eye. The Sea Eye is the cave dwelling of the ancient water control flag elder. As Nangongjin explained, he quickly led them to their destination. Sea Eyes are basically all the same, and this place also has a powerful suction force. However, everyone present is at least a nascent soul cultivator, and there are also 2 void refinement cultivators, Chen Mobai and Nangongjin, who walk on flat ground as if on flat ground. Junior Nangong Jin requests an audience. Grandmaster Chen of the Taixu lineage has come with his Taoist companion, wishing to visit the heavenly Ci. Standing at the entrance of the Tianhai Ci, Nangong Jin spoke respectfully into the depths. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Chen Mobai's expression turned cold, but his eyes lit up with a hint of joy, thinking that he could finally make his move. Elder Ayue. Nangong Jin, who was beside him, seemed to sense Chen Mobai's eagerness and quickly called out to a Yue, who was locked up in the shallow part of the Ci and was essentially guarding the gate of the primordial water control flag. However, after calling out several times, there was still no response. I never expected that the Xuan Yuan lineage left behind by senior sister Tianhai would be two-faced and dishonest. Chen Mobai immediately spoke up, reprimanding him as an elder. Please calm down, Grandmaster Uncle. I'll let Azzy go in and see what's going on. While comforting Chen Mobai, Nangong Jin condensed 3 spirit talismans and handed them to Azzy, which would ensure that the latter would not be swallowed by the suction force deep in the Ci. As a descendant of Ayue, Azai can also act as a mouthpiece after entering the palace. Ideally, she could persuade Ayue to back down and resolve this conflict. But shortly after Azzy entered the Eye of the Sea, a scream was heard. Nangong Jin's expression changed, and he could no longer care about anything else. He rushed in with Qiu Xingluo, Chen Mo, and Bai Qingnu. Upon entering the Ci, they were shocked to find that Ayue's eyes were wide open, and she was lifeless, dead on the spot. As he sobbed incessantly in front of Ayu's body. Was it suicide? Nangong Jin asked Azzy a question, but did not immediately examine the body. I don't know, but my great-grandmother is just a shell now. Her Danshan and sea of consciousness are shattered, and her primordial spirit has completely dissipated. As he spoke with a trembling voice about her discovery. Based on her understanding of her great-grandmother's personality, even if the jellyfish palace collapsed because of her mistake, she would not commit suicide. However, Nangong Jin's intention was to make a Yue's death appear as a suicide out of guilt. Isn't this the territory of the primordial water control banner? After Chen Mobai looked at a Yue's body and confirmed that she was really dead, he suddenly asked this question. At this moment, Nangong Jin also thought of the worst possible outcome, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately used the secret technique of the Jellyfish Palace to try to summon the primordial water control flag, a 7th-order innate spiritual treasure. However, the secret technique that used to at least elicit a response, even if the calls failed in the past, has now vanished without a trace, just like the primordial water control flag, which has completely left the heavenly river realm. Chen Mobai saw that Nangong Jin had released the hand seal with a grim expression, and he knew the outcome. Although he was confident in the 3 treasures he possessed that led to his enlightenment, the power that could cause the primordial water control flag to mysteriously disappear still sent chills down Chen Mobai's spine. Looking at a Yue's wide-eyed, unseeing expression, he felt that the heavenly Ci was somewhat sinister, and he couldn't help but say goodbye. It seems that today is not a suitable day for a visit, so my wife and I will take our leave first. Please accept our condolences, junior nephew Nangong. Nangong Jin only showed superficial grief over a Yue's death. His true sorrow lay in the loss of the primordial water control flag, the palace's most treasured artifact. However, even at this moment, he remained very courteous, letting Qiu Xingluo see off Chen Mobai and his wife on his behalf, while he and Azzy prepared to handle the funeral arrangements. Please keep the disappearance of the primordial water control flag a secret, Grandmaster Uncle. When saying goodbye at the Ci, Nangong Jin made an earnest request to Chen Mobai. I won't bring it up on my own initiative. Chen Mobai only responded with this one sentence. Nangong Jin could only express his gratitude. Husband, who do you think killed him? On the way out of Tianhai, Qingnu didn't care about Qiu Xingluo, who was leading the way, and asked Chen Mobai. It's either the primordial water control flag or a Tao lord from the Jellyfish Palace. After thinking it over and over, this was the only answer Chen Mobai could come up with. However, the fusion of the 3 realms has not yet reached the heavenly sea. If the Jellyfish Palace does not have a method similar to the true realm of the void, then only the former possibility remains. But here's the question. Why did the primordial water control flag want to kill Ayue? Could it be that they know Qingnu's true identity? But if that's the case, why not just come and acknowledge God directly? Chen Mobai was completely baffled. But if I can't figure it out, I stop thinking about it. After all, his main purpose in coming to the Jellyfish Palace was to help Qing Nu sever this connection. Now that Aue is dead and has reconciled with the Jellyfish Palace, the goal can be considered achieved. As for where the primordial water control flag went, we will know the answer one day. Even the unsolved mystery of the dragon capturing cauldron has been resolved today. After returning to Dongzhou, Chen Mobai kept an eye on the Linkang immortal realm while also teaching the nascent soul perfection cultivators of the five elements sect and guiding them to the deity transformation stage. After Qing Nu finished this part of the story, her cultivation level rose to another level. After a period of seclusion, she easily broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. That day, Luo Yixuan decided to go to the suspended path platform to take the transformation pill and break through the barrier. Chen Mobai naturally supported this, but considering her somewhat special status, he also personally protected her. On the very day that Luo Yixuan successfully transformed into a deity, the sky suddenly darkened. Keep in mind, this is the middle of the day. At first, Chen Mobai thought that the 9 sons of the ghost mother in the netherworld were causing trouble. Just as he narrowed his eyes and was about to sharpen the upgraded Yuan Yang sword, he found no trace of the nether dragon or the others. He activated his virtual sky orbit vision at full power and quickly discovered the reason why the sky had suddenly lost its light. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all dimmed, as if they had been erased from the sky. At the same time, Chen Mobai also sensed the 3,000 great Taos, which began to fluctuate. What's going on? As the Holy Lord of the Heavenly River realm, and also located in the eastern continent where the 3 realms intersect, Chen Mobai quickly discovered that the void was also groaning, as if it were enduring some great pain. Chapter 1477, The Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord, a single axe from beyond the heavens. Chapter 1477, The Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord, a single axe from beyond the heavens. Burn the heavens. As the place of exile in the Linkang immortal realm, and also the final battlefield, the battle has now reached its most intense stage. After Kongaming led the elite of the Void Division to break through the great formation of the chessboard of the universe, the Heavenly Army had no more obstacles and joined forces to use forbidden immortal techniques to wipe the entire burning heaven from the immortal realm. Although the 33 heavens was a predetermined number agreed upon by the 7 sages of creation, the rebuilding of a new continent after its destruction is also a predetermined number. The celestial army, burning away the heavens and shining brightly across the universe, was in perfect order. The vast and boundless Zhou Tian battle formation was laid out, with the figures of hundreds of millions of celestial soldiers and generals appearing and disappearing within it, connecting to form a dazzling golden sea of the great Tao that covered the sky. The 8 armies, the immortal soldiers of the heavenly immortal lords of various continents, connected their energies at this moment, manifesting true spirit giants such as dragons, tigers, birds, sparrows, and black tortoises, with magnificent momentum. At the very center of these battle formations, which have transformed into colossal spirit statues, are 9 ancient celestial dragons burning with brilliant golden fire, and with the great Tao flowing between their scales and claws. They pull a magnificent imperial chariot marked with the trajectories of the sun, moon, and stars. On the chariot, a figure stands with his hands behind his back, wearing a black imperial robe with gold patterns and a 12-tasseled flat crown. His face is shrouded in a divine radiance of primordial yellow, and only his eyes, like the great sun that hangs high for eternity, coldly look down upon the sinful land below. The heavenly emperor raised his right hand, pointed it at the burning heaven beneath him, and chanted the will of heaven, slay. As soon as the emperor's voice fell, the colossal dragon roared and soared, tearing apart the dark clouds that shrouded the burning heaven. The white tiger roared angrily, and endless sound waves shattered the earth and collapsed mountains. The vermilion bird burned the sky, burning and purifying all living beings. Above the sky, there was also a huge Xuan turtle Dharma image, riding the 9 heavens' weak water, ready to unleash its power, waiting only for the burning heaven to be turned to ashes and then cleansed and purified. Amidst the devastating battle formations of the heavenly army, the rebel army hidden within the burning heaven, harnessing an ancient and weathered chessboard, manifested countless stars and surged forth. The heavenly emperor noticed the woman at the head of the group, and his gaze flickered slightly. The woman was exceptionally beautiful and had an elegant demeanor. She was accompanied by many true immortals and Taoist lords from the Star Palace. She was none other than the heavenly empress who had disappeared from the cold palace. Empress, Jade Boy, do you still remember our past relationship? The heavenly emperor did not respond, but merely gestured to his left and right. The Northern Whirlpool Heavenly Lord and the Wu Immortal Lord immediately rode the 8 true spirit giant statues and suppressed the group from the Star God Palace. This is on the battlefield, so there is no room for personal feelings. However, considering that she is the Empress, the Fighting Department and the Water Department plan to take the Empress's seal back with them. When the Empress saw the expressionless Heavenly Emperor, her eyes turned completely cold. Fine, fine, since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, the Empress raised her hand, and the chessboard of the universe suddenly shrank and landed in her palm. Sister, no. When Tianxuan Daijun of the Star Palace saw this, he wanted to stop her, but the other 7 star disciples joined forces to stop her, and then led her and her disciples away in starlight. I entrust my sister to you fellow disciples. I was ignorant before and believed in love. Now I will use my life to atone for this mistake. After saying this to the departing Tian Shu Daojun and the others, the Empress suddenly clenched her right hand and crushed the Yu Zhai Qi Pan in her palm. The people in heaven were all puzzled by her actions. The chessboard of the universe is the treasure of a first star Tao ancestor. Although it was sealed and isolated from the sun, moon, stars, primordial spiritual veins, and endless void by Kongming and the elites of the Void Department, and its power could not be fully exerted, it is still not an ordinary 7th-order item. With the Empress's strength and the chessboard in hand, she should be able to hold out for a long time in the battle between the Fighting Division and the Water Division. But now he himself has destroyed this treasure that led to enlightenment. What is he trying to do? The Heavenly Emperor frowned slightly, recalling his past with the Heavenly Empress. When he met her lifeless eyes, he suddenly realized something and looked up at the sky. Boom! A brilliant star that hung high in the celestial sky suddenly burst into flames, erupting with terrifying firelight before falling to the earth. Not just one, but soon a second and a third also fell and bombarded the world. At this moment, the billions of stars in the 3 realms simultaneously erupted with their most brilliant light, as if they were setting off the most dazzling fireworks display. After releasing their final brilliance, they dissipated into the falling air. This was the most spectacular meteor shower ever. The Heavenly Emperor recalled the past when he and the Heavenly Empress, under the command of the Water Mother, created the celestial realm of the spirit void, including the sun, moon, and stars. The Empress said, "These stars are the manifestation of my great Tao. If one day I no longer wish to live, I can ignite all the spiritual energy within the stars and unleash an unprecedented rain of fireworks." The Heavenly Emperor was completely dumbfounded. The true immortal Tao Lord is immortal and indestructible. You can live forever. The Heavenly Queen said, "Even those who attain the Tao can die. Wasn't the ghost mother of the netherworld annihilated along with the great Tao by the jellyfish?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "As long as we work diligently, the jellyfish will not destroy us. Moreover, you are the source of the star Tao in the spirit void immortal realm. If you die, it will cause turmoil in the 3 realms and bring disaster to countless people." The Empress said, "I don't care about the celestial realm or the common people. I only care about you." The Heavenly Emperor met the Heavenly Empress's lifeless gaze once more, and sensed that the billions of stars in the spirit void immortal realm were burning and blooming in a way that led to the destruction of the Tao. A trace of regret flashed through his heart, but at this moment, in this situation, he certainly could not give in to the Heavenly Empress. Moreover, he is pure yang. You shrew, do you really intend to disregard the lives of ordinary people? With a shout, the Heavenly Emperor finally made his move. With just a glance, the Heavenly Emperor's status suppressed all the great Taos. Even the star Tao, which the Heavenly Empress had destroyed herself, began to stagnate and reverse. The vast and mysterious divine light converged into a golden wheel, which tightened and descended around the Empress, sealing her along with the great Tao in an instant. I told you from the beginning that you two weren't a good match, but you insisted on marrying me. Just then, another resounding melody rang out, instantly drowning out the clamor of the entire battlefield. A figure shrouded in dark, demonic smoke appeared beside the Heavenly Empress at some unknown time. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Heavenly Emperor's Xuanwang merit golden wheel was torn apart and transformed into a sky full of flames. Senior brother Yixing, if you surrender now, I will give you some face in consideration of your contributions to the creation of the three realms. At this point, the Heavenly Emperor no longer needed to conceal the Demon Lord's identity. He directly revealed in front of the heavenly army that he was the founder of the Star God Temple and one of the 7 sages of creation, the one-star Tao ancestor. Some things you only realize after you've made a mistake. The Empress spoke blankly to the Demon Lord beside her. Demon Lord, if you're wrong, you have to pay the price. Queen of Pop, I'm ready. After saying this, the Heavenly Empress looked up and took one last look at the Heavenly Emperor. Then her whole body burst forth with vast starlight, like cloud pieces on a chessboard. Together with the chessboard of the universe that she had crushed with her own hands, they transformed into billions of star streams, like a dazzling and brilliant fireworks display. If heaven doesn't want you to die, then you can't die. The Heavenly Emperor's face was icy cold. He activated his 2 pure Yang Great Taos, and a vast and boundless Xuanhuang divine light erupted around him. Hundreds of millions of golden crows, formed from Xuanhuang and with divine runes of order flowing on their feathers, shrieked and flapped their wings, accurately opening their beaks to catch each ignited star. What you call divine will is merely a tool we have given you to rule. Just then the Demon Lord spoke again, pointing to the burning heaven below, which had already been reduced to ashes by the heavenly army's attack. Countless dust particles surged up, and supported by the dark demonic energy, they transformed into grayish-white dust waves, condensing into a giant stone lotus. The Demon Lord stood on the stone lotus and lightly stomped his foot. In an instant, the great Tao of Doom spread out, and the Heavenly Emperor's golden crow divine bird was completely extinguished. Brother Saibai was too soft-hearted back then and didn't kill them all. It seems that I'm the one who needs to clean up the mess. The Heavenly Emperor coldly stared at the Demon Lord, no longer caring about the Heavenly Empress who was determined to die. Although the shattering of the great Tao of Stars would have enormous consequences, he had extensive experience with the fact that the great Tao of life and death was annihilated, and the three realms still lived in peace and prosperity. Moreover, the main conflict now is with the Demon Lord. If the Demon Lord were to prove the primordial beginning, then all 3,000 great Taos of the three realms would disappear. The Heavenly Emperor can distinguish between what is important and what is not. You hold destiny in your hands, yet you are bound by it. Today, destiny has stripped you of your Heavenly Emperor status, and you have come here to die. Although the Demon Lord is not yet at the 8th rank, he exudes an air of complete control when facing the pure Yang Heavenly Emperor. The past is fixed, but the future holds countless possibilities. What I control is the future that I have sealed and suppressed. The Heavenly Emperor, however, was completely unaffected. His body radiated a divine light of profound yellow, which condensed into a divine chain of order that bound the Milky Way and flew towards the Demon Lord in a vast, overwhelming manner. In response, the stone lotus beneath the Demon Lord spun around, and immediately a torrent of thick, black demonic energy surged forth, like a chaotic demonic sea expanding and colliding with the Heavenly Emperor's chains of order. In an instant, the entire western void of the spirit void immortal realm was torn apart by these two forces, which were powerful enough to overturn the three realms. Amidst the trembling of the great Tao, the heavenly army immediately formed ranks and defended themselves, avoiding being drawn into the battlefield between the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord. Even top-tier true immortals like Kangaming were somewhat nervous. Although he knew the Heavenly Emperor's pure Yang realm, if the Demon Lord opposite him was one of the 7 sages of creation, then he was also of pure Yang essence. The clash between the two pure Yang masters, despite their mastery of their own Tao, still triggered terrifying phenomena. The stone lotus beneath the Demon Lord's feet is a supreme treasure of the heavenly river realm at the end of its life cycle. Originally, it would have been impossible for it to be born due to the incompleteness of the great Tao. However, it has now transformed into the Demon Lord's treasure for achieving enlightenment, unleashing the power of this innate great Tao at the end of its life cycle to its extreme. Within the surging, dark energy crisscrossed the demon sea, where countless twisted and tormented faces floated and shrieked, releasing the purest chaos and malice. This was the resentment accumulated from all the great calamities since the creation of the three realms. At the very center of the demon sea, the Demon Lord's seemingly small figure caused the smoke on his body to ripple with each breath, making the 3,000 great Taos tremble. The final stage of life can kill true immortals and completely annihilate the great Tao. and it was precisely for this reason that the sage of all ages was defeated. But the Heavenly Emperor is pure yang. After testing the demon lord's doomed path, the Heavenly Emperor, with an icy expression, pointed out with a finger. In an instant, the celestial realm was frozen in time. The howling gale froze, the surging demonic sea stopped, and even the broken, floating fragments of stars remained motionless. Only at the Heavenly Emperor's fingertip, a point of light so pure it defied description was silently gathering. The light was not dazzling, yet it made the 3,000 great Taos submit, transforming into an unparalleled divine light that made all living beings in the three realms instinctively tremble and want to prostrate themselves, thus taking control of everything. The demon lord was also unable to move. Laugh. Like the sound of boiling oil being poured into ice, the pitch-black demonic energy, which was enough to defile innate spiritual treasures and corrode the bodies of true immortals, made a piercing melting sound in front of the divine chains of order, which were blessed with supreme divine light by the Heavenly Emperor. The countless divine chains pierced through layers of demonic barriers with unparalleled precision, emerged from the sea of demons, bound the demon lord atop the stone lotus, and fiercely pierced his demonic body beneath the black smoke. The demon lord let out a muffled thud, his demonic body pinned to the void by divine chains shimmering with the radiance of the Heavenly Emperor, like an insect caught in a spider web. The pitch-black smoke, like a river bursting its banks, accompanied by drops of demonic blood, corroded the void, creating a series of black holes. But at this moment, the demon lord suddenly laughed. As expected of the Heavenly Emperor position she left behind, it is so powerful. The Heavenly Emperor's position was left behind by the heavenly sea that created the three realms. It not only granted the Heavenly Emperor the realm of pure yang, but also allowed him to operate the laws of the Tao and had the authority to mobilize the 3,000 great Taos. This is equivalent to a small stroke of good fortune. That is why, even though the Heavenly Emperor knew he would be trapped in this position, he still chose to agree. Because of this, he can better grasp and refine the opportunities presented by the ninth-tier opportunities. Heavenly Emperor stood atop his imperial chariot, gazing at the demon lord sealed by his divine chains. His eyes remained unmoved, displaying only the indifference that represented order. He calmly pronounced the latter's fate. Brother Saibai is soft-hearted, and Brother Takesu is kind-hearted, but I will not give you another chance to cause trouble. After sealing you this time, I will take you into the chaos. Even if it takes 10,000 years, I will completely purify you. To this, the demon lord sneered and said, "You are able to suppress me because you possess the status of a heavenly emperor. What if you were no longer the heavenly emperor?" The heavenly emperor ignored the question. His position as heavenly emperor was bestowed upon him by the jellyfish, and even Yixing, one of the 7 saints of creation, could not take it away. The heavenly emperor raised his golden sword, his body bathed in pure yang divine light, like an unmoving divine mountain, preparing to use the great Tao to lift up the demon lord along with the doomed stone lotus and send them into chaos, transforming them into another primordial heaven. But at that moment, the Heavenly Emperor's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Why aren't you making a move?" the demon lord shouted sternly. A sudden change has occurred. Without warning, without any fluctuations in the void, and without any hint of killing intent, a giant axe gleaming with a cold white light tore through the membrane of heaven and earth and fell from the chaos beyond the sky. The Heavenly Emperor's mind and will reach their peak, resonating with the laws of the Tao, and he wanted to once again use his Heavenly Emperor status to urge the solidification of spacetime by governing the 3,000 great Taos. But the Heavenly Emperor was surprised to find that his authority had suddenly weakened. Although the laws of the Tao still recognized him, their scope had shrunk considerably. Moreover, the giant axe possessed the power to destroy everything, easily cleaving through the divine light of the Heavenly Emperor, as if the celestial realm was nothing more than a thin sheet of paper. What's going on? The Heavenly Emperor was surprised and doubtful, but at this moment, a giant axe that fell from the chaos of the heavens, like a dark light, tore open a huge, pitch-black crack in the sky and landed heavily on the Heavenly Emperor's head. Neither the colossal true spirits formed by the 8 battle formations, nor the magnificent Dharma forms of the various continents could withstand this axe for even a moment. Only the golden wheel of merit formed by the boundless black and yellow above the Heavenly Emperor's head managed to hold out for a breath. But immediately, the Heavenly Emperor Xuanhuang was also cut open. After Kongaming's battle formation in the Void Division was cleaved open, he felt that his own great Tao was torn apart. As a true immortal Tao lord of the Taixu lineage, he vaguely sensed that the axe blade seemed to be composed of countless miniature worlds that were collapsing. These worlds were disappearing every moment, thus condensing into a terrifying white light that destroyed everything. Destroy the treasure. Everyone understood the origin of this axe, but like the stone lotus, the three realms had not yet reached the point of giving birth to such a supreme innate treasure. Why did it appear? Could there be a third demon lord? While Kongaming and the others were filled with surprise and doubt, the Heavenly Emperor knew who had made the move the moment he saw the annihilation axe. Clicking. A crisp, terrifying cracking sound resounded throughout the universe, a sound that seemed to come from the very source of the celestial realm. On the imperial carriage, the Heavenly Emperor's indestructible and invulnerable body was cleaved by the heavenly axe of annihilation. The Heavenly Emperor's right arm, symbolizing supreme authority and power, along with half of the robe sleeve imprinted with mountains, rivers, and stars, was severed at the shoulder by that giant axe. The severed arm did not fall immediately. It hovered in midair. No blood splattered from the break, only the purest light burned, releasing a dazzling brilliance powerful enough to scorch even a cultivator at the void refinement stage. Inside the severed arm, countless Tao runes could be faintly seen flowing, but at this moment, like the stars collapsing and burning in the sky after the Empress's self-destruction, they were rapidly dimming, disintegrating, and scattering. This is the power to destroy a supreme treasure. Even a pure Yang being like the Heavenly Emperor could not recover after being severely injured. The Heavenly Emperor used his remaining hand to seal the destructive white light from his wound, then looked up at the crack that pierced through the celestial realm sky, where a figure stood. The Heavenly Emperor frowned and asked, "White Tiger, have you fallen into demonic ways again? She has a grudge against you, and since junior sister Wangji is in my hands, she has no choice but to agree to help me." The demon lord's voice rang out, and the order god chain that had originally pierced through them began to decay and turn to ash inch by inch under the power of the end times. HMPH. After the demon lord finished speaking, a cold snort from the white light rang out from behind the crack. Bai Guang was one of the shareholders in the founding of the three realms, so she knew how to get there. Although she had a life-and-death feud with the demon lord, she had to endure it for the sake of Baihe. In addition, she also had a grudge against the ancestral dragon. With the ancestral dragon leaving the Zixel universe, settling scores with the Heavenly Emperor, the embodiment of the Great Tao, could be considered as settling the karmic debt. Then let's take care of you two troublemakers together. Facing the white light wielding the heavenly axe of annihilation and the demon lord before him, the Heavenly Emperor did not flinch. He took out a piece of golden silk from the void and handed it to Kongaming beside him. Then, with his remaining hand, he gripped the golden sword, flew off his imperial chariot, and soared into the heavens. The demon lord smiled coldly, knowing that the Heavenly Emperor did not want the three of them to fight and destroy the spirit void immortal realm. So he simply did as the Heavenly Emperor wished, riding the stone lotus beneath him and following the Heavenly Emperor's figure through the gap in the immortal realm's membrane, and also stepped into the chaos. The demon lord was well aware that once he dealt with the Heavenly Emperor, no one in the entire spirit void immortal realm would be able to stop him. Soon, through the crack that pierced the sky, Kongaming and the other heavenly lords saw the churning sea of demons, the destructive white light, and the incomparably dazzling divine radiance of the Heavenly Emperor. Above the sky, all the stars had dimmed and lost their light, but there was also a dark red color, like fresh blood, that stained the sky. It was as if a massive amount of blood had sprayed onto the membrane that enveloped the spirit void immortal realm. After an unprecedentedly loud roar, a broken piece of golden sword fell from the crack. It is the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Chapter 1478 Demons Besiege Me Luotian. Chapter 1478 Demons Besiege Me Luotian. Huanglong Cave. Chen Mobai was guiding Yang Jing in his cultivation with Qing Nu when his expression suddenly changed. A flash of silver light appeared, and the ethereal illusion descended with a look of anxiety. "Junior uncle, something terrible has happened. The Heavenly Emperor has also been defeated." As soon as Kongaming finished speaking, Chen Mobai's expression changed drastically, and his body swayed. His worst fears came true. If even the Heavenly Emperor, a being of pure Yang rank, was defeated by the Demon Lord, then who else could stop him? Taixu True King. Chen Mobai quickly thought of this senior brother, who had suppressed the demon lord when he was born in the purple cloud universe last time. Has this matter been reported to the Takesu heaven? Kongaming nodded immediately. I told them about that side first, but just like when Chen Mobai went there before, the true king of Takesu did not respond. The Takesu measuring ruler did return, but it could only protect the Takesu lineage. Moreover, Xuan Yuan Tian was also a problem and could not be ignored. Madam, I have important matters to discuss with my junior disciple Kongaming. Please take Jinger downstairs first. At the critical moment, Chen Mobai calmed himself down and spoke to Qing Nu. The latter nodded, knowing that if the heavenly emperor were to be defeated, the three realms would surely see the decline of the righteous and the rise of the demonic. It was estimated that in the heavenly river realm, the demonic forces, which had long been suppressed by the righteous holy lands, would also begin to rise. After descending, Qing Nu's first action was to order the grand formations of all the immortal cities of the five elements sect to be activated normally, entering the highest level of alert. The Heavenly Emperor is pure Yang and possesses the rank of Heavenly Emperor, so why did he lose? When only the two of them were left, Chen Mobai immediately asked the question he most wanted to know. He had studied the Tao Law Heavenly Book and knew that the Heavenly Emperor's position was the Tao Law left behind by Tianhai. In the spirit void immortal realm, he could even wield the power of the 3,000 great Taos and simulate creation. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor must follow the rules in all his actions. The key to the initial formation of the Heavenly Emperor's status was the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress. The Heavenly Empress entered into death through birth, destroying her own great Tao, which not only brought irreparable damage to the spirit void immortal realm, but also caused the Heavenly Emperor to lose his status. I only figured this out after working with several colleagues to synthesize all the intelligence from the Great War of Burning Heaven. However, this is only one of the reasons for the Heavenly Emperor's defeat. Another key factor is that a mysterious female cultivator wielding an axe intervened and used the great Tao of destruction to shatter the Heavenly Emperor's merits. This mysterious female cultivator should be a pure Yang cultivator of the same generation as the seven sages of creation. The Heavenly Emperor calls her the White Tiger. I have consulted all the information in the Void Department and guessed that she might be the innate true spirit White Tiger who suppressed and killed the Heavenly Phoenix ancestor at the beginning of time and forced her to nirvana. I have already sent my junior sister to Heavenly Phoenix Valley to find the older generation of heavenly spiders to verify her identity. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. White Tiger, axe female cultivator, great Tao of destruction. All signs point to one person. Chen Mobai never expected that the one who would ultimately influence this great battle would be Bai Guang. This woman doesn't do anything good. Why is she causing trouble in the three realms? What's the current situation in the spirit void immortal realm? Chen Mobai immediately changed the subject. Kongaming sighed. The Heavenly Emperor has not returned, and all the princes want to become the Heavenly Emperor. Currently, the heavenly consort Qianghua Daejun is temporarily in charge of the Mi-Luo heaven and is acting as the Heavenly Emperor. However, a group of Heavenly Emperor's descendants, led by the Holy Lord of Light, are not satisfied and have found supporters to establish themselves in various continents. Besides the lack of a leader, the demonic path, which had been suppressed for a long time, also sprang up like mushrooms after rain after learning of this news. The 9 seventh-tier demon gods who were originally on the Heavenly Court's wanted list, along with the 7 stars of the Star God Temple who wanted to avenge the Empress, have all organized large armies, lit up the flames of war in various parts of the immortal realm, and are marching towards the Myro heaven. These rebels are mostly descendants of the Heavenly Emperor, and they all want to storm into the Myro heaven, using the pretext of purging the court of corrupt officials to become the new supreme ruler of the immortal realm. In short, the 33 heavens of the immortal realm are now in complete chaos. In some continents, there are even several rebellious forces because there is no Tao Lord to oversee them. Where are the heavenly kings? Aren't they going to come out and take charge? Chen Mobai frowned and asked, in any world might makes right. If the heavenly king, as a primordial Tao Lord, were willing to support Mi-Luo Tian, there certainly wouldn't be so many rebellions. The Frost Halberd King has joined the Star Temple and is currently the leader of the largest rebel army. It fell into the demonic path a long time ago, which is one of the reasons why the pure Heavenly King died so easily at the hands of the Demon Lord. After learning that Hanji Tianwang had fallen into demonic possession, and that the fate of the heavenly emperor was uncertain, Taiwang Tianwang was disheartened and shut himself away in Taiwang Tian, refusing to see anyone. The Flame Sparrow King is still in nirvana and has not yet awakened. Kongming explained his situation, which answered many of Chen Mobai's questions. What should we do? Chen Mobai sighed. The most critical issue in the current state of the Lingkang immortal realm is the lack of a central figure. To quell the rebellion and quell the various forces, at the very least, a primordial Tao Lord needs to step forward. Junior uncle, actually, when the heavenly emperor and the demon lord went to fight in the outer heavens, they left me a will. At this moment, Kongming said something else. If the heavenly emperor were still alive, people would recognize his will, but now the heavenly emperor has most likely met with misfortune. Chen Mobai shook his head, indicating that under the current circumstances, the will was essentially worthless. The current Lingkang immortal realm can only wait for the major powers to wage war and fight each other, and then the final victor will enter the Myro heaven and become the new heavenly emperor. Junior uncle is right, so although many people saw this at the time, no one asked me for the will. As Kongming spoke, he pulled out a piece of gold and silk from thin air and handed it to Chen Mobai. How can I watch this? According to the TV series, this must be an edict of succession, which Chen Mobai, a cultivator at the void refinement stage, is definitely not qualified to see. Junior uncle, you finish reading first. Chen Mobai solemnly accepted the scroll, opened it, and sure enough, it was the heavenly emperor's edict of succession. But the content made Chen Mobai's eyes widen. Those who ascend to the eastern continent with merit will inherit my mantle and may become emperors. Chen Gixian of the Taixu lineage is hereby appointed imperial tutor to assist the new emperor. No, what does this mean? After reading it, Chen Mobai understood every word, but he still didn't understand why the heavenly emperor would leave this edict before his death. Those who have performed meritorious deeds in ascending to immortality in the eastern continent. Currently, it seems that only Zhu Ming has done so. As for the heavenly emperor's mantle, there was only the heavenly emperor's book, but this was passed on to Jiang Xingheng. So who will become the heavenly emperor? However, Chen Mobai understood the second half of the sentence. After the heavenly emperor left, he left the mess to him, making him the sole person in charge of the imperial tutor. His Majesty means that you, junior uncle, have the final say on who will be the next heavenly emperor. Kongming, however, had already figured it out and immediately said to Chen Mobai. But Chen Mobai definitely wouldn't agree to that. Given the current situation, is it possible for his disciple to become the heavenly emperor? Even he wouldn't dare. Could it be that the heavenly emperor knows that Bai Guang is his wife and wants to take revenge? Chen Mobai immediately folded up the gold and silk and put it into the Hunyuan golden cauldron, intending to reduce it to ashes. Nephew, just pretend you never had this. Kongming naturally agreed to listen to Chen Mobai's every word and nodded. But soon, something embarrassing happened to Chen Mobai. The Hunyuan golden cauldron was unable to refine the gold and silk. Kongming spoke up to smooth things over. The heavenly emperor's pure yang power is at the 8th level, so it's normal that the treasures for achieving enlightenment can't neutralize it. However, once the heavenly emperor dies, these marks and powers he left behind should dissipate over time. Can a pure yang powerhouse die? Chen Mobai hesitated. Even with the extraordinary fortune of senior sister Tianhai, the death of a leyline true immortal required a great deal of effort to cultivate a heavenly venerable before the damage could be repaired. Now that the heavenly empress has perished, and the heavenly emperor and the demon lord Bai Guang are locked in a great battle, if they also die, then the two great paths of destiny and merit may be shattered, and even the laws of the Tao may collapse. If that happens, the three realms will fall into chaos. Without order, the end times will come soon. This is naturally the best thing for the demon lord. However, for Chen Mobai, the current situation in the three realms has reached its most dire point. But it was precisely because of this that the heavenly emperor's move back then finally came in handy. Thinking of the heavenly emperor's control over destiny, Chen Mobai suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps the heavenly emperor already knew his fate before he set out on his campaign. However, only the heavenly emperor himself probably knows the truth. All Chen Mobai can do is prevent the three realms from being annihilated. But in that case, he would need to be in harmony with the Tao and the sages. Chen Mobai's ingrained caution made him very hesitant. After all, if one fails to achieve the Tao, death is the only outcome. Chen Mobai wanted to find someone to discuss this with. If the true king of Taixu wasn't available, the Taixu measuring ruler would also work. Chen Mobai did not tell Qing Nu about this matter, only saying that he had something to do and needed to return to the Linkang immortal realm. Upon his return, he was shocked to discover that the once auspicious and central Myro heaven, the center of the celestial realm, had undergone a complete transformation. The stars in the heavens vanished, and without the illumination of starlight, darkness enveloped everything. Fortunately, there are many true immortal manifestations that shine like the sun, bringing light. But at some unknown time, the sky shattered with dark cracks, like brocade torn by a giant claw, with chaotic energy faintly visible flowing through it. It seemed that the membrane of heaven and earth would lose its function at any moment, causing the immortal realm to be submerged in chaos. Rumble! Suddenly, a violent sound erupted outside the Myro heaven, and the Chuanwang divine light that enveloped the entire continent rippled and twisted. This was because terrifying seventh-order great Taos were bombarding the immortal array, protecting the heavenly court. As Chen Mobai's celestial orbit revolved, he witnessed a terrifying scene he had never seen before. Giant black fly demons multiplied into billions, like pitch-black waves and boundless black clouds, clinging to the Chuanwang divine light in the west of the Mi-Luo heaven, devouring it, attempting to break the great formation. A three-headed demonic dragon opened its mouth to swallow the sun, coiling above the Mi-Luo heaven, chewing up and eating the magical lamps used by the heavenly court for illumination, bringing even deeper darkness. And in the depths of darkness, a blood moon shimmered with an eerie chill, sending shivers down the spines of everyone who saw it. But what humiliated the immortals most was a burly man, shirtless and muscular, wielding a solid iron rod, manifesting the Dharma of heaven and earth, blocking the main gate of the heavenly court alone. These are all seventh-tier demonic masters on the heavenly court's wanted list, each with the title of demon god. If Chen Mobai wasn't mistaken, then the black fly, the three-headed demon dragon, the blood moon, and others all had some minor grudges against him. The outcome of the battle against burning heaven could not be hidden from these top figures in the demonic path. Previously, when they were being hunted down, they could only hide in the gaps between the heavens and earth in the various continents of the immortal realm, or even in the outer heavens. Now, they all felt triumphant and descended upon the Myro heaven in their demonic forms, wanting to conquer this place that represented the authority of the immortal realm. Where are the 8 departments? Isn't the heavenly princess in charge? Seeing this, Chen Mobai's eyes were filled with anger. Over the years, he had come to regard himself as a member of the immortal realm. The 8 elite troops went to the north for 8 days to block the advance of the cold halberd heavenly king and the star god temple. If they were allowed to come, the Myro heaven would probably have already fallen. Kang Ming said with a wry smile, "The heavenly court is indeed well-founded, with many true immortals and Tao lords, but they only obey the heavenly emperor's orders. Moreover, under the current circumstances, these Tao lords are unwilling to send troops to save Miluo heaven and only want to protect their own continent." The only department that did its best was assigned the most difficult task. The army led by Baixuan Tianjin of the Du tribe was sent to the north to quell the rebellion. For the heavenly court, as long as it can quell the rebellion there, it means that the heavenly court's strength is still intact. After recovering, it can slowly deal with other places. On the Mi-Luo Tian side, there is the Xuanwang divine light left by the heavenly emperor, which is the power of the 8th rank. Even if it is besieged by many 7th-rank demonic experts, it can hold out for a long time. Although the deafening battle cries of so many demonic experts looked terrifying, the core of the Mi-Luo heaven remained as stable as Mount Tai. Only some secluded courtyards and cave dwellings outside the Great Formation were reduced to ruins and collapsed. However, the fact that demons besieged the heavenly court meant that the heavenly court's prestige had been completely lost. Is this still the heavenly court? Chen Mobai muttered to himself, while Kang Ming lowered his head in shame. Just then, a silver light shone through the crack in the sky, then flashed to the east-yellow courtyard and transformed into a silver-haired boy. It is the spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler. But Chen Mobai noticed that he looked a little tired and asked with concern, "Senior brother, has something happened at Xuan Yuan Tian?" The spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler shook its head and explained the reason. When the Empress of Heaven perished, the great Tao of stars collapsed. That was the most important component of the membrane of the heaven and earth in the spirit void immortal realm. In addition, the white light of destruction left by the axe of the slaughter Tao ancestor could not be driven away by anyone. Therefore, even if there are primordial spirit veins left by the jellyfish, the membrane of the heaven and earth cannot recover on its own. I can only barely use the great Tao of void to block the crack and prevent the chaotic airflow from flowing back in. For this reason, his true form had even given up looking after Xuan Yuanshan. After all, it is possible for the heavenly river Tao fruit to go out of control. But if the membrane of heaven and earth in the spirit void immortal realm is not repaired, it will definitely be eroded by chaos. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother, Chen Mobai said with deep respect. The spirit of the Taixu measuring ruler asked Chen Mobai what he wanted by calling him with a talisman. Senior brother, when the heavenly emperor made me occupy the sacred virtue path outside the spirit void immortal realm, did he foresee this day would come? Chen Mobai took out the Yuanyang sword and the Thousand Autumns Yuanyang ruler and asked the Taixu measuring ruler. Chapter 1479 Head. Chapter 1479 Head. Upon returning to the Dongwang villa, the first thing Chen Mobai did was to grit his teeth and sense his surroundings. Sure enough, he discovered that the holy virtue path, which had initially been imbued with demonic thoughts, now showed signs of being unclaimed. Clearly, the demon lord's attempt to refine Kainkyu into a holy demon was interrupted by the heavenly emperor's expedition. Even with the help of the white light, it would not be easy for the demon lord to take down the heavenly emperor. He is probably currently focused on suppressing him and has no time to attend to the holy virtue path. This was a once-in-a-lifetime, one-of-a-kind opportunity for Chen Mobai. If he misses this opportunity, when the demon lord returns, he will surely miss out on the path of sainthood in this world. It just so happens that Zhu Ming recently transformed into a deity, allowing Chen Mobai to cross the most crucial boundary in his cultivation of the great Tao of saintly virtue, and to attempt to take the step of merging with the Tao. But the coincidence of everything made Chen Mobai somewhat uneasy. Was it the heavenly emperor, who holds the reins of destiny, who saw through everything and found him the only opportunity in this world to achieve the Tao and be a saint? Or was there another master player who guided the game step by step, making such a brilliant move? Perhaps, after all, the heavenly emperor is pure yang, but isn't it still my junior brother who makes the choice? The Taixu measuring ruler nodded and said this. Chen Mobai suddenly realized. Indeed, although there are many possibilities for guidance at this point, every crucial choice has been made by Chen Mobai himself. Even now, he still has other options. At worst, he could disregard all living beings in the three realms and use the Dharma realm to take away all his sect's disciples and friends. Even if the demon lord could suppress the heavenly emperor, there were still pure yang beings like the true king of the void in the purple heaven universe. Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people who can hold it up. If all else fails, give in to Bai Guang. Senior brother, what do you think I should do? Should I merge with the Tao? Chen Mobai asked. Junior brother, I hope you can follow your heart in making this choice and not listen to anyone else's opinions. The silver-haired boy's words made Chen Mobai fall into deep thought. Admittedly, he still has a way out in the purple cloud universe. Even if one abandons the path of saintly virtue in the three realms, there is still a chance to merge with the Tao. However, it should be noted that the difficulty of achieving Tao in the purple cloud universe is several times greater than in the three realms. Chen Mobai has cultivated diligently for hundreds of years, but he has only managed to reach about 10% of the level of the holy virtue great Tao of the purple cloud universe. By the time he can take the step of merging with the Tao there, the demon lord may have already attained the primordial beginning in the three realms. And it is obvious that after the demon lord proved the primordial beginning, he would definitely seek revenge for all his grudges and grievances. The first person he would suppress was the true king of the void. Moreover, the origin of the three realms, like the creation of the heavenly sea, is definitely incomplete. Therefore, after the demon lord suppressed the pure yang beings such as the true king of the void, he will surely trigger the final calamity of the purple heaven universe and prove the true ninth order origin. In that case, Chen Mobai still can't escape. Now, in the three realms, if Chen Mobai succeeds in achieving the Tao of sainthood and virtue, he will be able to easily occupy the vacated Tao of sainthood and virtue by the spirit of the Zixel Palace once he returns to the Zixel universe, given his seventh order essence. To take a gamble is to have a bright future of immortality, but to fail is to die. If they retreat, they will temporarily relinquish their sharpness, saving their strength for later use, and place their hopes on powerful beings like the Heavenly Emperor and the true King of the Void, who can stop the demon lord Zhang Yuanqi's advance and suppress him once again. Rely on yourself. Or should we rely on others? Chen Mobai hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. A person must rely on themselves. Having made up his mind, Chen Mobai raised his head with a resolute expression and said to the silver-haired youth, "Senior brother, the battle between the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord is likely to end badly. The 33 heavens are engulfed in flames, demons run rampant, and rivers of blood flow. How innocent are the common people? Since I have cultivated saintly virtue, I feel that at this time I must disregard my own life and death, and bravely take this step for the sake of the billions of living beings in the three realms." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mobai felt his progress in cultivating saintly virtue in the spirit void immortal realm suddenly increase once again. If it was barely 50% before, it is now nearly 60%. Fearlessness is a virtue. All right, Kongming, go and tell Tianfei to arrange the true immortal pool. I'll have Kong Kong and Dang Dang bring the gate of the Great Void to protect our junior brother as he enters the Tao. Taixu Measuring Ruler was also gratified to hear Chen Mobai's words, as he had arranged everything even though he was unable to protect the Dharma. Not long after, the Void Boy and the Dang Dang Girl from the Great Void Heaven arrived in the Miluo Heaven, each carrying a door panel. Chen Mobai recognized it as the door leading to and from the Taixu Heaven. Is this the gate of the Great Void? Chen Mobai was a little curious, but at this moment Kongming and Tianfei arrived at Dongwang Villa together. "Senior brother, you are willing to take this risky step to protect the heavenly court. I admire you greatly." Although Tianfei had a grudge against Chen Mobai, at this moment, she could only rely on the Taixu lineage, so she suppressed all her emotions and even treated the virtuous with respect. "I did it for the sake of all living beings." Chen Mobai, however, did not give Tianfei any face. Tianfei's face stiffened at this, but she dared not lash out. She forced a smile and said, "The true immortal pool is ready. However, most of the primordial spirit vein is currently supplying the Xuanwang Grand Array to deal with the demons outside, so the primordial spiritual energy may not be very concentrated." Chen Mobai didn't say anything about this. After all, the most important thing in reaching the Tao integration stage is one's own cultivation and will. External forces can only play a supporting role, not a decisive one. But if it's usable, Chen Mobai, true to his nature, will always maximize the external force. "I'm troubling my junior disciple and the page boys and page girls to protect me." Chen Mobai addressed Kongming and the empty space beside him. All three nodded solemnly, understanding how important this step of achieving Tao integration was. After the heavenly consort escorted her to the immortal pool palace, she left very quickly. Before entering the true immortal pool, Chen Mobai considered whether he should leave a will for Qingnu. But considering that there were several others besides Qingnu from the immortal sect, which seemed a bit troublesome, he decided not to keep any of them. Moreover, Chen Mobai felt that such behavior was a sign of a lack of self-confidence. He will surely attain enlightenment. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai looked at the true immortal pool before him and stepped into it with a determined expression. The true immortal pool shimmered with a faint, clear light, yet its color was chaotic, containing numerous great Tao principles and the Taoist rhythm of the birth and death of all things. Soon, the primordial spiritual essence in the true immortal pool sensed Chen Mobai's void Tao body and began to transform into the purest void energy, wanting to make it more perfect and return it to its innate state. However, Chen Mobai wanted to achieve the Tao and saintly virtue, and he had heard from the heavenly consort that the primordial essence might not be enough, so the first thing to ensure was the perfection of his holy body. After using the tortoise-shaped treasure to retract all the void spiritual patterns within his body, Chen Mobai's Taixu Dao body instantly degenerated into a vacuum Dharma body. He then began to circulate the pure Yang scroll passed down by the purple cloud Dao Venerable, preparing for all the necessary work before merging with the Tao. Chen Mobai took out a celestial pill the size of a longan, perfectly round, with a surface flowing with rosy light, and inside it seemed to contain a miniature universe of birth and death. "This is the elixir of creation, the formula of which was left by the jellyfish," In reality, it is a miniature version of the heavenly emperor's position. After any cultivator consumes the elixir, it can sense the great Tao they wish to align with, and when their essence, energy, and spirit are exhausted, it can provide a final push to help them take that step. However, if one is already far from that level, even consuming numerous creation elixir pills will be of no use. In Chen Mobai's hand, there was also a harmony flower. However, this is a specialty of the purple cloud universe, and the great Tao it contains is also from there. It probably won't work here, but just to be on the safe side, Chen Mobai took it out and suspended it above the true immortal pool. Finally, the two treasures for achieving enlightenment, the Yuan Yang sword and the Thousand Autumns Yuan Yang ruler, also flew out. Chen Mobai, I need to attain the Tao and saintly virtue to prevent the demon lord from attaining the primordial beginning. I hope you too can help me. It is my duty. The two treasures that had brought him to enlightenment immediately emitted a holy and pure light and merged into Chen Mobai's body. At this point, all preparations have been completed. Chen Mobai took a deep breath, released the restrictions on his physical body, and began to absorb the primordial essence from the true immortal pool. In an instant, the pool water began to boil. The seemingly gentle primordial essence is actually the most fundamental and violent power in the immortal realm. As soon as it was refined, Chen Mobai's body, which he thought was incomparably tough, began to groan under the unbearable pressure. His skin cracked inch by inch, and his flesh was being slowly tortured by the water. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his bones, which had no ethereal spiritual patterns, as if they would completely disintegrate and turn into a pool of blood in the pool at any moment. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had a similar experience when he reached the perfection of the vacuum body, and his tolerance for excruciating pain was also extraordinary. Moreover, at the crucial moment, the Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler had already merged with the spinal dragon at the core of his body, transforming into the central hub and beginning to guide Chen Mobai's body towards the transformation of a seventh-order holy body. The successful experience of the Sage of 1,000 Autumns and the Yuan Yang ruler of 1,000 Autumns were also passed on to Chen Mobai. At the same time, the creation elixir also released a wisp of 9-colored light, gently and perfectly integrating the primordial essence into Chen Mobai's body. Gradually, Chen Mobai felt his holy body break through the sixth-order barrier and begin to challenge an invisible but solid bottleneck. This process was even more painful. With each failure, his sacred body was reconstructed time and time again, just so that when he merged with the Tao, he could fully bear the innate sacred virtue and the great Tao. Besides the pain of physical reconstruction, there is also the primordial spirit in the purple mansion sea of consciousness. The key to achieving harmony with the Tao is for one's primordial spirit to merge with the great Tao and become the master of the great Tao. Chen Mobai sensed the holy virtue Tao of the spirit void immortal realm. Although it had been corrupted by demons, he disregarded it and took advantage of the demon lord's inability to attend to it to continuously guide the holy virtue Tao reflect into his own primordial spirit. However, the complete innate Tao contains knowledge and principles that are completely beyond Chen Mobai's imagination. The Taoist principles were boundless. Although his purple mansion sea of consciousness was already like an infinite void, a large amount of it surged in within a short period of time, giving Chen Mobai the feeling that his own cognition and consciousness were about to be submerged. This is the terror of the great Tao. If one cannot fully accept it, one will be assimilated by it, one's own existence will be completely shattered, and one will become a mindless and consciousnessless soul, just like the spirits of the underworld, merely a part of the collective, not the ruler of the collective. Chen Mobai couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. His body trembled violently, and blood spilled from his 7 orifices, but it instantly flowed into the true immortal pool and dissipated. He sat cross-legged, veins bulging on his forehead. In his sea of consciousness, the sword techniques, spells, and countless insights he had cultivated in the past collapsed and disintegrated rapidly under the impact of the great Tao, like ice and snow under the sun. When one reaches the state of harmony with the Tao, the Dharma is already of lower level, while the Tao is of higher level. Chen Mobai needs to ensure that his true spirit grasps the essence of the great Tao during this process, so as to avoid being assimilated. Moreover, because the sacred path of the Linkang immortal realm has been corrupted by demons, he needs to maintain his self-control during this process to avoid being entangled by demonic thoughts and falling into the form of a holy demon. This was extremely difficult, and even Chen Mobai was gradually finding it hard to persevere. Buzz! Just then, a clear and melodious sword cry rang out from the deepest part of the purple mansion sea of consciousness. It is the Yuanyang sword. It embodies the sacred path of the underworld, the final resting place of countless souls. And the souls are the ones with the deepest attachments. It is precisely because of these attachments that they remain and cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. The moment the Yuan Yang sword rang out, Chen Mobai was suddenly awakened from the great Tao. At this moment, the most refined radiance of the creation elixir surged forth and merged into his heart. Then a spark of inspiration was ignited. This is the fearless flame of Chen Mobai's heart, which unites with the Tao for the sake of all living beings. Although it is still very faint at present, it is tenacious and inextinguishable. After the inner fire was ignited, Chen Mobai's Tao heart was clear and would no longer be affected by demonic thoughts. However, once he was subjected to the impact of the sacred virtue avenue, Chen Mobai began to handle it with ease. Gradually, the inner fire shone brightly, emanating a unique Taoist charm that was gentle, inclusive, resilient, and capable of educating all things. The surging primordial essence, upon touching this inner fire, seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand, flowing like a gentle stream, merging with the radiant glow of the final elixir of creation, and merging into the sacred body. A crisp sound of a bottleneck breaking rang in Chen Mobai's ears. This signifies that his sacred body has broken through to the 7th level, completely completing the leap in life and becoming a part of the great Tao. Reminded by the Thousand Autumn's primordial Yang ruler, Chen Mobai began the final step of achieving Tao. The primordial spirit and true essence were entrusted to the Yuan Yang sword and left the body. A vast golden river appeared before them. This was the sacred virtue avenue of the spirit void immortal realm. Its surging sound was deafening. An ancient and gentle ruler phantom was already lying across it, waiting. Magnificent articles depicting the land and rivers flowed from the ruler. Chen Mobai reached out and grasped the Thousand Autumn's primordial Yang ruler, glanced at the vast river of sacred virtue beneath him, and suddenly pierced through it. In harmony with the Tao. In that instant, Chen Mobai's primordial spirit vanished, leaving only his true spirit, which, along the river of sacred virtue, both held the ruler and swept upstream, while also embracing the sword and swooping downstream. During this process, his realm began to improve rapidly, and his understanding of Tao was elevated to a completely new and inconceivable level. When his true spirit occupies both the upper and lower reaches of the river of holy virtue and possesses its own consciousness, it means that he has completely mastered this great way, mastered the wisdom, enlightenment, and teaching of all beings, and is omniscient and omnipotent. Outside, the true immortal pool was boiling over, its chaotic waters forming a massive whirlpool, with Chen Mobai at its center. As it churned, the essence of the primordial spiritual vein was rapidly extracted, transforming into a chaotic pillar of light that shot skyward from the very center of the Mi-Luo heaven, even piercing through the Xuanhuang Grand Array, resembling a pillar of heaven. This strange phenomenon naturally alarmed everyone. Kongming, who was guarding the immortal pool palace nearby, was excited when he saw this scene. Judging from the weather, it should be successful, right? Rumble! At that very moment, the demons besieging Mi-Luo Tian suddenly launched an even more frenzied attack. They could still recognize the aura of those who were in harmony with the Tao. Although they didn't know what kind of great Tao it was, having another 7th-level true immortal in the heavenly court at this time was not a good omen, so the demons hoped that Chen Mobai would fail. As soon as they exerted their power, the Xuanhuang Grand Array naturally drew upon more primordial spiritual veins in order to resist. As one thing diminishes while the other increases, the primordial essence in the true immortal pool naturally begins to decrease. A bunch of damned beasts. Seeing this, Kongming cursed at the demon god outside the Myro heaven, praying in his heart that Chen Mobai would not be affected. Chen Mobai, however, was completely unaware of this. Because he had already reached the final stage of Tao integration, the so-called spiritual energy, essence, and so on, were no longer so important after he had achieved the 7th level of sacred body. Now all that remains is to inscribe one's true spiritual mark at the beginning and end of the sacred way. Chen Mobai, holding the Thousand Autumn Yuan Yang ruler, was about to ascend against the current of his true spirit when he was stopped by a figure dressed in a green robe. The Thousand Autumns primordial ruler trembled and broke free from Chen Mobai's hand, transforming into a purple-haired youth who knelt behind the scholar in blue robes and called out, "Master!" It is the imprint left by the sages of all ages on the Great Way. The sage of 1,000 autumns turned around, his face half black and half white, strangely eerie, clearly fighting against demonic thoughts, but his eyes were very peaceful, indicating that he had not completely fallen and was still able to communicate. The sage of 1,000 autumns glanced at Chen Mobai, then placed his hand on the purple-haired boy's head and gently stroked it, thus learning everything that had happened in the spirit void immortal realm during this period. "Young friend, I'll have to trouble you with the education and guidance of the three realms from now on." After the sage of 1,000 autumns withdrew his hand from the purple-haired youth's head, he said this to Chen Mobai, and then smiled and voluntarily dissipated his mark in the path of saintly virtue. "We will certainly live up to the sage's trust." Chen Mobai solemnly bowed in the direction where the 1,000 autumn saint had vanished. Downstream, as Chen Mobai approached with his sword, he saw a figure shrouded in black smoke, which had stained the long river black. Clearly, this is the demon lord's mark being refined by the holy virtue. Upon seeing Chen Mobai approach, the demon lord looked up with a strange expression, seemingly surprised that a third person could step onto this avenue when he and Kainkyu were already there. "I've met senior brother Yixing. Before things escalate into a major mistake, it's not too late for you to turn back." Chen Mobai first tried to reason with him and appeal to his emotions, but the demon lord, having reached this point, was no longer someone who could be swayed by words. "If you leave now, when I witness the beginning of time, I will bestow upon you a position of pure yang." On the contrary, the demon lord started making empty promises to Chen Mobai. "Senior brother, I am Master Zixil's last disciple, and I would never associate with the demonic path." Chen Mobai righteously refused, then activated the Yuan Yang sword in his hand, unleashing a dazzling divine light as he slashed towards the demon lord before him. This sword strike unleashed the power of the entire sacred virtue avenue. Originally, the holy virtue was meant to restrain the demonic path. Previously, it was corrupted and suppressed because the demon lord was too powerful. But now, with Chen Mobai, the newly entered true spirit, as the master, it instantly began to rebound from top to bottom, purifying all the marks left by the demon lord. The demon lord had already vanished into wisps of black smoke under the Yuan Yang sword. At the end of the long river of saintly virtue, the clear light shines forth once more. "You'll regret this." Before disappearing, the demon lord looked at Chen Mobai with his dark eyes and said this: "To eliminate demons and uphold justice, I'd rather sacrifice my life." The moment he decided to merge with the Tao, Chen Mobai had already disregarded life and death, determined to eliminate this demonic calamity in the three realms. After the imprints of the sage of 1,000 autumns and the demon lord on the great Tao disappeared, Chen Mobai's true spirit finally gained complete control over the entire sacred, virtue great Tao of the spirit void immortal realm. No, it's not just from the Linkang immortal realm. As Chen Mobai's thoughts shifted, the sacred virtues of the netherworld and the heavenly river realm were reflected in his heart fire. Among the 3,000 great Taos of the three realms, the great Tao of primordial saintly virtue was the first to complete its fusion. In the true immortal pool, Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes resembled two slowly rotating golden vortexes. In his left eye, one could see the Yuan Yang sword, carrying the heavy reincarnation of the netherworld. In his right eye, there was the 1,000 autumns Yuan Yang ruler, the everlasting flame of humanity, and on either side of his shoulders, he carried the boundless holy light of the 33 heavens of the immortal realm. The virtues of saints and saints in the three realms are all contained within. Chen Mobai stood up, revealing his perfect, smooth, and jade-like holy body after he reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. The surging pool water had calmed down, and with a thought, the pure Yang immortal robe, which was originally in the netherworld, broke through space and time and draped over his body. With a thought from Chen Mobai, the sixth-tier immortal robe broke through its limits, embodying the fire elemental path of the netherworld, flowing with warm and intoxicating Taoist charm and radiant light that symbolizes the growth of all things, becoming yet another treasure for achieving enlightenment. Is this the power of the holy virtue lord? Chen Mobai flew up from the true immortal pool, feeling the earth-shattering changes that had occurred after he merged with the Tao. Although there were some difficulties at the beginning of this journey to unite with the Tao and the holy virtue, the middle and the end went much more smoothly than expected. If I had known this would happen, I should have merged with the Tao sooner. Maybe I could have gone on a campaign with the Heavenly Emperor and suppressed the demon lord who had been causing trouble. As Chen Mobai lamented, several beams of spiritual light landed in front of him. It was Kongming and Konkendang, who were guarding the immortal pool palace, and Chen Feng, the rehired immortal official, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Chen Mobai, who, after merging with the Tao, had the holy virtues of the three realms united as one and carried boundless holy light on his shoulders. They've only been ascended for a short time, and they've already achieved Tao integration. Just as Chen Mobai was thanking Kongming and the others who were protecting him, several more beams of true immortal light descended upon the immortal pool palace. Leading the group was none other than the heavenly consort Qianghua Daijun, along with the other 8 immortal lords who guarded the Mi Luo heaven. Immortal Lord Wu Wei was also among them. When he saw that it was Chen Mobai who had achieved Tao, he felt that it was expected, but he could not hide the shock in his heart. Even for the junior brother of the true king of the void, this speed of cultivation is simply too fast. I overestimated myself. I thought I could finish writing it in about 40,000 words, but I've only gotten to the point of reaching the Tao integration stage. There are still about 6 chapters left. I'll continue writing. Chapter 1480, The Power of the Sacred Path. Chapter 1480, The Power of the Sacred Path. Congratulations, Lord Sheng. The heavenly princess was the first to bow and offer congratulations to Chen Mobai, who had attained the Tao and the highest virtue. Her attitude greatly surprised the Tao lords of the 8 departments, including Kongming. Although Chen Mobai is of a higher generation, she is now the leader of the heavenly court and represents the heavenly emperor. Congratulations, junior uncle, on achieving the Tao and attaining the status of a primordial Tao lord. After Tianfei, Kongming also realized what was happening and immediately paid his respects as a junior. He then added a sentence that shocked everyone present. Junior uncle truly deserves to be the imperial tutor chosen by the heavenly emperor. In this time of turmoil in the immortal realm, he attained sainthood and turned the tide. Oh, is that so? Immortal Lord Wu Wei was greatly surprised and quickly asked. At the end of the great battle of burning heaven, the heavenly emperor and the demon lord went to the outer heavens to settle their differences. Before they left, they gave me a gift of gold and silk. Kongming immediately followed up on Wu Wei's words. Many immortals on the battlefield back then could attest to this. After Kongming finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Tianfei. After all, if there really was a will from the heavenly emperor designating the future heavenly emperor and imperial tutor, then the heavenly consort would undoubtedly no longer be able to rule the heavenly court. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the empress remained calm and asked, "Where is His Majesty's last edict?" Kongming looked at Chen Mobai, having already given the gold and silk to the latter. Previously, it was because Chen Mobai's cultivation was insufficient. Even with the heavenly emperor's edict, it was impossible for him to suppress so many true immortals and Tao lords from the 8 departments and the 33 heavens. But things are different now. Chen Mobai became a saint in one step. With the pure Yang realm of Lingkong immortal realm no longer appearing, he became the most outstanding innate Tao lord. With the support of the Taixu lineage, he already had the strength and power to control the Mi Luo heaven and even the entire heavenly court. The imperial edict from the heavenly emperor would further legitimize his actions. The heavenly consort naturally rejected this offer, but in the 3 realms, strength ultimately prevails. Although she was a 7th-rank official, her ability to rule the heavenly court was due to the heavenly emperor's legacy. If the heavenly emperor were to appoint Chen Mobai as the imperial tutor, she would no longer be able to command the 8 departments. Therefore, no matter how unwilling she was, the heavenly consort was already mentally prepared to be imprisoned and hand over the heavenly court to the Taixu lineage. Chen Mobai took out the gold and silk, but said something that surprised everyone present. The heavenly emperor did leave a will, but I am a free spirit, so I will give up the position of imperial tutor. After speaking, Chen Mobai handed the gold and silk to the heavenly consort, then looked up at the surroundings of the Mi Luo heaven. The terrifying manifestations of numerous demon gods are still besieging the Xuanhuang Grand Array. The once sacred realm of immortals is now shrouded in darkness, resembling a purgatory. The sky seemed to have been torn open with a huge gap, and thick, Filthy black flies and demonic insects poured down like a waterfall from the heavens, corroding the Xuanwang divine light. The majestic heavenly gate trembled violently under the brute force of the Hun Tian demon god, and cracks began to appear. Even though the jade palace at the edge of the array behind the heavenly gate was protected by a great array, it still collapsed under the aftershocks. Outside the heavenly gate, ruins and the remains of many celestial soldiers and generals lay everywhere. This was the army of the 33 heavens, who had come to defend the king of Maro Heaven after receiving the heavenly court's decree. However, faced with the terrifying demons besieging Maro Heaven, they were all reduced to mountains of corpses. The flowing blood of immortals and gods transformed into a hazy blood mist that surged upwards, making the blood moon in the sky even more vivid and dazzling, radiating a cold and eerie evil light. The blood moon's radiance shone everywhere, emitting a strong spiritual pollution. Those with weaker minds who touched it were plunged into an endless blood sea illusion, falling into the abyss and becoming blood demons, slaughtering each other. But among these demon gods, the most terrifying was a demonic dragon that blotted out the sky. Its enormous body manifested and actually wrapped around the Mi Luo Tian, suspended in the void from top to bottom. Every time it swung its tail down, the entire Xuanwang Grand Array began to tremble, causing the celestial palaces to crack. Its 3 ferocious dragon heads spewed out demonic flames, mysterious ice, and poisonous miasma, respectively, and actually controlled 3 great Daos. But Chen Mobai saw something different. On the back of this 3-headed demonic dragon, on scales invisible from the perspective of the Maro Heaven, sat a figure with a mixture of purple-red and dark blue. Although it did not possess overwhelming demonic power, the fact that a 7th-order demonic dragon that had mastered 3 great Daos was willing to serve as its mount showed that it was definitely not an ordinary demon god. Do you know who this person is? Chen Mobai stretched out his finger and asked the figures on the back of the demonic dragon to the left and right. If my junior uncle hadn't pointed it out, I would never have noticed that there was such a figure. Kongming looked closely and was shocked to discover the figure on the back of the demonic dragon. Was there no such person before? Chen Mobai asked again, and everyone immediately looked at Tianfei. The latter, who had just finished looking at the gold and silk, immediately took out a jade mirror, and soon a scene of time reversal appeared on it. This is the Xuanwang treasure mirror, a magical artifact personally crafted by the Heavenly Emperor, and the origin of the Maro Heaven Xuanwang Grand Array. Not only can it be used to control the Grand Array, but it can also record and preserve the scenes surrounding the array. The heavenly consort pointed the treasure mirror's perspective at the 3-headed demonic dragon, and everyone was surprised to find that, from the very beginning, there was already a figure shrouded in purple-red and dark blue light on the back of the demonic dragon. However, none of the heavenly court Dao lords present have discovered anything from beginning to end. Kongming and the others immediately frowned. For them to collectively ignore him, he must either be cultivating a special path of concealment or be of a higher cultivation level than them. But given that he's standing on the back of the demonic dragon, even the most special path would be detected by the dragon, so it can only be the latter. The ability to make a demonic dragon obediently become a mount clearly indicates a stronger being in the demonic path. The primordial Dao Lord. Or perhaps an 8th-order rank. Upon realizing this, all the heavenly court Dao lords, including the heavenly consort, broke out in a cold sweat. Although the Xuanwang Grand Formation is powerful, it certainly cannot stop an 8th-order being. Moreover, if this person is indeed the demon lord, it means that the heavenly emperor is dead. At this moment, the heavenly consort suddenly felt that it might be a good thing to make Chen Mobai the imperial tutor and put him in charge of the heavenly court. She was just a weak woman. She couldn't withstand such immense pressure. Regardless of their origins, since they are allied with the demon god, they must be on the demonic path. I'll kill them all. At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke. Facing the demon gods radiating overwhelming demonic power outside the Mi Luo Tian, boundless holy light shone on both sides of his shoulders, and his body flew towards the Xuanwang Grand Array. Like a sun rising in the heavens, it dispelled the darkness and illuminated the gloom. Kongming quickly said from behind, "Junior uncle, shall I lead the Void Division to cover your retreat?" Although Chen Mobai has attained the great Dao of saintly virtue and is already a top-tier 7th-order Dao Lord in the Spirit Void Immortal realm, he has only just broken through and may not be very proficient in the application and control of the great Dao. Kongming was afraid that he would suffer a loss. There are still many hidden demons in the shadows. The Void Division alone may not be enough. I will lead the Water Division as well. Immortal Lord Wu Wei hesitated for a moment, then symbolically cupped his hands to the heavenly consort as a report. He then immediately ordered the elite of the Water Division to form a formation, and together with Kongming, he followed Chen Mobai into the sky. Buzz! Chen Mobai had just stepped out of the Xuanwang Grand Array when he heard an extremely piercing sound wave. It was the omnipresent flies in the sky that had discovered him. After all, his holy and radiant aura was simply too dazzling. Under the will of the demon god, billions of wriggling, filthy black flies transformed into dark patches covering the vast expanse, accompanied by a bewitching, demonic sound of flapping wings, swarming towards Chen Mobai in a deluge. Wherever the millions of black flies passed, the void was gnawed open with honeycomb-like holes, and even the great Tao was polluted and destroyed, not to mention spiritual energy and flesh. Seeing you is always so uncomfortable. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai uttered these words and then reached out to pull the Hunyuan golden cauldron from the Dharma realm. So it was you. The black fly demon god's will was in every fly. After Chen Mobai spoke, its great Tao also sensed the connection with the boy in front of it and couldn't help but sneer. Killing you today will settle a karmic debt. In response, Chen Mobai simply aimed the Hunyuan golden cauldron in his hand, and the endless Tao of slicing swirled out from the inverted bell mouth through this treasure of enlightenment, like a golden light curtain that enveloped and covered all the black flies. Did the light from that grain of rice know I was hungry and come to feed me? The buzzing sound of the black fly demon god resounded through the vibrations of the fly's wings. Hundreds of millions of flies, without any fear, raised their mandibles and, with terrifying power capable of devouring everything, pounced on the golden light curtain. Junior uncle, be careful, Kongming warned upon seeing this scene, indicating that the black fly demon god's devouring Tao was extremely terrifying, and anything, whether tangible or intangible, would be devoured. Even before the Supreme Emperor Heavenly King attained the innate realm, he was entangled by it. His scales were bitten through, and he escaped in a very sorry state. It was precisely because of this that the black fly demon god was able to escape justice until the Supreme Heavenly King attained the primordial Tao, at which point he vanished into the heavens. The swarm of black flies acted like a moving eraser, frantically devouring and erasing the primordial golden light, but immediately all the flies were dyed gold. With a hissing sound, billions of flies were stripped of all their power, shattered into golden dust, and scattered towards the heavens. However, because of the protection of the Xuanwang Grand Array, they all piled up and slid down on the divine light. It was like a golden rain. What kind of grand path is this? The black fly demon god's terrified voice rang out, but Chen Mobai smiled slightly. Having already passed through the power of the sacred virtue path, he knew the location of its true spirit and waved the Hunyuan golden cauldron in that direction. The blinding golden light shone again, enveloping the huge dark cloud formed by countless flies in midair. A violent sonic boom resounded as the black fly demon god attempted to use its true spirit to escape. However, under the influence of the primordial golden cauldron, it discovered that its devouring Tao was being rapidly reduced, and its control over the Tao was weakening. Finally, all the black flies turned into golden dust and fell in a flurry, except for one fly the size of a thumb, which struggled incessantly in the golden light. Although the black fly demon god found it very strange that Chen Mobai could easily suppress him by using a Tao-attaining treasure that was not his own Tao, he understood that if he did not escape, he would be permanently sealed and condemned to eternal damnation. It unleashed the power of the great Tao that had not yet been diminished, struggling with all its might, and cried out to the figure on the back of the demonic dragon in the distance, "Demon Lord, save me." Upon hearing its words, Kongming Wu Wei, who had just led the elite of the Void Division and the Water Division out of the Xuanwang Grand Formation, was shaken, and his expression became solemn. "It's the Demon Lord." The two exchanged a glance, their faces filled with terror, and they felt an urge to turn around and flee back into the Great Formation. Even Chen Mobai's eyes narrowed, and his expression became solemn when he heard the black fly demon god's cry for help. Boom! Just then, a deafening roar shook the earth. Chen Mobai felt a sudden darkness before his eyes as a massive iron rod, piercing the heavens and earth and carrying the pure brute force to shatter the great Tao, crashed heavily down in front of him in an instant. In response, Chen Mobai simply raised his right hand. With a muffled thud, the entire Mi Luo Tian experienced its most violent tremor yet, even causing the Xuanwang Grand Array to twist downwards. At the center of the distortion was Chen Mobai's standing figure. It has some strength, but unfortunately it's not the true path of strength. It can't even help me loosen my muscles and bones. Chen Mobai, who easily caught the iron rod with one hand, looked out of the heavenly gate and saw the Hun Tian demon god, whose figure was almost as huge as that of the Mi Luo Tian, after the Dharma of heaven and earth was revealed. Chanta! A clear, melodious sword cry rang out, and with a flick of Chen Mobai's left hand, the Yuan Yang sword instantly transformed into a golden thread, slicing across the neck of the Hun Tian demon god. With a whoosh, the head of the Hun Tian demon god had separated from his body, its eyes wide open, and fell before the heavenly gate. Moo! After the heavenly law was broken, the chaotic demon god revealed its true form, a yellow ox. Enraged, it continued to swing its iron cudgel in its headless form, unleashing the power of its entire great Tao, attempting to retaliate. However, it was unable to move, as the other end of the iron cudgel was firmly held down by Chen Mobai. Rumble! At the same time, the three-headed demonic dragon, the Blood Moon ancient demon, and other seventh-order demon gods hidden in the shadows successively unleashed their demonic avatars. Even the mysterious figure on the back of the demonic dragon extended a finger, its fingertip condensing a purple-blue light, like a sword beam piercing the sky. Upon seeing this, Kongming and Wu Wei immediately commanded their elites, transforming them into two great immortal formations, one blue and one white, to protect Chen Mobai from both sides and block the demon god. It seems they have a lot of confidence in you. Faced with the siege of the demons, Chen Mobai didn't even look at them. Instead, he looked at the mysterious figure on the back of the three-headed demon dragon and asked to find out its identity. It should be noted that Chen Mobai did not conceal the celestial phenomenon of merging with the Tao. Even if the demons and gods of the three realms are ignorant, they should at least know from his instant kill of the two great demon gods, Black Fly and Hun Tian, that he has attained the primordial Tao. However, under these circumstances, these seemingly disorganized demonic masters did not flee. Instead, they even took the initiative to attack him. Could this person truly be the demon lord? Kongming and Wu Wei were somewhat frightened after realizing this. But Chen Mobai was absolutely certain that the demon lord mentioned by the demon god was not the demon master. Sacred virtue is the great path of education. To educate and enlighten living beings, it is necessary to impart knowledge, teach skills, and resolve doubts. Therefore, a sage must be able to answer all the questions of his students. Therefore, after Chen Mobai attained enlightenment, he gained the power of being born with knowledge. Any question can be answered instantly via the sacred way. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai was able to fully unleash the power of the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, a treasure for attaining enlightenment, because through his innate knowledge ability, he learned how to completely control the great Tao of shaving. Therefore, the ultimate goal of the sacred way in theory is omniscience and omnipotence. However, he has only just reached the Tao integration stage, so this part of his power will not work when it comes to matters above the 7th level. Moreover, knowing the answer does not necessarily mean that one can do certain things. For example, creation, the beginning, or even eternity. Even so, this power allowed Chen Mobai to instantly gain the strength to crush any being of a lower realm than himself after he merged with the Tao. For example, the great Taos of the Black Fly demon god and the Hun Tian demon god, although they are both exceptionally strange and powerful among the 7th-order great Taos, Chen Mobai saw through their weaknesses and flaws at a glance. This is the end of the realm school. When Chen Mobai learned about the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue, he felt that his cultivation philosophy, which he had followed since childhood, had remained consistent. Through his innate knowledge, Chen Mobai could not fully perceive the mysterious figure on the back of the three-headed dragon when he looked at it, but he was able to determine that this person's realm was not above his own. Bass. The figure on the dragon's back did not answer Chen Mobai's question, but the purple and blue sword light at its fingertips suddenly pierced through the air and arrived in front of Chen Mobai in an instant, like lightning. As the holy light shone, just as Chen Mobai was about to take the sword beam head-on, Teng Xianji suddenly issued a severe warning. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai manipulated the void, instantly teleporting his figure. While dodging the purple and green sword light, he arrived on the back of the three-headed demonic dragon, facing the mysterious figure face to face. Rumble! As Chen Mobai dodged, the purple-green sword light pierced through the Xuanwang Grand Array and landed in the center of Miluo Heaven, turning a section of the celestial palace into nothingness. Although the mysterious man tried his best to conceal his Tao, Chen Mobai saw through everything in the face of his innate power of knowledge. How could this be? It's you. Chapter 1480, One Taiji Heavenly Demon, respectfully welcoming the Imperial Tutor. Chapter 1480, One Taiji Heavenly Demon, respectfully welcoming the Imperial Tutor. Chen Mobai was shocked and incredulous. Given his current level of attainment in the Tao, the fact that he could have such emotions shows that he is a very unexpected person. I never expected to meet my young friend again under these circumstances. With a sigh, the mysterious man realized he had not been able to hide anything from the holy virtue Tao. As he spoke, the purple red and dark blue light dissipated, revealing the figure of a Taoist with disheveled hair. It was none other than the Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor. However, compared to before, he now has a stone lotus mark between his eyebrows, which is composed of mysterious patterns and has condensed into a talisman. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai already understood what was going on. You've been implanted with the primordial demonic symbol by the Demon Lord. The Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor nodded. Just then, a gigantic, pitch-black dragon head appeared in the void behind Chen Mobai's head, opening its blood-red maw and spewing out pitch-black demonic flames powerful enough to corrupt all things. In response, Chen Mobai remained motionless, and a purple jade ruler appeared out of thin air, piercing into the dragon's gaping maw. It not only blocked all the demonic flames but also pierced through and shattered the dragon's head. Amidst the dragon's violent cries of pain, the dragon's backs on which Chen Mobai and the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor stood also shook violently. However, the two remained calm and chatted as if they were old friends reunited. How did you end up like this, fellow Taoist? Faced with Chen Mobai's doubts, the Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor recounted his own experiences. In the process of sublimating the primordial Taiji Tao, I unintentionally refined this primordial demonic talisman. By the time I realized it, I had already become the incarnation of the Demon Lord. The primordial Taiji Tao can give birth to all things and transform the Tao of the world. In addition, I am my master's disciple. So the Demon Lord sent me to Xuan Yuan Heaven and Yuan, Shi Heaven to use my Taiji Heaven demon incarnation to refine the heavenly river Tao fruit, or to break the seal of Yuan Shi Heaven. But Xuan Yuan Tian was previously protected by the Heavenly Emperor's true form and the Tai Su measuring ruler. The Demon Lord did not want to alert the enemy, so I could only hide in the chaos and wait for the right opportunity. The seals of the two pure Yang beings in the primordial heaven were also extraordinary, but I still managed to break through them and create a passage. However, just as I was about to succeed, the Demon Lord and the Heavenly Emperor fought and disappeared, leaving me to temporarily assume the position of Demon Lord, leading the demonic path of the three realms and instigating a rebellion. After listening, Chen Mobai was shocked. He thought to himself that he was indeed a senior brother of the first star. On the surface, he was sitting in the burning heaven and attracting all the attention of the heavenly court, but in the dark, he had made so many moves. If it weren't for the Heavenly Emperor's caution, which led to the Taixu measuring ruler being placed under the care of Xuan Yuan Heaven by a twist of fate, it's likely that once the Taiji Heavenly Demon refined the heavenly river Tao fruit and mastered the power of creation, even if the Taixu True King returned, he would no longer be able to suppress the Demon Lord. What's the current situation of the great battle between the Demon Lord and the Heavenly Emperor? Chen Mobai hurriedly asked this most crucial question. To this, the Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor shook his head. He was, after all, just an avatar. Even though he had a brief moment of clarity now that the Demon Lord was preoccupied with other matters, he still couldn't possibly peek at the real body. Chen Mobai understood the Demon Lord's pure Yang nature and didn't hold out much hope for it. He looked at the primordial demon talisman between the eyebrows of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor and sighed. What are your plans next, fellow Taoist? The Demon Lord's order is for me to conquer the Myro Heaven, destroy the 33 heavens of the immortal realm, and even the entire three realms. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that the Demon Lord was preparing for the proof of the primordial beginning. Under these circumstances, his alignment with the Tao and the sages shows that it was heaven's will for him to stop this great calamity. Fellow Taoist, since that's the case, I have no choice but to seal you away for now. Chen Mobai solemnly addressed the nine heavens demon-slaying ancestor. He had also studied the primordial demonic symbol and knew that once this symbol was planted in someone's body, they would become a puppet without any autonomy at the slightest thought of the demon lord. The power of the sacred virtue path allowed Chen Mobai to learn how to remove the primordial demonic talisman. For example, a being of the ninth order of creation or the primordial state might take action, or the nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor might attain pure yang. Like the great Tao of saintly virtue, the primordial demonic talisman can only achieve absolute suppression by relying on the level of cultivation. That is why the demon lord failed when he attacked the white tiger ancestor. But none of these methods are things Chen Mobai can do. All he can do now is seal away the nine heavens demon-slaying ancestor, who has become the Taiji heavenly demon, and then see if there are any other solutions after dealing with the demon lord. Young friend, I am bound by the demon lord's orders and cannot surrender. If you want to seal me, we'll have to see your true abilities. The nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor nodded, and as he spoke, his eyes began to glow with a mixture of purple and blue light. He raised his right hand, the sword finger that had once swept away demons, now entwined with vast demonic energy. There were no fancy moves. He simply flicked his sword finger in Chen Mobai's direction. In an instant, all beings in front of the nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor were cleaved in two by the purple and green sword light. The great way of Taiji can transform into the way of the world, and no force can stop it. Chen Mobai's figure appeared behind the nine heavens demon-slaying ancestor, and he stretched out his hand, which landed on the latter's shoulder. The gentle holy light suddenly shone brightly, turning into golden characters, like a beautiful article, which spread from the nine heavens demon-slaying ancestor's shoulder to all parts of his body, casting a seal. The nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor instantly extended his finger, pointing it from beside his ear to behind him, and the purple and green sword light burst forth once more. Amidst the blood-red light, another head rose up. The demonic dragon, attempting to ambush Chen Mobai from behind, was accidentally injured by the sword's edge and cleaved in two. You beast, is this a battle you can participate in? The aftershocks alone will kill you. The nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor showed no remorse for accidentally injuring his comrade. After cursing the three-headed demonic dragon beneath his feet, he shrugged and broke free from Chen Mobai's holy virtue seal. As the unprepared sword technique was unleashed, the sky was filled with purple and blue sword light, not only covering Chen Mobai, but also encompassing the entire Mi Luo Tian. Upon seeing this, the Empress's expression changed drastically. Because the Xuanhuang Grand Formation cannot block these purple and green sword beams. But at this moment, Chen Mobai suddenly appeared on the Great Formation and shouted towards the direction of the true immortal pool. Where is the gate of the Great Void? The empty boy and the Dangdang girl exchanged a glance, and without any hesitation, threw the two-door panels they were holding into the sky. As the silver light flashed, the two-door panels landed behind Chen Mobai and closed together perfectly. Chen Mobai waved his sleeve at the gate of the void behind him. Under the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue, he had instantly mastered the knowledge of how to activate this innate treasure. With a thunderous roar, the gate of the void opened, revealing a clear azure void behind it, like a paradise on earth. All the purple and blue sword beams that landed on the Xuanhuang Grand Array pierced into the gate of the void, like pebbles falling into a lake, creating ripples that were quickly quelled. But outside of the Myro heaven, they are not so lucky. All the demonic forces that were besieging the area, except for those seventh-tier demon gods who fled in advance when they sensed the danger, were all cleaved in two by the purple and blue sword light, their bodies and souls extinguished. What are you doing? The Blood Moon, ancient demon, and other demon gods who had escaped the calamity saw this scene, and couldn't help but question the nine heavens demon-slaying ancestor. A golden light, like a thread, pierced the center of the Blood Moon. Boundless holy virtue and pure light purified the body of this seventh-order demon god, transforming it into the bright white moon. As Chen Mobai finished another line, he raised his hand and slowly closed the gate of the void. Although the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue allows him to use this innate treasure without the interference of the true king of the void, it is not his own innate great Tao after all, so it is somewhat forced. Moreover, the demonic forces currently besieging Mi Luo Tian, apart from the seventh-order demon gods, have all perished in the aftershocks of his battle with the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor, so they have no need for this innate treasure. Is this the famous gate of the great void I have cultivated for 10,000 years, and I refuse to believe that it cannot be broken? At this moment, the 9 heavens demon-subduing ancestor spoke again. He seemed very angry that the gate of the void had swallowed so much of his purple and blue sword light. As he spoke, he used sword escape, transforming into a terrifying sword light, like a huge purple and blue divine sword, which fell from the sky and aimed at the gate of the void, which was about to close, and suddenly pierced into it. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that his guess was correct. Only after the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestors' sword escape had completely entered the void gate did he reach out and close it. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing this, the black fly demon god and other 7th-tier demonic experts did not hesitate at all. They all unleashed their own great Tao and began to flee. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, and he unleashed the Yuan Yang sword and the 1,000 autumn Yuan Yang ruler, aiming them at the black fly demon god and the demon dragon that only had one head left. With the power of the holy virtue great Tao, he suppressed and sealed these two 7th-order demon gods. Meanwhile, Kongaming, leading the elite of the Void Division, had already suppressed the Yellow Ox, the prototype of the Hun Tian demon god. Chains of void gods bound its head, horns, and limbs, leaving it hanging upside down in midair, no longer displaying the same high spirits it had when it blocked the heavenly gate. Immortal Lord Wu Wei was not to be outdone. He used the Water Department battle formation to freeze the Blood Moon ancient demon, who had transformed into the Blood God child, and fled after his original body was shattered, in a void. As for the remaining 7th-tier demon gods who scattered and fled, Chen Mobai slashed each of them with a Yuan Yang sword aura, leaving a mark, and would deal with them one by one when he had time in the future. Welcome back to the capital in triumph for the Imperial Tutor. Just as Chen Mobai returned to the true immortal pool with the Gate of the Void, the heavenly consort led the Tao Lords of the Heavenly Court and directly addressed him with a new title. This. Chen Mobai was caught off guard. Given his personality, he really doesn't want to be the Imperial Tutor and clean up the mess he's made. Junior Uncle, if you do not take charge of the situation in the immortal realm, I'm afraid all living beings in the 3 realms will suffer in the demonic calamity. I urge you to come out of seclusion and bring peace to the world. Kongaming, who had led the Void Division back in triumph, solemnly requested Chen Mobai. We earnestly request the Imperial Tutor to come out of seclusion. Immortal Lord Wu Wei immediately led the Water Department army to pay their respects behind Chen Mobai. With everyone's expectations in mind, Chen Mobai recalled his thoughts before he became a saint and no longer declined. Chapter 1482, Repairing the Piano. Chapter 1482, Repairing the Piano. After becoming the Imperial Tutor, Chen Mobai's first task was naturally to deal with the rebellion that was currently raging across the immortal realm. The top experts of the demonic path suffered heavy losses in this great battle to besiege Mi Luo Tian, especially the 9 heavens demon-subduing ancestor who was sealed away, and the few who escaped were not worth worrying about. It was mainly the northern 8 heavens, led by the cold halberd Heavenly King and the Star God Temple, along with the 8 departments of the Heavenly Court and the elite forces of the 33 heavens that could be mobilized, that barely managed to hold them off. Kongaming spoke to Chen Mobai, who was sitting on the left side of the head seat in the Ziwei Hall, and said, "On the right is the heavenly consort. The 2 figures stand on the left and right, with the heavenly emperor's throne in the middle. The cold halberd Heavenly King is a primordial Tao Lord, and it is already very remarkable that the Northern Whirlpool Heavenly Lord was able to stop him." Chen Mobai nodded, acknowledging Bai Xuan Tianjun's contribution, and then began preparing to deploy troops. After he became the Imperial Tutor and the current leader of the Heavenly Court, blocking was no longer the goal. The goal was to completely suppress and subdue the rebellious army. As for the innate Tao Lord, it would be best for him to deal with it. Chen Mobai went to see the Supreme Emperor in person. "I never expected that you would achieve enlightenment at this time." In the Taiwang Heaven, seeing Chen Mobai who had already achieved enlightenment, the Taiwang Heavenly King was also very moved. "Your Majesty, are you willing to lead the troops in the rebellion that has broken out in the 8 northern regions?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Mobai got down to business. "I'm old and only wish to enjoy my remaining years. I would appreciate it if the Imperial Tutor could find someone more capable." The Supreme Emperor shook his head and refused. Both heavenly kings and heavenly emperors were incarnations of the ancestral dragon Tao, making them brothers. Therefore, Heavenly King Hanji's desire to succeed to the Heavenly Emperor's throne was justified. Heavenly King Taehuang, however, was uninterested in power struggles and did not want to fight his brothers, thus making his stance clear after the great battle of Burning Heaven. In that case, I won't disturb the Heavenly King any longer. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't try to persuade him any further. Seeing him leave so cleanly and decisively, the Supreme Heavenly King began to worry about the cold, halberd Heavenly King. The Heavenly Emperor holds destiny in his hands, with the past, present, and future all within his gaze. Before departing, he entrusted the Heavenly Court to Chen Mobai, returning the position of imperial tutor to him, presumably because he had foreseen something. Now that Chen Mobai has attained the Tao and saintly virtue, slayed all demons, and sealed the Taiji, if he were to personally lead the elite armies of the 8 divisions, it is estimated that the cold halberd Heavenly King might not be a match for him. The only variable is the Star Temple. I wonder if the Demon Lord has left any other tricks up his sleeve. Amid his worries, the Supreme Emperor suddenly felt that it might not be right for him to remain aloof. Upon returning to the Ziwei Palace, the Heavenly Consort was already waiting for Chen Mobai. Your Majesty, this is what you asked me to find. Behind the Heavenly Consort were several fairies, each holding a tray upon which lay supreme treasures imbued with Taoist principles, all of which were 7th grade innate spiritual materials. Thank you for your hard work, Heavenly Consort. Chen Mobai scanned the items with his divine sense and had already inspected them. He nodded and thanked them. Tianfei didn't ask Chen Mobai what he wanted these things for. After putting them down, she left with her people. No wonder the Queen of Pop was defeated by her. Seeing that the Heavenly Consort knew how to behave, Chen Mobai couldn't help but say something to Kongaming beside him. Kongaming nodded in agreement, then pointed to the spiritual materials and asked, "Is Junior Uncle planning to reforge the Tao cultivating treasure?" Many true immortals and Taoist masters go through this process after achieving Tao. But Chen Mobai was different. The Yuan Yang sword and the Thousand Autumns Yuan Yang ruler were very suitable for him. The reason he wanted these innate spiritual materials was to sever another thread. Back when I was in the Heavenly River realm, I promised Tianfeng Valley that I would repair the zither. I just sensed with the power of the holy virtue path that the flame sparrow Heavenly King has awakened, but he may not want to get involved in this demonic calamity, so he is pretending to be in nirvana. After I repair the 9 tribulations Heavenly Phoenix zither, take the zither to the southern crimson sky, and tell them that the immortal realm is in a time of crisis, and needs the flame sparrow Heavenly King to come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Kongaming looked worried. Would the flame sparrow Heavenly King really be willing? After all, behind the cold halberd Heavenly King is the Demon Lord. If the flame sparrow Heavenly King refuses, tell her that as long as the rebellion in the 8 northern heavens is resolved, I will mediate the feud between her clan and the White Tiger Holy Ancestor. Chen Mobai's words greatly surprised Kongaming. Junior Uncle, that White Tiger Saint Ancestor was born with the Tao of Slaughter, fighting against heaven and earth, and he doesn't give face to anyone. Don't worry, she'll definitely give me face, Chen Mobai said confidently. Next, Chen Mobai activated the turtle treasure and returned to the Heavenly River realm to the Heavenly Phoenix Valley in the southern continent to retrieve the 9 tribulations Heavenly Phoenix zither. Greetings, Imperial Tutor. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Feng Qingshu immediately performed a grand salute. Has word of this already reached here? Chen Mobai was also very surprised. After all, he had just taken over as the Imperial Tutor. The Wudong Divine Tree can communicate with the upper realm. Feng Qingshu pointed to the spiritual root of heaven and earth beneath her feet, answering Chen Mobai's question with utmost respect. After all, the person in front of him is a primordial Tao Lord and the junior brother of the true King of the Void. Whether in terms of strength or influence, he is among the most outstanding in the 3 realms. Moreover, during the previous Great War of Burning Heaven, the sudden appearance of the slaughtering Tao Ancestor and his attack on the Heavenly Emperor terrified their entire clan. The upper realm sent a special message, instructing that if the slaughtered Tao Ancestor came to reminisce about the battlefield with the Heavenly Phoenix Saint Ancestor, such as seeing the 9 tribulations Heavenly Phoenix harp that was severed by her Heavenly Slaughter sword, he must cooperate. Feng Qingshu also understood that if the Tao ancestor of slaughter really came to Nanju, she would be committing suicide. Now that Chen Mobai has come to retrieve the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix zither, Feng Qingshu is overjoyed. This is my token. If the white tiger ancestor comes, he will not attack your clan out of respect for this token. Chen Mobai considered Bai Guang's petty nature. If the heavenly emperor really couldn't stop her, he might take advantage of his trip to the 3 realms to visit this place. Therefore, he left Feng Qingshu something to protect her life. On behalf of the entire clan, we express our deepest gratitude to the imperial tutor. After receiving the golden talisman, Feng Qingshu immediately performed the most respectful bow. Chen Mobai waved his hand, turned around, and left with the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix harp. Now that we've come to the heavenly river realm, we definitely need to go home and visit Huanglong Cave. King Nu stared at Chen Mobai in shock. Husband, you have achieved enlightenment. Compared to other major powers, the 5 elements sect has a shallow foundation. In the spirit void immortal realm, there is only Chen Mobai, so the news of his attainment of Taoist saintly virtue can only be spread by himself. Clearly, even though Qing Nu knew that her husband was exceptionally talented and had the potential to become an immortal, she still found it hard to believe that Chen Mobai had actually achieved enlightenment. Not only her, but Yang Jing, Jin Linger, Sun Hongxiang, and others beside her also stared wide-eyed in shock. It should be noted that there is currently no other cultivator in the entire 5 elements sect who has reached the void refinement stage, while Chen Mobai has already achieved the Tao integration stage. This is a bit too discontinuous. After returning to the immortal realm, I saw the demons besieging me Luo Tian. I couldn't control my emotions and took that step. I was granted the courtesy of the sage of 1,000 autumns and proved the great Tao of saintly virtue. Chen Mobai casually recounted his process of achieving Tao, but everyone present knew what this realm represented. Even in the ancient and primordial era, they were among the most elite beings. For the sake of all living beings in the 3 realms, I have already taken up the position of imperial tutor of the heavenly court. But rest assured, my lady, once this demonic calamity is over, I will relinquish all my responsibilities and live a carefree life with you. Chen Mobai solemnly said to Qing Nu that after reaching the Tao integration realm, he was immortal and had achieved his initial goal in cultivation. He could now relax and enjoy life. Yes, my husband, I will try my best too. King Nu nodded emphatically, recalling what Chen Mobai had said before, that he hoped to walk with her through life. If she can also achieve harmony with the Tao, this dream can be realized. Chen Mobai stayed in Huanglong Cave for a while because, with his current cultivation level, it didn't matter where he refined weapons. With a thought, he could draw water from the 9 heavens and fire from the 9 netherworlds through the great Tao of void to temper the strings of his zither. While repairing the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix zither, Chen Mobai also summoned several of his disciples. He is now the imperial tutor, and with the fusion of the 3 realms reaching its final stage, he can open the ascension platform. Which of you wants to go to heaven? As soon as Chen Mobai asked this question, Luo Yixuan was the first to raise her hand. She had already successfully transformed into a deity and expressed her willingness to go to the immortal realm with her master. This disciple is also willing. The second is Jiang Xingheng. He cultivates the Heavenly Emperor's manual and is currently at the nascent soul stage, ready to step into the divine transformation stage at any time. The rest, Liu Wenbai, Zhu Ming, and Ku Zhu, wanted to stay in Tian realm. They were all content with their current situation. Seeing that Zhu Ming had no ambition whatsoever, Chen Mobai sighed inwardly, thinking that he might have guessed wrong, and that the Heavenly Emperor had probably chosen Jiang Xingheng. Chen Mobai, Zhang Heng, after you reach the nascent soul stage, go to Zhangzhou and ask the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace for someone. His name is Yuan Beiaji, and he is considered a descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. Given the current situation of the Heavenly Court, it needs a Heavenly Emperor, and he is quite suitable. It's also a way to give the Heavenly Consort face. Chapter 1483, I will merge with the Tao. Chapter 1483, I will merge with the Tao. Purple Cloud Palace. Zhang Xingheng, Heoran Yiqixian, and Taixu Xian sat upright, chatting happily. Beside them, the supreme elder of the Yuan clan and Ao Yuxia and her son kept them company with smiles. Under Chen Mobai's personal protection, Jiang Xingheng recently took the nascent soul pill and took that step on the suspended platform, achieving nascent soul status. Afterwards, he used the intercontinental teleportation array to arrive in Jiangsu without stopping. Upon arriving, the first thing they did was to notify the two great holy lands of Jiangsu, Kainkyu Brush and Ink Forest and Taixu Pyomil Palace. When they learned that Chen Mobai intended to support Yuan Beiaji in temporarily assuming the position of Heavenly Emperor, Taixu Xian and the other two immediately accompanied him, lest the Ziyuan side be ungrateful and unaware of Jiang Xingheng's current identity. However, Taixu Immortal and the others were overthinking it. Although Chen Mobai did not deliberately publicize it, the news that he had attained the Tao and become the imperial tutor had already spread throughout the major forces with true immortal Tao lords. Even if Jiang Xingheng were only a nascent soul cultivator, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, as Chen Mobai's disciple, he would be an honored guest at Ziyuan. Fellow Taoist Jiang, my son is only at the nascent soul stage. If he goes to the spirit void immortal realm alone, he may not be able to take good care of himself. As his mother, could I accompany him? Aoyuxia, who is currently the highest-ranking nascent soul cultivator in the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace, politely raised her wine cup, pointed to Yuan Beiaji sitting with his head down beside her, and made a request to Jiang Xingheng. I'm afraid that won't work. My master only mentioned junior nephew Yuan, Jiang Xingheng politely declined. Aoyuxia looked disappointed, but dared not say anything more. After all, the Lingkang immortal realm is not what it used to be. The Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord are still at war, and the two seventh-order ancestors of the Kang Jinlong clan have long since fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord and have been refined into demonic treasures. As for Tianfei, who is now the biggest backer of Ziyuan, she also has to rely on Chen Mobai and the Taixu lineage behind him in order to barely maintain the majesty of the heavenly court. Now, Chen Mobai, as the imperial tutor, is choosing to support Yuan Beiaji's ascension to the throne, presumably because of the possibility that the heavenly consort and the heavenly emperor have not yet perished. When Aoyuxia received this news from Jiang Xingheng, she was both overjoyed and apprehensive. After all, ascending to the throne has been the greatest goal of the Yuan clan of Ziyuan since ancient times. Her husband, Yuan Yin, had worked hard for it his whole life. Unexpectedly, it was their son, who was mediocre in both talent and temperament, who achieved this goal in the end. However, Aoyuxia also clearly understood that the reason why Chen Mobai, the imperial tutor, chose Yuan Beiaji was because of his mediocrity. It's even possible that once news of the Heavenly Emperor's death arrives, he will oust Yuan Beiaji and seize power. However, in any case, this was something neither she nor Ziyuan could refuse. At this moment, Aoyuxia deeply regretted not being more polite to Chen Mobai back then. It's getting late, nephew Yuan, let's go together. The opening of the ascension platform will also take time. Jiang Xingheng was thinking about how magnificent the spirit void immortal realm was. After a few rounds of drinks, he took his leave. After we arrive in Mi Luo Tian, I hope you will take good care of my son. Before leaving, Aoyuxia called Jiang Xingheng aside and offered him a storage bag, but the latter refused it with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. With the heavenly consort here, many people will take good care of junior nephew Yuan. After declining, Jiang Xingheng left with Yuan Beiaji. Soon, the news that the five-element sect of the Eastern Continent was about to open the ascension platform spread throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas. Many elders of the Holy Lands who were stuck at the nascent soul stage and unable to cultivate the void stage wanted to take this opportunity to go to the immortal realm and gathered in the Eastern Continent. Now that Chen Mobai is the lord of the Holy Virtue sect, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with his own knowledge and gave one spot to each of the 5 continents and 4 seas. In the Eastern Continent, it's Jiang Xingheng. In the Central Continent, it's Yuan Beiaji, and the rest are up for grabs by the various holy lands themselves. For this, all cultivators across the 5 continents and 4 seas were extremely grateful to Chen Mobai. After all, compared to before, when one could only undergo 9 heavenly tribulations, now there is at least another path to ascension. Chen Mobai entrusted this matter to Zhuo Ming, since the ascension platform had already been given to this disciple, and this merit should also belong to her. Of course, to avoid any nascent soul cultivators becoming angry after failing to be selected, Chen Mobai asked Yuan King to look after them. Chen Mobai didn't tell them about the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor, as it wasn't something to be proud of. After the great battle of Mi Luo Tian, Chen Mobai only said that he had sealed away a primordial demon lord. Although Tianfei and the others had their own guesses, they all refrained from delving into it since Chen Mobai didn't say anything. After all, in the end, the Taiji heavenly demon intervened and killed the demonic beings besieging Mi Luo Tian, which was helpful to the heavenly court. After dealing with matters in the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai also completed the repair of the 9 tribulations' heavenly phoenix harp. Kongming led him to Chiming to pay respects to the flame sparrow heavenly king, but at first they were not able to meet this heavenly king who guarded the 8 southern heavens. Instead, they were received by the heavenly spider ancestor. But after Kongming told him what Chen Mobai had asked him to say about the white tiger saint ancestor, it indeed caused a tremor in the crimson heaven, and the flame sparrow heavenly king returned from nirvana. Since it is the words of a sage, it must be true. I will leave the mountain now to suppress that scoundrel, the white dragon. The flame sparrow heavenly king was a beautiful woman in a phoenix coronet and wedding robe. After receiving the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix zither from the heavenly spider ancestor, she nodded in agreement to Kongming. Then I'll have to trouble you, heavenly king. Kongming breathed a sigh of relief. The great Tao of the flame sparrow heavenly king was exactly what countered the cold halberd heavenly king. With her taking action, along with the army of the 8 heavens in the south, the biggest rebellion in the spirit void immortal realm could be quelled. Upon returning to the Myro heaven, Kongming immediately went to the Ziwei palace to report. In the main hall, Yuan Beiaji sat silently in the middle, with Chen Mobai and Tianfei on either side, listening to what Kongming had seen and heard on his way to Chiming. Excellent. After suppressing the rebellion in the north for 8 days, we can then dispatch the 8 elite forces to pacify the world, and the Linkong immortal realm can return to the peace it was during the reign of the heavenly emperor. The heavenly consort was delighted to hear that the flame sparrow heavenly king had indeed been persuaded to take action. After the meeting, Chen Mobai privately met with Kongming and Wu Wei at his Donghuang villa. I vaguely see the future of the spirit void immortal realm, which is beginning to become chaotic. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, Chen Mobai said with a solemn expression. Under the power of the great Tao of sacred virtue, he already knew that the ability to know fortune and misfortune was one of the abilities of the great Tao of destiny. It was precisely because of this that, even before he had merged with the Tao, he could already glimpse some future scenes through the blessing of the turtle treasure. Upon hearing the news of the flame sparrow heavenly king's emergence, Chen Mobai's heavenly blessing, which was close to the great Tao of destiny under the power of the sacred virtue great Tao, suddenly allowed him to see a corner of the future of the spirit void immortal realm. The future will not only be as dark as it is now, but it will also be the end of the 33 heavens. Kongming and Wu Wei exchanged a glance, already guessing the possible cause of this future. The heavenly emperor is defeated, and the demon lord returns. Upon realizing this, the two turned pale. Even a primordial Tao lord would be powerless against the demon lord. The sages of all ages are an example. Kongming, junior uncle, what can we do to stop the annihilation of the 3 realms? Chen Mobai gave a bitter smile. Even the heavenly emperor couldn't stop it, so what could he do? Wu Wei, imperial tutor, since the heavenly emperor who holds the reins of destiny has entrusted the future to you, then a glimmer of hope must surely be in your hands. This statement reminded Chen Mobai that the heavenly emperor, as a pure yang being and the wielder of the great Tao of destiny, must have had a profound meaning in his arrangements before the great battle with the demon lord. Chen Mobai's ability to attain the Tao and the virtue of sainthood was clearly due to the heavenly emperor's prior guidance. However, Chen Mobai really couldn't figure out how he could stop the demon lord. I'm going to see senior brother Takesu and see what instructions he has. Chen Mobai thought of another pure yang powerhouse in the 3 realms. Although the true king of Takesu was held back by the annihilation calamity of the Zixeo universe and could not come, Chen Mobai is no longer the same person he used to be. After achieving Tao integration, Chen Mobai can fully unleash the power of the Zixeo Palace, a supreme innate treasure, and use it to travel to the Xuan Palace to personally meet with the Takesu true king for guidance. Given Chen Mobai's current cultivation level and status, there was no need for him to hide anything. He directly activated the turtle treasure within his body in front of Kongming and Wu Wei and disappeared from the Donghuang villa. With a flash of silver light, he had returned to Earth Origin Star. Upon returning, the first thing Chen Mobai did was to sense the sacred virtue Tao of the purple cloud universe. This sensation revealed something extraordinary. Previously, his cultivation progress on the great Tao of saintly virtue in the purple heaven universe was only about 10%. But now, after returning from the three realms after merging with the Tao, even with the transformation and reduction, his progress has still skyrocketed, reaching 60% or 70%. He can now take the step of achieving the Tao and attaining sainthood here. Having already refined the purple cloud palace, he never imagined the possibility of failure. Moreover, he already has successful experience. Just as Chen Mobai was about to merge with the Tao, he discovered that the earthly star was under attack by enemies. Beneath the void sky orbit, a powerful battle formation of strange beasts with wings, prominent horns, and deep blue lightning engulfing their bodies surrounded the star system led by Diyuan Star. Rumble! Amidst the deafening roar of thunder, deep blue, almost black lightning, carrying the terrifying power to destroy all things, descended and bombarded, almost turning the entire universe where Earth Star was located into a sea of lightning. If it weren't for the seventh order Zhou Tian He Luo star array, the Earth origin star would probably have been reduced to cosmic dust long ago. Razor the Great Demon. Relying on the power of the sacred Virtue Avenue, Chen Mobai instantly learned the origins of these thunderous beasts. They are beings similar to the Three-Eyed Clan, inheriting one of the 3,000 demonic paths. The Yuan Sheng that Chen Mobai saw on the branch of the sacred Virtue Avenue was sealed by the thunderous Great Demon, one of the 72 phases of the Demon Lord. Knowing all this, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. With a thought, he instantly teleported to the edge of the Zhou Tian He Luo star array. Here, the experts from the immortal sects, including Kaixing, gathered together, all looking solemnly at the densely packed thunderous beasts outside. "Oh, junior brother, you've emerged from seclusion. That's wonderful." The moment Chen Mobai appeared, Kaixing and the others were overjoyed. How did these razor demons find their way here? Chen Mobai pointed outside the great formation and asked. "I don't know that. All I know is that at the beginning, there was only a group of 100 thunder beasts. They were crushed by the Zhou Tian He Luo star formation because they were blocking the way for the Earth origin star's advance. We didn't pay much attention to them. Who knew that after that, a steady stream of thunder beasts would come looking for us, and now they have made it impossible for us to move an inch." Kaixing answered Chen Mobai's question. However, thanks to the large amount of cultivation points spent previously, Earth origin star possesses a 7th-order spiritual vein and a 7th-order grand formation. Although it cannot defeat the thunder swamp demon blocking its path, it can still protect itself. That is why Kaixing did not rashly awaken Chen Mobai, who was in seclusion. "Zhao Chen, I suspect it's because of the Demon Lord. The demonic energy on that recently captured demon-infected planet is much more active than on any other planet I've encountered before," the Spirit Lord said, offering his conjecture. He received the inheritance of compassion and has a special secret method to sense demonic thoughts. The Spirit Lord's words make sense. Chen Mobai nodded, thinking that what the Spirit Lord said might be the truth. "Alas, now that we are blocked by these thunderous demons, we can no longer go to the White Crane Dojo. We can only take root in this universe. I hope that more void refinement cultivators will appear in the future and try to fully unleash the power of the Zhou Tian He Luo star array. In this way, we can forcibly control the Earth origin star system and break out of this thunder sea." Kaixing sighed and began to talk about the immortal sect's next plans. "It just so happens that I have just come out of seclusion and my cultivation has improved. I will take care of this group of thunder swamp demons." At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke again. Everyone was used to his cultivation increasing every time he went into seclusion, but this time the number of thunderous demons was simply too great. Even if Chen Mobai had reached the peak of the void refinement stage, he would be instantly reduced to ashes if he fell into the sea of thunder outside. "Junior brother, these strange beasts are of one mind and body, forming an innate battle formation with the power of the 7th rank. It's already quite good that we can hold them off. To break it, at least a 7th-rank true immortal who has reached the Tao level will be needed." Kaixing felt that she hadn't explained things clearly and was afraid that something might happen to Chen Mobai, so she quickly spoke up to stop him. To this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I will merge with the Tao." As soon as he finished speaking, boundless pure light burst forth. Chen Mobai has already taken the step of achieving the Tao harmony saintly virtue in the purple cloud universe. With a loud bang, At this moment, all living beings on Earth saw brilliant golden light shining in the outer universe. All written knowledge, whether recorded on paper or stored on the internet, seemed to have gained its own spirit and began to come alive. Not only on Earthstar, but also on countless Taoist temples centered on it, and on all planets with living beings. The words, patterns, symbols, and so on that carry the carriers of civilization have all been given spirituality, transformed into part of the great Tao of sacred virtue, and condensed into a long river of knowledge, flowing continuously towards Chen Mobai from the level of the great Tao. At this moment, Kaixing, Lingzun, and all the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect were all horrified, because they discovered that the great Tao they had comprehended had all lost control, as if it had been controlled by a supreme being. This is the power of the sacred way. Chapter 1484, Heading to the Xuan Palace. Chapter 1484, Heading to the Xuan Palace. The boundless holy light flashed and disappeared in the vast universe. Because Chen Mobai had already achieved Tao integration once, he succeeded effortlessly this time, in the blink of an eye. As he grew older, he had outgrown the showy mentality of his youth. So, after achieving enlightenment, he simply waved his sleeve and made the strange phenomena in the sky disappear. Then Chen Mobai looked up at the vast, seemingly boundless sea of thunder that covered the earthly Yuan star system outside the Zhou Tian He Luo star array. With a thought, he locked onto all the thunderous great demons that formed an innate battle formation within the sea of thunder. A crisp clang rang out from the sword. The Yuan Yang sword, already a sacred treasure, fell from the Dharma realm. With a flick of Chen Mobai's sword finger, billions of brilliant sword beams burst forth, like a dazzling golden firework exploding in the universe. While tearing through the sea of thunder, it pierced into every thunder swamp demon. Boom! Intense thunderous roars echoed throughout the universe, the shockwaves caused by the slaying of six-tier thunder swamp demons and their return to the heavens. After a final burst of unprecedentedly dazzling light, Kaixing, who was in charge of the Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du formation, discovered that all the obstacles that had previously hindered the formation's progress had completely disappeared. Upon hearing another sword cry, Kaixing and the others saw the brilliant sword light in the sky recede and disappear, transforming into a Yuan Yang sword that vanished into the void. Turning around, outside the great formation, the countless thunder swamp demons that had previously existed had all been reduced to corpses. The wounds were all swords between his brows, and his consciousness was annihilated. This. Even with Kaixing's intelligence, he was speechless at this moment, his mouth agape. The rest of Yuan Su and the others were even more shocked, looking at Chen Mobai with the reverence one would show to a god. Senior brother Kaixing arranged some manpower to go into battle. The corpses of these thunder swamp demons are excellent materials for the immortal sect. At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke up. Even after achieving the Tao, the frugal habits he developed growing up on Earthly Star will never be forgotten. How dare I? From now on, Tao Master, you may simply call me Little Chen. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's form of address, Kaixing felt it was very inappropriate and immediately corrected it. Upon hearing this, the spirit venerable beside him trembled slightly, recalling how he had addressed Chen Mobai earlier and felt quite uneasy. Senior brother, you're being too attached to appearances. Even if I attain the pure Yang realm, I'm still Chen Mobai, who was born on the Earth origin star. Chen Mobai shook his head and smiled, then said to Kaixing, who gave an embarrassed smile. His words were so profound and insightful that they had a tremendous impact on Kaixing. This is beyond the realm of genius. He is definitely the reincarnation of some Tao Lord or pure Yang Tao ancestor. Even though Kaixing was very confident in himself, he dared not call these old monsters his fellow disciples. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining the Tao and achieving immortality. After calming his shocked and fearful state, Lingzun clasped his hands together and performed the ancient ritual of the White Crane Dojo to Chen Mobai. Congratulations, Tao Master, on your immortality. Kaixing was also reminded, and immediately led Yuang Su and other nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect to perform the ancient salute to congratulate Chen Mobai. Now that I have attained the Tao, I cannot stand idly by in the face of the cosmic calamity triggered by the destruction of the Xuan Palace. It is necessary for me to contribute my meager strength. After returning the greetings to Kaixing and the others, Chen Mobai did not forget the main purpose of his return. Brother Tao, you are truly righteous. After hearing this, the spirit lord looked on with admiration. Even a seventh-order true immortal would try to avoid the calamity that would destroy the Xuan Palace, but Chen Mobai, having just achieved Dao, was already thinking of facing the challenge head-on and solving this problem. He truly deserves to be called a saint who has achieved Dao and saintly virtue. I'll leave this place to you. After you've dealt with the corpses of these thunder demons, continue heading towards the White Crane Dojo. After giving instructions to the high-ranking members of the immortal sects present, Chen Mobai, considering that he might encounter this situation again during the process of advancing in the universe, took out his other natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell. While repairing the Nine Tribulations' heavenly phoenix zither, Chen Mobai did not forget to upgrade his pure yang set. This Morning Bell, which had also been imbued with the innate yin-yang Dao, had been promoted to a seventh-order Dao-attaining treasure. However, for Chen Mobai, who was already surrounded by Dao treasures, the Morning Bell was no longer of any use. However, if it remains within the immortal sect, it is undoubtedly the #1 divine artifact. Since it is a divine artifact, it should not be left to ordinary people to wield. Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, and a flash of silver light appeared. Chen Ziohe, who was originally in the Kaiyuan Hall office, distressed by the situation of Diyuan Star being besieged by the Thunder Z demon, had been moved in front of him. "Dad, you're out of seclusion." Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Chen Ziohe was overjoyed. "Daughter, I have important business to attend to at the Xuan Palace to meet with the Grandmaster of the Void. This Morning Bell is my natal magic weapon. Keep it for now. If the immortal sect encounters this situation again, just use it." Chen Mobai placed the Morning Bell in Chen Ziohe's hand and pointed to the corpses of the Thunder Swamp demons scattered throughout the universe. After saying that, Chen Mobai didn't waste any more time. He turned into a silver light and disappeared from the spot. Chen Ziohe, on the other hand, was still somewhat confused about what was going on and held the Morning Bell with a bewildered expression. "Niece, the spiritual energy here contains the explosive energy released after the death of the Thunder Swamp demon. You, as a nascent soul cultivator, might feel a little uncomfortable. I'll take you back," Kaixing said kindly to Chen Ziohe, not forgetting Chen Mobai's instructions, and then turned to Yungsu and the other nascent soul cultivators, saying, "You lot remember to clean up all these corpses, don't leave a single hair behind." Seeing this, Lingzun nodded, indicating that he would accompany Kaixing to escort Chen Ziohe back to the immortal sect. The main reason was to protect his own niece. Observing the Morning Bell was just a side effect. On the way back, Chen Ziohe finally learned that the earth-shattering noise in the universe was the extraordinary phenomenon of his father's attainment of Dao. The Morning Bell he kept for himself was a seventh-tier Dao attainment treasure that the immortal sect had never possessed before. In that instant, Chen Ziohe felt her future was bright, but at the same time, any ambition she had left completely vanished after learning she had a Dao-merging father. Although the image of his extremely strict mother, Bai Guang, flashed through his mind, Chen Ziohe felt that his father, who loved him so much and had now attained enlightenment, would definitely be able to suppress and persuade his mother. My two senior uncles, I feel that I have been carrying a heavy burden lately and am quite tired. Now that the matter of the thunderous demon has been resolved, how about we select a capable person from among the younger generation of nascent soul cultivators to succeed as the Lord of Kaiyuan Palace?" Chen Ziohe told Kaixing and Lingzun, who were escorting him, about his thoughts. The two, who were initially wary of Bai Guang, nodded in unison without any hesitation. "Whichever successor you prefer, we'll arrange it as soon as we get back." Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that his daughter was already thinking of lying down and resting the moment he reached the Dao. But who told him, as the father, to have already endured all the hardships of spiritual practice? Besides, he's always been a proponent of joyful education, so even if he found out, he wouldn't say anything. Let Bai Guang, as the mother, handle the bad cop role in the future. As the void shifted, Chen Mobai traversed galaxies in an instant, quickly approaching the Xuanhu Dojo. This place has been affected by the cataclysmic destruction. One after another, pitch-black vortexes appeared out of thin air in the cosmos, like spots, devouring and annihilating the energy of all the nearby planets. Chen Mobai stopped in front of a huge dark vortex because he saw a familiar magical artifact. The Kangsheng Pot. This treasure of the suspended pot dojo has been drawn into the vortex of the annihilation calamity. Although it is radiating infinite spiritual light, it is unable to break free and is gradually moving deeper into the vortex. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai's expression turned solemn. He hadn't expected that the calamity of the Xuan Palace had erupted to such an extent that even the treasures that had attained enlightenment were caught in it and couldn't escape. As the power of the Sacred Virtue Avenue was being exercised, Chen Mobai saw familiar faces such as Cheng Yunlin and Qi Yuheng inside the Kang Sheng pot. He acted immediately. The Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler extended from the void, and under the blessing of the Holy Virtue Great Tao in the Purple Heaven universe, transformed into a long purple jade bridge spanning the starry sky, penetrating into the enormous pitch-black vortex. Soon, one end of the purple jade bridge landed precisely on the mouth of the Kang Sheng pot. However, this treasure for attaining enlightenment has long been completely sealed to prevent it from being invaded by the power of annihilation. It is intended to fall into the black hole vortex and withstand the attack. Only the venerable suspended pot Taoist can open it. After Chen Mobai realized this, he unleashed the power of the great Tao of sacred virtue and instantly took control of the great Tao of the suspended pot Tao Lord. Boundless holy light flashed, the spout of the pot was opened, and the Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler immediately fell into it. Master, is that you back? The moment the Kang Sheng pot was opened, Xuan Ming Cheng Yunlin and other disciples of Xuan Hu Daejun gathered at the mouth of the pot with joyful expressions. But when they saw an unfamiliar purple jade ruler pierce through them, their expressions changed drastically. Just when they thought they were about to perish in the annihilation black hole, a figure shimmering with boundless clear light appeared outside the mouth of the pot. The annihilating power that would kill them if they touched it dared not enter within 3 feet of that figure. Just as Xuanming and the others hesitated, wondering which senior from the central dojo it was, a familiar voice came from outside the Kang Sheng pot. Everyone, it's been a long time. Why are you lingering here? The cultivators at the void refinement stage possessed photographic memories. The 3 of them, Cheng Yunlin and Song Qingyi, immediately found the origin of the voice in their memories, and all of them were shocked and incredulous. Senior, is this your true form as a Tao Lord? Finally, Song Qingyi spoke, her voice trembling, and asked Chen Mobai, who was standing at the mouth of the pot. Those who can ignore the calamity of annihilation are at least 7th-order true immortals. Song Qing also knew that Chen Mobai was very young, and given his rural background on Earth Origin Star, it was impossible for him to have achieved Tao in such a short time. Therefore, in her opinion, Chen Mobai must be an incarnation of this senior who was playing in the mortal world, and his true form was a primordial Tao Lord from the central Taoist temple. Thinking about it this way, it all makes sense, whether it's the person from the central government or a true immortal from the Taixu lineage coming to receive you personally. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. The one you knew before was my true form. It's just that I was lucky enough to successfully merge with the Tao during this great calamity for all living beings in the universe. I'm currently heading to the depths of the Xuan Palace to lend a hand to senior brother Taixu. It's quite a coincidence that I encountered you on the way. As Chen Mobai spoke, he also realized that the annihilation black hole vortex here could not harm him, a primordial Tao Lord, so he simply stepped into it using the purple jade ruler. Greetings, senior. Upon seeing him, all of Xuan Hu Daejun's disciples who had cultivated to the void realm bowed deeply. I will take action to get rid of the Kang Sheng pot. You all must remember not to activate your Tao treasures to resist. Chen Mobai nodded, and after exchanging greetings, he used the Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler to pull the Kang Sheng pot out of the black hole vortex. Under his holy virtue great Tao power, he has already taken control of the Kang Sheng pot, but he fears that Xuanming and the others will not know what is good for them and will think that the Tao treasure is out of control. If they make a move, they will be devoured by the great Tao. Yes, senior. Xuanming immediately nodded respectfully, realizing that the Kang Sheng pot was no longer under his control. He thought to himself, this senior must be a close friend of my master. They probably attended classes together at Zixel Palace, otherwise, he wouldn't have the incantation for refining the Kang Sheng pot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Chen Mobai's Sacred Virtue Avenue, the Kang Sheng pot was quickly lifted out of the black hole vortex by the Thousand Autumn Yuan Yang ruler. During this process, Chen Mobai discovered that deep within the vortex, there was a mysterious power of the great Tao merging with the surrounding power of annihilation, transforming into a terrifying suction force that tried to prevent the Kang Sheng pot from escaping. I see, that's what I was wondering. After Chen Mobai realized this, he suddenly understood. The annihilation calamity here is merely an aftershock, its power only enough to obliterate a 6th-level void refinement cultivator. The Kang Sheng pot, as a 7th-level Dao attainment treasure, could theoretically escape under the control of Dao Lord disciples like Chu and Ming. However, it was trapped here because other 7th-level beings secretly intervened. You heretics, come out and face your death. Chen Mobai snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve and drew his sword. The Yuan Yang sword transformed into a brilliant golden thread, instantly piercing into the deepest part of the black hole vortex. Rumble! Amidst the deafening roar, the vortex twisted and contorted, and the pitch-black flames erupted like magma. A tall cultivator with thick eyebrows and a black beard, wearing a black robe draped in flames, stepped out of the annihilation hole. He frowned and looked at the handsome young man standing on the Kang Sheng pot. Holy virtue! Hai Shen Daijun raised his palm, which had been pierced by the Yuan Yang sword, his face showing a hint of shock. As a 7th-tier cultivator who possessed the inheritance of the Demon Lord, he understood better than any true immortal what this innate great Tao represented. You are quite a talent. Not only is your primordial spirit in harmony with the Tao, but your physical body is also at the 7th level. You cultivate the Li Yan Tian Mo of the 3,000 demonic paths, right? The moment Hai Shen Daijun appeared, Chen Mobai used the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue to see through all his secrets. You? As Hai Shen Daijun was about to say something, Chen Mobai, not wanting to waste time, drew out the Hunyuan golden bucket and spun out golden light to cover the person in front of him. Chapter 1485, You are the Demon Lord. Chapter 1485, You are the Demon Lord. The moment the golden light swirled out, the surrounding power of annihilation also dissipated. The Kang Sheng pot, which had been gradually moving out of the black hole vortex under the pull of the 1,000 Autumn's primordial Yang ruler, instantly broke free from all restraints and transformed into a streak of blue-white light that shot out. As for Hai Shen Daijun, who was the target of the Hunyuan Jindu master, he felt that his own power of the great Tao was being rapidly weakened under the golden light, and he even felt that he was about to fall from the 7th level. Isn't he the embodiment of saintly virtue? What kind of power is this? Hai Shen Daijun was shocked, unable to understand how Sheng could control such a terrifying magical artifact that was almost demonic and could destroy a person's cultivation. In the Purple Cloud universe, although much knowledge about cultivation can be obtained online, very little is circulated regarding the essence and true meaning of the innate Great Tao. In fact, only those who have personally realized that Great Tao can fully comprehend it, and even understanding does not necessarily lead to articulation. Those who, like the true King of the Void, have thoroughly explained their own Great Tao in 200 volumes of heavenly books are extremely rare. The great way of saintly virtue, as it is known, is about governing and educating people, and it has a special ability to attack the 3,000 demonic paths. Hai Shen Daojun was unaware of the true power of the sacred virtue path. He had assumed that Chen Mobai, like himself, had mastered 2 great paths. However, to Hai Shen Daijun's relief, while he had no way to deal with the great Tao of saintly virtue, the acquired great Tao of the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, although also extremely powerful, was not unstoppable. With a sharp shout, Taoist Hai Shen transformed into a jet-black, blazing sea of flames, merging with the black hole vortex of the surrounding annihilation calamity. His true spirit forcibly broke free from the primordial golden light that had originally covered his body. After breaking through the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, Hai Shen Daijun did not think of retaliating. After all, no matter how many acquired Taos he controlled, he could not suppress the innate Daijun. It was better to avoid his sharp edge. Anyway, after reaching the 7th level, one is already immortal. As long as one lives, one might be able to wait for the opportunity to take revenge. For example, when the universe is in annihilation and the demonic path flourishes. Moreover, Hai Shen Daijun has not been without gains after so many years of seclusion in the Xuan Palace. He has long since comprehended the annihilation tribulation through the inheritance of the Demon Lord and refined some of the power of annihilation. As long as he can spread the calamity of annihilation more widely in this universe, his understanding of the great Tao of annihilation will become deeper and deeper. Perhaps one day, when the opportunity arises, he will be able to return to the innate state and take control of the innate annihilation. It was precisely for this reason that, although the true king of Takesu led many powerful figures from the central dojo to control the core of the annihilation calamity, it still spread from the Xuan Palace and gradually reached various parts of the northern border of the central dojo. Thinking of his bright future, Taoist Hai Shen immediately harnessed the black hole vortex and unleashed a sudden burst of power. While resisting the oncoming primordial golden light that was drawing attention, his true spirit hid in the annihilation and quietly fled into the distance. But under the innate power of Chen Mobai's sacred virtue Great Way, all these actions were clearly reflected. Tusk still not refined the great Tao to the right level. Seeing the primordial golden light being squeezed by the power of annihilation and unable to shine towards the true spirit of Tao Lord Hai Shen, Chen Mobai couldn't help but shake his head and patted the primordial golden bucket in his palm. Although this Tao-attaining treasure has refined all the great Taos of the three realms, Chen Mobai had not yet merged with the Tao and dared not infuse the great Tao of the purple heaven universe into it. Therefore, when the Hunyuan golden cauldron arrived here, its great Tao power was diminished. Although it is still a seventh-order Tao-attaining treasure, it no longer possesses the terrifying power to inevitably weaken opponents' cultivation in the three realms. On the contrary, the Yuan Yang sword, having been refined in the Zai Zio Palace before, completely merged with the Tao of the Zai Zio universe at the moment Chen Mobai merged with the Tao, in addition to the Tao of the Netherworld, becoming an extension of the Zai Zio Palace's innate treasure. Having read this far, Chen Mobai also wanted to see just how powerful a true innate treasure could be when it was fully unleashed. As his mind shifted, boundless holy light suddenly shone in the void above his head, and an ancient palace emerged amidst the golden light. Accompanied by countless rays of light and auspicious colors, a blue-white staircase extended from the front of the palace, like a long white jade bridge, descending towards where Chen Mobai was. With each layer of blue-white stone steps and platform that appeared, a great road was taken over by Chen Mobai through the Zixel Palace. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 great Taos were already in his palm. In the vast universe, the black hole vortex that was originally raging was suppressed and calmed down in the blink of an eye. The true spirit of Taoist Hai Shen, as if frozen, took shape in a ball of pitch-black flames, looking up at the Zixel Palace above with a terrified expression. Not only the two acquired great Taos he had painstakingly cultivated, but also the power of annihilation that he had refined by combining with the calamity of annihilation, were now imprisoned. This is the ultimate in sainthood. It deciphers the mysteries of the heavenly way, encompassing all things in the universe. In other words, with the blessing of Zixel Palace, Chen Mobai is the heavenly Tao will of this universe, and he has the power to control all 3,000 great Taos. Of course, if one encounters a pure Yang, one will definitely not be able to seize control of the great Tao. In theory, neither of them could defeat the other when they encountered a primordial Tao Lord, but with the support of the Purple Cloud Palace, Chen Mobai could overpower a primordial Tao Lord. After all, this treasure of saintly virtue was left behind by the Purple Cloud Tao Venerable. Like the heavenly emperor's position in the celestial realm, it is equivalent to the power of a minor creation. I see. Chen Mobai nodded with a look of realization. Although he had refined the Zixel Palace a long time ago, he only truly mastered this innate treasure after achieving Tao integration. After a brief test, a fist-sized ball of black flame was completely enveloped by the holy light descending from the sky and pulled out of the black hole vortex. No, don't seal me away. The true spirit of Haishan Daejun rose and fell in the flames, seemingly understanding his fate, and shouted loudly. As the master of the holy virtue path, Chen Mobai would certainly not let such a demonic and wicked person go. However, this was the first time he had sealed a seventh-tier opponent, and he hesitated about where to seal him. In the three realms, the 9 heavens demon-subduing ancestor stumbled into the gate of the void on his own. We can't just seal him up in the Purple Cloud Palace here, can we? As the current head of Zixel Palace, Chen Mobai will not allow any filthy demonic beings to reside there. After much thought, it seems the only option is to seal it on the spot. After all, in addition to his 2 great Taos, Hai Shen Daejun was also surrounded by the power of annihilation, and Chen Mobai did not want to take him with him. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately harnessed the great Tao of sacred virtue, compressing Hai Shen Daejun and the surrounding suppressed black hole vortex, preparing to refine the void into a Dharma realm and transform it into a powerful seal. As the sealing process continued, the black hole vortex continued to shrink, and the Kang Sheng pot could fly easily even without the Thousand Autumn's primordial Yang ruler. Soon, it rode over to thank Chen Mobai. Your intervention saved countless lives at my Xuanhu Daishan. Your merit is immeasurable. From Kang Sheng Ku, Xuan Ming and other cultivators at the void refinement stage flew out and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai, who had single-handedly refined a piece of starry sky to seal the void. It was just a small favor. However, although I have suppressed the calamity of annihilation here, there is no guarantee that new ones will spread from the Xuan Palace. You should take this opportunity to get away from the Northern Territory. As Chen Mobai spoke, his eyes flashed, and he regained control of the Kang Sheng pot through the great Tao of sacred virtue, from which a familiar figure was drawn. It was Qi Yuheng. Junior brother Chen, although I thought that with your unparalleled talent, you would eventually be able to achieve Tao, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. Qi Yuheng had already heard about Chen Mobai from Xunaming and the others. He found that his body was uncontrollably moved out of the Kang Sheng pot and saw the familiar smiling face in front of him. He was both moved and shocked. After catching up with Qi Yuheng, Chen Mobai waved his sleeves, activated the Void Tao, and flung the Kang Sheng pot directly out of more than a dozen star systems, helping the people of the suspended pot dojo escape the possibility of being caught by the annihilation tribulation. At this point, the sealing process had reached its final stage. Because it was my first time, I wasn't very skilled at it. Just as the true spirit of Taoist Hai Shen and the black hole vortex were about to be condensed into a single point, the void suddenly underwent a strange change, causing it to suddenly disappear. If it weren't for the power of the holy virtue Tao that immediately revealed the answer, Chen Mobai would have even thought that Chen Yang had intervened and rescued Haishan Daijun. The moment the seal was completed, it triggered a talisman within the foundation of Hai Shen Daijun's great Tao, sending it to a place Chen Mobai had once visited. The primordial heaven. Could this person be one of the demon lord's 72 manifestations, who sensed the impending sealing and automatically triggered the primordial demonic talisman? The question that arose in Chen Mobai's mind could not be answered within the path of sacred virtue. Clearly, the demon lord's realm was too high for him to fathom. However, now that Chen Mobai has attained the Tao, he can freely enter and exit the demon lord's inheritance secret realm in Yuan Shishan. Relying on Zixil Palace, he decided to step into it again. Soon, he arrived at the kaleidoscope of the Great Road again. The place that had previously made it difficult for him to move was now easily stepped over by him. As soon as he entered, he saw a horrifying scene. The Black Lord Taoist who disappeared from his hand seemed to have melted away with his true spirit and the great Tao, turning into wisps of black smoke that rose into the air. Black Lord Shen resisted, like a black moth, but just as the Kang Sheng pot was sucked into the black hole vortex before, he could not resist either, and flew towards the corner of the world-destroying millstone covered with marks of swords and axes. A small portion of the black smoke had already merged into a corner, gradually illuminating one of the 3,000 demonic paths and transforming into a part of the primordial beginning. Seeing this, Chen Mobai felt he should do something. After all, this was clearly the work of the demon lord. He wanted to stop the enemy from doing what they wanted. Chen Mobai immediately activated the Purple Cloud Palace, attempting to pull back Hai Shen Daijun, who had been partially devoured by the world-destroying millstone. However, he discovered that the power of Zixil Palace could not enter this primordial heaven, as this place already transcended the Purple Cloud universe. Chen Mobai was startled and immediately activated the turtle treasure within his body. He discovered that it could still be activated, allowing him to return directly to the city or to Zixil Palace. This relieved him. I thought we'd been tricked by the demon lord, and were about to be trapped in the primordial heaven. This tortoise treasure truly lives up to its reputation as the original form of Qing Nu in her previous life, a remnant of the half-step creation realm. From this perspective, it can be seen that it surpasses the innate supreme treasure of Zixil Palace. Fellow Taoist, save me quickly. If the demon lord devours me, he might be able to break free from the seal of the grand void Tao ancestor and be reborn to wreak havoc on the world. At this moment, Taoist Hai Shen also saw Chen Mobai enter. While struggling not to integrate into the world-destroying millstone, he disregarded his reputation and asked his opponent for help. Shouldn't you, a demonic cultivator, dedicate everything for the birth of the demon lord? Chen Mobai asked with a hint of curiosity as he walked up to the world-destroying millstone. Fellow Taoist is joking. I cultivate the demonic path only because I have no hope of attaining pure yang and want to explore another path. My original intention was only for my own cultivation, and I had absolutely no intention of releasing the demon lord. Taoist Haishen shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he was just confused for a moment and had taken the wrong path. But in essence, he was still on the orthodox path of the Chuanmen. But your act of spreading the calamity of annihilation, attempting to obliterate all living beings in the universe, is a real action, and your crime deserves to be punished. Chen Mobai's words caused Hai Shen Daejun to fall silent. According to the rules of the central Taoist temple, his actions would certainly lead to his being sealed away, and he might even be refined into a seventh-order magic weapon, serving as a slave for eternity to contribute to the construction of the universe. Fellow Taoists, save me. Whatever punishment the central Taoist temple may impose, I am willing to bear it. After taking a breath, realizing that his true spirit and the great Tao were being devoured even more by the world-destroying millstone, Tao Lord Hai Shen immediately swore an oath, hoping that Chen Mobai would intervene. After all, if he can't get past this hurdle, he will definitely lose himself in the future and become a part of the demon Lord Yuanxi. In comparison, the central dojo is at least a direct descendant of the Taoist master and a righteous sect of Chuanmen. Even if someone has mastered a magical artifact, they will at least retain their true spirit. In that case, I'll take you to see Senior Brother Takesu and let him decide what to do with you. Chen Mobai had already decided to stop it. After speaking, he activated the Kantonki, and this innate treasure which he had already refined, once again resonated with his mind and spirit. Why are you here again? The world-destroying millstone was quite puzzled. After all, Chen Mobai had gone to great lengths to take the white light away from the primordial heaven. I came in by accident, but I was already on my way to the Chuan Palace anyway, so I can use this passage. Chen Mobai explained why he had come in, then pointed to Hai Shen Daejun, whose true spirit had been mostly devoured and refined. Could you leave this person alone? I'm afraid the demon lord has left you with a backup plan. After absorbing enough of the 3,000 demonic paths, you'll break free of the seal and emerge into the world. Although the demon lords will has revived in the three realms, his true form has always been sealed by the true king of the void. Right now, only the situation in the three realms is in chaos. If the seal is broken in the purple heaven universe as well, then his sins will be even greater. The devouring 3,000 demonic paths is a program that runs autonomously within me, and I cannot stop it. However, since you refined me before, you can try deleting this program. The great millstone of annihilation spoke with a hint of helplessness. Although it was a supreme innate treasure, it had been studied and refined by many powerful figures in the Purple Cloud Palace. There were some things and procedures that even it could not understand. Okay, I'll give it a try. Chen Mobai nodded, stretched out his hand, and placed it on the world-destroying millstone beside him. Then something happened that shocked Taoist Hai Shen. What was originally just a wisp of the world-destroying millstone devouring him suddenly became unrestrained and began to devour and suck it up wildly the moment Chen Mobai placed his hand on it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great millstone of annihilation spun in Chen Mobai's palm, and in the time it took to complete one rotation, it completely engulfed Hai Shen Daejun and illuminated a corner of Li Yan Tianmo. After being refined, Hai Shen Daejun's true spirit still retained a sliver of consciousness. His face twisted and appeared like black flames as he looked at the bewildered Chen Mobai with terrified eyes. You are the demon lord. Chapter 1486, The Great Battle in Chaos. Chapter 1486, The Great Battle in Chaos. It turns out it was all a trap. The moment I began practicing the heavenly demon technique of the flaming sky, I was already a fish that had eaten your bait. Is now the time for a pinky promise. Hai Shen Daejun emerged from a corner of the great millstone of annihilation, his face ashen, having finally come to understand the truth. Why, in such a vast universe, was Chen Mobai able to conveniently arrive and rescue the group from the Xuanhu dojo? Because he was the one Chen Mobai was after. Now that the calamity of annihilation is spreading, and the many powerful Tao lords in the central Taoist temple are suppressing the source of annihilation at the core of the Xuan Palace, this is the best opportunity for the demon lord's true form to break free. This is a chance to absorb and devour all the qualified 3,000 demonic cultivators placed outside, and to condense the power of primordial origin. What are you talking about? Chen Mobai looked completely bewildered. As a legitimate successor of the Taoist master and the current master of Zixel Palace, he could never possibly be the demon lord. Just now, there was only a slight accident that caused this world-destroying millstone to get a little out of control. If Chen Mobai comes again, it should be able to prevent Hai Shen Daojun from being devoured. But no matter what he said, Hai Shen Daojun had already decided that he was the demon lord. How can someone who is not the demon lord enter the primordial heaven? How can someone who is not the demon lord control the great millstone of destruction? If not the demon lord, who would seek to harmonize with the Tao and attain sainthood? With the attainment of sainthood, the creation of the demon lord's origin is also imminent. Realizing this, Taoist Hai Shen immediately began to plead desperately. Senior demon lord, my cultivation has not been easy to this day. I hope you will not erase my true spirit. After being swallowed into the great millstone of annihilation, Hai Shen Daojun was already a part of the primordial demonic path. Although he still had his own consciousness, he was already the incarnation of the demon lord and could only obey orders from now on. He had heard before that the demon lord had 72 forms, many of which were transformed from Tao-merging true immortals of the purple cloud universe who cultivated the demonic path. He never expected that this fate would befall him. Tao Lord Hai Shen deeply regretted his initial attempt to comprehend the Li Yan Tian magic gate. However, at that time, the central dojo said that the demon lord had been sealed by the grand void Tao ancestor, which is why Hai Shen Daojun had the courage to do so. Judging from the current situation, have we been set up by the central dojo and the demon lord? Just as Hai Shen Daojun was thinking this, Chen Mobai was too lazy to explain to him. Believe it or not. Anyway, he's not the demon lord. The true demon lord has already appeared in the three realms. Can this person still be released? Chen Mobai asked the spirit of the world-destroying millstone. This action further convinced Taoist Hai Shen of his judgment. The great millstone of annihilation. Sure, you can plant it with the primordial demonic talisman, and then I can release it as an external avatar of yours. Upon hearing this, Hai Shen Daojun trembled with fear, while Chen Mobai remained speechless. To be fair, anyone who experienced this scene would think he was the demon lord. Forget it, this person brought it on themselves. Just swallow it if you want. I have important matters to attend to. Chen Mobai remembered the purpose of his trip, removed his hand from the world-destroying millstone, and left Yuan Tian with a flick of his sleeve. If it were up to Chen Mobai's usual practice, he would definitely take any wild innate treasures with him, but he wouldn't dare do that with the world-destroying millstone. After all, there may be many demon lords, but there is only one that represents the source of the demon lord. Bringing it back to the three realms would definitely be aiding the enemy. After taking back the immortal sect, Chen Mobai was a little afraid that the immortal sect would be corrupted by demons in the future and turned into a holy land of demons. Therefore, it's best to stay in Yuan Tian. It is probably for this reason that none of the many pure yang cultivators in Zixel Palace took the world-destroying millstone from here. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had returned to the cosmos, but through the Yuanqi heaven, he had arrived at the Xuan Palace. Soon, through the power of the great Tao of sacred virtue, he sensed the convergence of boundless magical power, where numerous manifestations of the great Tao were appearing. That was clearly the core of the annihilation calamity, suppressed by the true king of the void. Because the void here had been eroded by annihilation, Chen Mobai dared not move. He could only wield the Yuan Yang sword, transforming it into a long river of holy virtue, cleaving through the calamity energy and heading towards the target location. At the same time, chaos reigned in the heavens. The three magnificent Dharma forms unleashed astonishing divine powers, ending an extremely fierce battle in this desolate land that was neither real nor illusory, neither alive nor dead, without light or darkness, without upper or lower, and only where the eternal chaotic energy flowed. The heavenly emperor has long lost his majesty. The pure yang divine radiance surrounding him is dim and mottled, like a candle flickering in the wind. He manifested the true form of the jade dragon, but it was in a terrible state. The brilliance of Xuanwang and destiny barely burned on the emperor's body, outlining the dragon's body, which was covered with cracks and contained the image of a collapsing starry river. The sword in his hand was broken. The chains of fate that had been forged were occasionally intact, binding the two opponents in front of him, but most of them were cracked and broke one by one with a creaking sound. However, the Heavenly Emperor's eyes remained calm and majestic as he stared directly at the Demon Lord and the white light. With a bang, a jet-black, innate killing sword emerged from Bai Guang's brow and struck the chains binding him. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor, whose power had been exhausted, could no longer resist with his own strength. With a cracking sound, the chains of destiny and order in front of Bai Guang were cleaved by the dark killing sword energy, revealing more cracks, like porcelain shattering on the ground. With a deafening roar, the chains shattered like a nebula, transforming into radiant light amidst the chaos. The white light that held the heavenly axe of annihilation regained its freedom. She looked at the Heavenly Emperor, but did not make a move. The heavenly slaughter sword pierced her brow once more, turning into a sword imprint. On the other side, the Demon Lord smiled slightly when he saw the white light break free. His true form, which was trapped in the endless chains of fate, transformed into formless black smoke, which overflowed along the gaps in the chains and recondensed in front of the Heavenly Emperor. Upon seeing this move, a hint of solemnity flashed in the eyes of both the Heavenly Emperor and Bai Guang. He has now grasped and mastered the essence of spacetime, reaching nearly the 9th level. The Demon Lord said, "Junior brother, I'm giving you one last chance. Submit to me, offer up the great Tao, and when I attain the primordial beginning, you will still be the Heavenly Emperor." Hearing this, the Heavenly Emperor shook his head. "Senior brother, I'll give you one last chance. Don't make the same mistake again." "Stubborn fool," the Demon Lord sneered, and boundless killing intent spread through the chaos. As the demonic energy surged, its form suddenly dissipated into a singularity that continuously collapsed, expanded, and twisted. Accompanied by the collapse of spacetime and the lament of the great Tao, it was like a gray-white stone lotus blooming in the chaos. The two great Taos of the Heavenly Emperor, the moment they were touched by the stone lotus, seemed to be swallowed and chewed up, constantly disintegrating. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Emperor knew that the Demon Lord's return this time was even more profound than before, and that he had indeed comprehended the true meaning of the primordial beginning. However, he did not back down in the face of such a formidable enemy. With a painful roar, the jade dragon true body of the Heavenly Emperor split open on its back, and a colorful banner with dragon patterns, stained with dragon blood, stretched out, dispelling and even suppressing the Demon Lord's doomed path. The Five Emperors' Dragon Banner. Bai Guang, standing to one side, was astonished to see the colorful dragon-patterned banner extending from the Heavenly Emperor's back. This is the natal magic weapon of the ancestral dragon, which clashed countless times with her heavenly slaughter sword at the beginning of the universe. Even with the aid of the annihilation heavenly axe, she could only be on par with the ancestral dragon wielding the Five Emperors' Dragon Banner, demonstrating the power of this magic weapon. "This item was actually left to you. I knew it was right of me to target you." Bai Guang's words caused the Heavenly Emperor's lips to twitch slightly. Through the great Tao of destiny, the Heavenly Emperor discovered that if he had not inherited the Five Emperors' Dragon Banner from the ancestral dragon, he would not have provoked Bai Guang to take action at this moment. Unfortunately, when the Heavenly Emperor obtained the Five Emperors' Dragon Banner, his cultivation was not yet sufficient to witness this scene. However, even if he could see it, the Heavenly Emperor would not refuse. This treasure played a crucial role in his ability to cultivate to the pure Yang realm, and even obtain the position of Heavenly Emperor. Even if the ancestral dragon were to return from the chaos today, he would only meet his end in death and dissipation if he faced the two of us. Let's make our move and finish him off as soon as possible. I still need to go to the three realms to refine the gate of primordial beginning and the heavenly river Tao fruit. When the Demon Lord saw the Five Emperors' Dragon Banner, he was somewhat surprised, but he was still full of confidence in his and Bai Guang's strength. After all, their great Tao is capable of ultimately uniting with the Tao. Snort. However, the Demon Lord's words seemed to have offended Bai Guang. With a cold snort, she suddenly swung the heavenly axe of annihilation in her hand, precisely splitting the huge gray-white stone lotus in two. "What are you doing? Don't you want to kill the white crane?" The Demon Lord roared in anger, not understanding why Bai Guang would betray him at this moment. "I don't like the path that fate has laid out for me, and compared to my grudges with the ancestral dragon, the enmity between you and me is a matter of life and death." As Bai Guang spoke, the heavenly killing sword appeared between his brows, his eyes were cold, and he and the Heavenly Emperor surrounded the Demon Lord from the front and back. You already know the truth. The demon lord was slightly surprised when he heard Bai Guang's words. What truth? Bai Guang's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. With your pure Yang realm, why did you die in the annihilation calamity of the Xuan Palace, and why were you reincarnated on Earth Origin Star? The demon lord's casual remark caused Bai Guang's expression to tremble drastically. She had just instinctively felt that she should join forces with the Heavenly Emperor, rather than help the demon lord. As for her deep-seated hatred for the demon lord, it stemmed from the fact that she had been tempted to cultivate demonic arts, nearly losing her true consciousness and becoming one of the demon lord's incarnations. What on earth is going on? Bai Guang was extremely shocked and furious, feeling that he had been completely played by the demon lord. Holy Ancestor, let's join forces to suppress the demon lord first. If you want to know anything, you can ask him later. Although the Heavenly Emperor did not understand why the White Tiger Holy Ancestor would suddenly turn his axe to help him, he knew that this must be a glimmer of hope indicated by the great Tao of Destiny, so he immediately spoke up to turn enemy into friend. As he spoke, he activated the Five Emperors' dragon banner, transforming it into a vast and colorful world, as if countless true dragons were circling around it, enveloping this chaotic place beyond the heavens. All right, after I've avenged this, I'll come back to you to settle the score with Zhu Long. Hearing Bai Guang's words, the Heavenly Emperor was somewhat puzzled. How could someone with the personality of the White Tiger Saint Ancestor have survived until the pure Yang realm without being suppressed? All I can say is that the two paths of slaughter and destruction are truly powerful. Boom! Another cataclysmic collision erupted from the chaos. After the demon lord's transformed stone lotus of doom was chopped down by the heavenly axe of annihilation, it could not heal back to its original state. Instead, it suddenly expanded into two flowers, one after the other, rushing towards the heavenly emperor and the white light, like two gigantic mouths that blot out the sky, wanting to devour everything and turn it into the primordial beginning. The Great War resumed, and even chaos was created under the influence of these three terrifying wills. However, the three of them were already somewhat exhausted, and as time passed, their great Tao began to collapse and dim. The Heavenly Emperor even saw signs of his own demise through the great Tao of Destiny. But to his relief, what was once a future almost entirely shrouded in darkness now holds more light. Was it because the white light turned against them? Amidst the resounding roar of the great Tao, the demon lord transformed into countless forms, like a barrage of arrows, landing on the great thousand-world barrier formed by the Five Emperors' dragon banner. However, the power of the end times, which was enough to annihilate all things, could not tear the barrier apart. It's no use. This Five Emperors' dragon banner is the power left behind by the ancestral dragon himself. It contains 5 innate great Taos. I activated it with the origin of destiny. Unless you truly attain the primordial beginning, you will not be able to break it. As the Heavenly Emperor spoke, the pure Yang divine radiance emanating from his entire body began to dim further. Bai Guang sensed that even without his intervention, the Heavenly Emperor would completely lose his innate great Tao of destiny after this battle, in addition to the great Tao of merit that was broken due to the Heavenly Empress's self-destruction. Both of the Heavenly Emperor's 2 innate great Taos of pure Yang were no longer perfect. You're quite generous, Bai Guang said with some surprise. Without destruction, there can be no construction. These two great paths have shackled me my whole life. If I cannot break free from these shackles during this great calamity, even if I suppress the demon lord, I will still be unable to transcend the pure Yang realm in this lifetime. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor no longer concealed anything. Before the great calamity, he had already learned through the great Tao of destiny that this was his only chance to escape the Heavenly Emperor's position, or even the origin of the ancestral dragon great Tao. Neither fate nor merit could lead him to transcendence. Since you are willing to give up the great Tao of the ancestral dragon, I will let you go after I kill the demon lord. Bai Guang considered herself a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. As long as the Heavenly Emperor had no connection with the ancestral dragon, then he had no enmity with her. At this moment, Bai Guang glanced at the 5 Emperors' dragon banner that had trapped the 3 of them, pointed at it and said, "But you have to give this to me. Give it to my daughter to use and consider it a way to settle our score." Upon hearing her words, the Heavenly Emperor looked astonished. "You actually have a daughter. In the entire Purple Heaven universe, which fellow Taoist would dare to marry a tigress like you?" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Guang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he swung his axe at the Heavenly Emperor's neck, destroying several jade dragon scales and shattering them. If it weren't for the earlier statement that the Heavenly Emperor had been spared, Bai Guang would have already swung his axe. Do you think that trapping me here will stop the end of the three realms? Just then the demon lord, who was truly unable to break through the five emperors' dragon banner, suddenly reassembled, transforming into a black smoke humanoid form, and spoke in an icy tone. Chapter 1487, Yama Emperor. Chapter 1487, Yama Emperor. The once clear and azure heavenly pool of Chuan Yuan heaven has now been transformed into a battlefield of the great Tao. The entire celestial realm was forcibly torn apart, one half of which was the endless cycle of life and death in the six paths of reincarnation. The other half was a dazzling celestial river that was upside down and cascading down, carrying with it a vast chaos. The Tao of life and death and the Tao fruit of the heavenly river, under the control of reincarnation and the mermaid ancestor, collided and annihilated violently, tearing the entire spacetime of Chuan Yuan heaven and all the Taos to pieces. Chuan Yuan heavenly pool wailed and sank, and countless merfolk turned into dust under the aftershocks. Only a seventh-order being who has attained the Tao can resist with their own great Tao. However, the merfolk are usually domineering and have no popular support, so the Tao lords of the Water Mother Palace, such as Xuan Su, turn a blind eye to this. Moreover, their attention was entirely focused on reincarnation and the mermaid ancestor. Heavenly Venerable, even if I am reduced to ashes today, I will suppress you for eternity. Seeing countless deaths and injuries among his own clan, with only some direct descendants protected by two other seventh-tier merfolk, the merfolk ancestor's eyes turned red. A nameless fire surged within him, and he no longer cared that his own body could not withstand the power of the heavenly river Tao fruit. He activated the 5 Tai Tao books left behind by the jellyfish to its highest level. Boom, 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 boom. 5 beams of divine light of different colors suddenly erupted from the Tao seal that coiled like a snake between the merfolk's brows. These were the 5 great Taos of the primordial world, the supreme power that created the world and separated heaven and earth. At that moment, the merfolk could no longer maintain his human form. Under the 5 immortal lights, he transformed into his original form with a human body and a fish tail. As the heavenly river Tao fruit filled up, his azure hair flowed like a surging galaxy waterfall, each strand wrapped with dazzling divine light. His weathered eyes were filled with anger, like a deep abyss vortex, reflecting the 3,000 great Taos and the birth and death of all things. With a wave of his hand, what flowed from his fingertips was no longer water, but the 5 great immortal lights of Tei, Teichu, Teishi, Teisu, and Teiji, which wove into a dazzling immortal net. With the supreme power to sweep away all things and cleanse the universe, it landed heavily on the life and death plate that had cut through Xuan Yuan Tian below. Faced with the power of the heavenly river Tao fruit, Samsara's expression also became slightly solemn. After all, this was left behind by the creator Tianhai, even if the mermaid ancestor could not unleash even 1% of its power. However, Samsara also knew that the mermaid ancestor was forcibly activating the heavenly river Tao fruit. As long as he could withstand this burst of power, he could wait for the backlash. Thinking of this, reincarnation also pushed the power of the great Tao of innate life and death to its limit. His pupils were black and white. His left eye was the endless, silent netherworld, and his right eye was the sea eye that nurtured all living beings. In front of him, a huge millstone imprinted with the phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and began to rotate. Rumble! The great Tao of life and death and the heavenly river Tao fruit began their most direct collision. Under the most fundamental confrontation of the great Taos, the expression of Samsara suddenly changed drastically. The enormous phantom of the life and death disk lasted only a moment before collapsing and shattering under the 5 primordial immortal light, transforming into its true form, which trembled and flew down in front of Samsara. How is that possible? Samsara looked incredulous. Although he knew he was no match for Tianhai, he was also of pure yang nature in the 3 realms. How could he possibly be unable to withstand the power of the Tian Tao fruit, which could not even unleash 1% of its full potential? The Milky Way shines brightly, a decisive strike to stabilize the sea. At this moment, the mermaid ancestor roared and unleashed a great divine power left behind by the jellyfish. He held his hands in a gesture as if he were embracing the entire Chuan Yuan heaven. The 5 Tai immortal lights condensed into a pillar of azure light on his chest, like a divine sword that split the heavens and the earth, carrying the supreme divine power to cleanse all impurities and suppress the great Tao, and suddenly slashed down. This attack has already unleashed the true power of the heavenly river Tao fruit. Xuan Su and other true immortal Tao lords of the Water Mother Palace who cultivated the 5 great Tao books all felt, at that moment, that their own great Tao was out of control and at the mercy of the heavenly river Tao fruit. Even reincarnation sensed the threat of death. He felt that the mermaid ancestor's sword could severely damage and shatter even the innate great Tao. The jellyfish used this very move to kill the demon mother. Reincarnation began to frantically drive the great Tao of life and death, raising the life and death disc itself and aiming it at the azure pillar of light that fell from the sky, attempting to use this primordial treasure to resist. Boom! The azure beam of light slammed into the center of the life or death disc. The blinding burst of light instantly engulfed everything, as if the entire Xuan Yuan heaven had been thrown into a furnace. As the light faded, a horrific scene unfolded. A hole was seen pierced through the center of the wheel of life and death, and the hand holding the wheel in samsara had been evaporated. Half of his body had melted, as if a hole had appeared in his body. At the edge of the hole, the heavenly river divine power, formed by the fusion of the 5 great immortal lights, flickered continuously, gradually eroding and melting the great Tao of life and death in the cycle of reincarnation. Cough, 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 so that's how it is. The severely injured samsara, while coughing up blood violently, suddenly realized something, as if a question in his heart had been answered. He looked at the heavenly river Tao fruit between the eyebrows of the mermaid ancestor with shock. Heavenly Venerable, I will send you to your death today. Having experienced the true power of the heavenly river Tao fruit for the first time in his life, the merfolk ancestor was now full of vigor. If he could even control the life and death of a primordial Tao lord, then ruling the 3 realms and even becoming the new heavenly emperor would be a piece of cake. But just when the outcome of the battle was decided between the two, the Tao lords of the Jellyfish Palace who were watching the battle began to take sides. Xuan Su Tianjun, who had long since fallen out with the mermaid ancestor, flew directly to Samsara's side. Senior brother Heavenly Venerable, I'm here to help you. Ancestor Mermaid, we are all from the same sect after all. We should be lenient with each other when we can. The great Tao of life and death has been repaired with great difficulty. If it is broken again, wouldn't that be a waste of Master's hard work? However, the merfolk ancestor, who had already mastered the true power of the heavenly river Tao fruit, was now completely unrestrained. Moreover, he deeply resented those who had stood idly by and failed to save their people in the Xuan Yuan heavenly pool. So, he sneered and condensed one small beam of azure light after another, aiming them at each of the Tao lords of the Water Mother Palace. Ancestor Mermaid, what are you doing? A highly respected white-haired Taoist saw the madness in the eyes of the Ancestor Mermaid, and a sense of foreboding flashed through his mind. Xuan Su Tianjun also noticed something was wrong. While trying to treat the wounds of the 5 immortal lights in samsara, he reminded him, his own cultivation level is not high enough. He has become lost in the supreme power of the heavenly river Tao fruit. If this continues, he will probably fall into demonic ways. Let's all work together and see if we can suppress him. Reincarnation used his other intact hand to stop Xuan Su's actions, and looked at the mermaid ancestor in midair whose pupils had turned red and said, it's no use. Although he can only activate a small part of the power of the heavenly river Tao fruit, it is still not something that you 7th-order true immortals can resist. These words caused everyone in the Jellyfish Palace to frown. Then what should we do? We can't just wait to die. At this moment, a beam of azure light was already hanging above the heads of all the non-mermaid true immortal Tao lords. What terrified Xuan Su and the others even more was that they were unable to mobilize their own great Tao when facing the heavenly river Tao fruit. Although the mermaid ancestor might have used the heavenly river Tao fruit to restrain these true immortal Tao lords of the Water Mother Palace before, it had not reached the point of absolute suppression. Cough, cough, I really didn't expect you to do this to me. When was it? When the Xuan Palace was destroyed. Suddenly, Samsara uttered a statement that left everyone utterly bewildered. Who? What tricks? Where is Xuan Palace? At this moment, Samsara's clear black and white pupils were suddenly covered in black, and black lines appeared between his brows, like burning flames, transforming into a strange hollow talisman. If Chen Mobai were here, he would have discovered that this was the primordial demonic symbol. No, we are, after all, disciples of the same teacher. How could I possibly harm you? I only tampered with the heavenly venerable's body. The demon lord's voice rang out from the mouth of Samsara the moment the primordial demon talisman appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the form of reincarnation began to undergo earth-shattering changes. His body, which was being eroded by the 5 immortal lights, began to turn from solid to ethereal, dissipating into wisps of black smoke, and his face gradually melted away. Midst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 5 immortal lights were stripped away, and the pure black smoke coalesced, transforming into a terrifying figure 1,000 feet tall, clad in bone armor, wearing a pitch-black cloak, and sporting a pitch-black imperial crown shaped like the wailing of a dead soul, with eyes like 2 balls of pitch-black flame. King Yama, the true immortal Taoist lord of the Jellyfish Palace, as a successor of Tianhai, was shocked upon seeing this image. Unexpectedly, after being severely injured by the mermaid ancestor, the celestial venerable fell into depravity and became Yama, the king of hell, representing the great Tao of life and death among the 3,000 demonic paths. When the Xuan Palace was destroyed, it was you who attacked me, wasn't it? The tone of Samsara rang out from the mouth of Yama Emperor once again. He had foreseen his own death in the past, and his return this time was to find out the truth and who was responsible for his demise. Indeed, to prove my primordial nature, I need 3,000 demonic paths. This Yama Emperor is also a crucial one. Since you are here, I will take care of you as well. The demon lord's voice rang out. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. With a wave of the mermaid ancestor's hand, a pillar of azure light fell like rain. The demon lord suddenly inhaled, and the face beneath the imperial crown, shrouded in black smoke, split open into a huge gash, like a rift in a starry sea, instantly swallowing all the azure pillars of light into its belly. 1 star, you bastard! After learning the truth, Samsara could no longer hold back. Knowing that he could no longer escape after being implanted with the primordial demonic symbol, he took advantage of his last remaining consciousness and vented the anger he had been holding back for countless billions of years by cursing in the purest language. Instead, the demon lord burst into laughter and retorted, "You still think I'm a 1-star senior brother?" The profanity about reincarnation came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Yama Tensei transformed into 2 figures, one black and one white. The white figure became the image of Samsara, who looked at the demon lord before him with a look of astonishment and suspicion. "You're not that dog, 1 star. Could it be red hair? Impossible, that kid definitely doesn't have this kind of cunning and scheming." In response, the black smoke beneath the demon lord's crown suddenly began to solidify, transforming into a face that reincarnation could hardly believe. "It was you." Amidst the shocked gazes of Samsara, intense divine light of the great Tao descended from the sky once more. It was the mermaid ancestor, unleashing an even more powerful force from the heavenly river Tao fruit after witnessing the heavenly venerables fall into becoming the Yama Emperor. A chaotic celestial river covering the Xuan Yuan heaven swept down, but the demon lord merely raised his hand and dispersed it. At the same time, the mermaid ancestor let out a painful cry. With a hiss, a pitch-black ghostly claw appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the mermaid ancestor's chest and crushing his heart inside. Those who betray their master and ancestors deserve to die. Today, I will clean up the sect on behalf of senior sister Tianhai. With an icy tone, the demon lord approached the mermaid ancestor, who was struggling to activate the heavenly river Tao fruit in a desperate attempt to resist. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the Tao seal that coiled like a snake between the mermaid ancestor's eyebrows. "How could it be you?" The mermaid ancestor discovered that the heavenly river Tao fruit was no longer under his control. At the same time, he also saw the demon lord's face, revealing the same expression as Samsara, in disbelief. "This is not something you can use." The demon lord merely uttered this one sentence before his right hand crushed the mermaid ancestor's head and snatched out the heavenly river fruit. In that instant, all the true immortals and Tao lords of the Jellyfish Palace below realized that the great Tao of the mermaid ancestor had completely dissipated. The terrifying power of single-handedly killing a 7th-level true immortal left them speechless with fear. After killing the merfolk ancestor, the demon lord seemed not to be satisfied. Amidst the billowing black smoke, the merfolk who had survived the aftermath of the battle, whether they were 7th tier or 6th tier, were bound and sent to the merfolk ancestors' corpse, where they were killed one by one. If Chen Mobai were here, he would recognize one of the sixth-tier merfolk as Han Ming, the one who caused trouble at the Qing Nu's godhood ceremony. When the demon lord killed him, he paused for a moment, nodded and said, "Consider it helping the couple settle a karmic debt." After killing all the merfolk, the demon lord blew a breath, and jet-black demonic flames erupted from his mouth, turning all the corpses to ashes. After doing all this, the demon lord flicked his finger, and a door appeared in Xuan Yuan Tian, which had been sealed by the power of the heavenly river Dao fruit. Before leaving, the demon lord said to the white reincarnation, "When I attained the primordial beginning, I felt no sense of accomplishment without having acquaintances, so I have temporarily left your consciousness here. Just wait for that day to come in this profound origin heaven with a grateful heart." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord stepped out of Xuan Yuan heaven and headed towards the primordial heaven. After the demon lord left, Xuan Su and the other true immortal Dao lords of the Jellyfish Palace finally dared to breathe again. They flew together to the white reincarnation and asked, still shaken, "Senior brother heavenly venerable, what exactly happened? Who was that person?" The demon lord's face was only seen by the Samsara and Merfolk clans, but the latter were all dead. Samsara was still in shock, staring in the direction where the demon lord had disappeared, filled with doubt and uncertainty. Clearly, the identity of the demon lord was beyond his imagination. In the Xuan Palace, Chen Mobai traversed one vortex of annihilation after another, finally arriving at the very core. Upon witnessing this source of annihilation, even he, who had already attained the Tao and saintly virtue, felt a tremor and chill from the very origin of the great Tao. Chapter 14, 88 The Cause and Effect of Annihilation. Chapter 14, 88 The Cause and Effect of Annihilation. Chen Mobai stared at the massive black hole vortex that filled his field of vision, larger than a galaxy, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The void here is completely distorted, with no distinction between up and down, left and right, front and back. If a teleportation technique is used, those with low cultivation will be instantly torn into countless fragments. Even seventh-level beings who can withstand it will collapse towards the indescribable dark red eye of calamity at the center of the black hole vortex. Even time itself has lost its meaning here. Chen Mobai saw colorful ribbons being drawn out from the river of time, with endless images of the past, present, and future flickering, overlapping, and disappearing within them. Everything was reduced to chaos in the process of obliteration. Anything that gets close to the edge of a black hole, even the great Tao, will silently dissolve and disappear. The true king of the void stood at the very front of the black hole vortex. Behind him were majestic Tao lords, like giants in the universe, with powerful auras, at least at the 7th level. They joined forces to form hand seals, using the various great principles of the universe to create an incomparably tough, 7-colored light shield, similar to the membrane of heaven and earth, which firmly resisted the chaos surging from the black hole eye. However, as time passed, this colorful light screen began to emit a chilling hissing sound, as it was eroded and assimilated by the chaotic annihilation energy. Its grayish-red color, like a maggot clinging to a bone, continued to spread along the edges of the light screen, dimming it. Even the usually calm and composed face of the true king of the void now revealed a hint of fatigue. He used the great Tao of the great void as the hub, supplemented by various other great Taos such as the Tao Lord of the Hanging Pot, to set up an incomparably profound eighth-order great array, which manifested this colorful light screen. As long as the universe exists, the power of this great formation will be inexhaustible, preventing the spread of the annihilation calamity. However, the black hole vortex of the annihilation calamity can continuously annihilate the 3,000 great Taos in the universe, transforming them into chaotic annihilation power. As time passes, it will grow stronger and stronger until it swallows the entire universe and annihilates everything. If things continue like this, according to the prediction of the true king of the void, the entire northern region of the central dojo may be annihilated in less than 10,000 years. At that time, the purple heaven universe will also completely enter a period of decline, inevitably heading towards its final calamity. Apart from those who have transcended the great Tao through cultivation such as nirvana, even a pure yang powerhouse like him may perish. That is why all the Tao lords of the central Taoist temple are risking their lives here. Because these acquired Tao lords have almost no chance of surviving the annihilation caused by the final tribulation. However, it is now somewhat impossible to control the spread of this annihilation calamity. Tao Ancestor, should we activate the great thousand world-saving ship? Star Illusion Taoist couldn't help but ask the true king of the void a question. Central Dojo had long studied the situation of the annihilation calamity and knew that even without it, the universe would eventually perish. Therefore, it used the Dharma realm to forge a huge boat-shaped magical artifact on which all the seeds were prepared. It was waiting for the final calamity to arrive so that it could lead the last living beings in the universe into chaos. Although it is unclear how long they can sustain themselves in the chaos, if they manage to hold out until a powerful being revives from the annihilation, like the purple cloud Taoist, and reopens the universe, they can avoid this calamity. It's not time yet. Taixu Zhenwang shook his head at this. The great thousand world crossing boat, while theoretically capable of leading a portion of beings to survive in chaos, places most of the hope on someone being able to reopen the purple heaven universe. After all, the spiritual energy of the Dharma realm is not inexhaustible. According to the calculations of the true king of the void, it is estimated that he will not live to see that day. Therefore, the great thousand world crossing boat has another function: to exhaust all its energy to go deep into chaos and search for the new universe opened up by powerful beings from Zixil Palace such as Tianhai. But that's just wishful thinking. After all, when Tianhai and Saibai left, they didn't know where they would be, let alone leave any coordinates. Relying on luck is not as good as waiting. The Heavenly Emperor was able to sense the true form of the ancestral dragon, but it was only vaguely. Moreover, whether Tianhai and the others had successfully opened up the land was still unknown. Therefore, the true king of the void will not take this path unless it is absolutely necessary. Although this was also where his good fortune lay. Originally, Taoist Zixil rose from ruin and revived from annihilation, creating chaos and attaining the 9th rank. After Taoist Zixil transcended and departed, it was true King Taixu who inherited his great Tao. However, just because Zixil Daozun can do it doesn't mean that Taixu Zhenwang can do it. Therefore, if it is possible to prevent the universe from going to its doom, then it should be prevented. Perhaps during this period of time, they will find another, more reliable path to the 9th rank. Thinking of this, the true king of the void suddenly sensed something and turned to look into the distance. "Senior brother, I'm here to help you." A gentle, jade-like voice rang out, and then an ancient and simple palace appeared in the sky above the universe. The Tao Lords, who had been somewhat dejected, suddenly found that their own Taos began to become active, and even the true king of the void was the same. Boundless holy light shone from the purple cloud palace, and a handsome young man in a celestial robe stepped out, descending the steps formed by the convergence of the 3,000 great Taos, and landed beside the true king of the void. Chen Mobai used the purple cloud palace to unleash the power of the great Tao of sacred virtue to its fullest extent. Soon, the 7-colored light curtain, which had been eroded by the black hole vortex, seemed to be purified by the holy light, becoming incredibly bright. In fact, it even reversed course, suppressing the 8th order great formation back towards the annihilation calamity. Master's Palace. Who is this person? Why didn't I see it when I was listening to the sermon? Upon seeing the Zixil Palace, the 7th order beings, including the Xuanhu Daijun who had once attended classes there, were both surprised and delighted. However, they were full of doubt about the unfamiliar Chen Mobai, wondering who he was. Taixu Zhenwang, however, looked pleased. "Junior brother, you finally arrived." Seeing Chen Mobai, who had already attained the Tao and saintly virtue, the true king of the void seemed to have glimpsed the dawn of solving all problems and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Senior brother, why is this annihilation calamity so terrifying?" After reinforcing the 8th order grand formation with the purple cloud palace, Chen Mobai pointed to the dark red tribulation eye at the core of the Xuan Palace in the distance and asked with lingering fear, "Junior brother, this annihilation calamity is actually the fruit of annihilation that will be born when the universe is heading towards its end. Theoretically, it will only happen when the final calamity arrives and the primordial beginning is born." Facing Chen Mobai now, the true king of Taixu was open and honest with him. As he spoke, he pointed to the dark red eye of tribulation at the core of the black hole vortex. Soon, all the distortions, chaos, and illusions vanished, and a red lotus blooming like a flame fell into Chen Mobai's eyes. "So that's what it is." The moment Chen Mobai saw Honglian, his expression changed to one of realization. This is the same flower that once graced the great millstone of annihilation. Even the purple cloud Taoist could only sigh upon seeing it. Previously, Chen Mobai's cultivation level was insufficient, so he had no way of knowing. Now, with the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue and under the guidance of the true King of the Void, he has learned the truth. The blooming of the crimson lotus of annihilation signifies the end of a universe, making it a supreme innate treasure. However, according to common sense, it will only be born when the great grinding of annihilation triggers the final calamity, causing all living things, and even the great Tao and spacetime to be annihilated and dissipated. Therefore, the crimson lotus of annihilation took root on the great millstone of annihilation. Didn't Master take this red lotus with him? Chen Mobai asked. With the eternal strength of Taoist exhale, he should be able to easily resolve this. Taixu Zhenwang shook his head. Junior brother, this Nirvana red lotus is the great Tao of Nirvana, and it is also one of the 3,000 great Taos. If Master takes it away, the great Tao of this universe will not be perfect, and there will not even be a chance to conceive the next restart. This was new knowledge that Chen Mobai was unaware of, but under the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue, he saw the scene of the purple cloud Tao Venerable taking this lesson in the purple cloud palace in the past. It turns out that after the universe is annihilated, although all things wither and time and space are annihilated, as long as the 3,000 great Taos are intact at the time of annihilation, they will return to their source and give birth to the seeds for the next restart. Restarting the universe and creating the world is what yields a ninth-order Tao fruit. If the crimson lotus of annihilation is taken away, although the universe will never return to annihilation, there will be no hope of rebirth. After the final calamity, even those pure yang powerhouses who have attained transcendence will not be able to revive. In that case, are we just supposed to watch helplessly as annihilation descends upon this universe? Chen Mobai frowned as he looked at the red lotus that had begun to bloom in Hongji's eyes. He still has many relatives and friends on Earth, and he doesn't want them to just disappear like this. Taixu True King, junior brother, everything has a cause and effect. Theoretically, this Nirvana red lotus will not bloom for at least another 100 million years. After all, the universe that Master created is only in its mature stage. The reason it bloomed ahead of time is because someone wanted to prove the ninth-order primordial, which triggered the final calamity ahead of time. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, and he realized that the main reason he had come here was to ask the true King Taixu about the Demon Lord. Senior brother, do you mean that as long as we defeat the Demon Lord, we can stop the blooming of this crimson lotus of annihilation? Taixu Zhenwang nodded. That's right. It's just a pity that the non-final great Tao I cultivate cannot erase the Demon Lord. Now that you have merged with the Tao and attained saintly virtue, you can use the power of the great Tao to control all the great Taos. With the blessing of your master's Ixale Palace, it's like a small fortune. Your strength is no less than mine. As long as the existence of the Demon Lord is erased, this calamity of annihilation will stop. When this extinguished red lotus ceases to bloom, you can return to this universe, unite with the Tao at its end, and together with the holy virtue, attain the pure Yang realm. When the end of this universe comes, it will depend on your mood. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately understood his mission. No wonder we need to respond to the end times with saintly virtue. If one is not a saint, how can one control the end of a universe? The future of billions of living beings rests entirely in the hands of those destined for ruin. If they are in a bad mood, they could destroy the world at any time and bring about annihilation. Senior brother, since that's the case, why don't we join forces to go to the three realms and suppress the Demon Lord? With the Ixale Palace here reinforcing the Great Formation, this calamity of annihilation won't spread in the short term. However, I am only at the 7th level after all. If I want to use holy virtue to perform the great Tao of termination and eliminate the Demon Lord, I may not be able to do so. Sai, for the sake of the three realms and the countless lives in this universe, I might as well swallow my pride and beg the lady to help me. When it comes to matters of principle, Chen Mobai can still distinguish right from wrong. Although he really doesn't want to bow down to Bai Guang, if he wants to eliminate the existence of the Demon Lord, he can only ask her, who has mastered the two great Taos of ending. Junior brother, I also really want to go with you, but the core of this 8th order grand formation is myself. If I want to leave, I can only rely on you to control the purple cloud palace to take my place, Taixu True King sighed. As he spoke, Strands of silver light shone from between his eyebrows and connected to the great Tao Dharma images of the many Tao lords behind him. Seeing this, Chen Mobai felt an even stronger sense of mission. In that case, let me save the world. Although he is usually cautious, Chen Mobai has no intention of backing down now that the future of both worlds and the lives of billions of people are hanging on his shoulders. Junior brother, the future is in your hands. Taixu Zhenwang solemnly grasped Chen Mobai's hand and said. Just as the latter nodded, he asked another question. Junior brother, if it were possible to sacrifice all the living beings in the northern region of the central dojo to save the entire universe, do you think I should do it? The rational answer is, of course, yes. Chen Mobai gave his thoughts but then added, but I feel that as our teacher's disciples, my senior brother and I cannot abandon any living beings. We must save them all. As the current master of Zixil Palace, Chen Mobai has come to regard this universe as belonging to their lineage. Even the three realms are the same. As expected of my junior brother, young people are so ambitious. I, your elder brother, have been too narrow-minded. After hearing this, Taixu Zhenwang laughed heartily. Senior brother, since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. Chen Mobai bid farewell to Taixu Zhenwang, preparing to return to the three realms to deal with the traitor, the demon lord. Junior brother, you can also bring that world-destroying milestone. The end of the three realms was drawn and infused by senior sister Tianhai from that innate treasure. If you wield that magic weapon, you can suppress the demon lord's end of the great Tao. Taixu True King, considering the demon lord's peak authoritative nature, was worried that Chen Mobai and Bai Guang's strength was insufficient, so he came up with an idea. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Chen Mobai nodded, then turned to look at the majestic Taoist Dharma images not far away. He quickly locked onto the suspended pot Taoist and greeted him with a smile from afar. The Taoist master of the hanging pot was slightly taken aback. Although he did not recognize Chen Mobai, he sensed the connection between the two through the great Tao and immediately returned the greeting politely. Greetings, senior brother. Chapter 1489 The Final Battlefield, Primitive Heaven. Chapter 1489 The Final Battlefield, Primitive Heaven. Senior brother, you're too kind. I encountered your Kang Sheng pot on my way here. After informing Xuanhu Daijun that everyone from his Taoist temple had safely left the northern border of the central Taoist temple, Chen Mobai rode the Yuanyang sword, transforming into a vast beam of holy light and heading south. Senior brother Taixu, may I ask whose reincarnation this is? It seems both familiar and unfamiliar to me. After watching Chen Mobai leave, Xuanhu Daijun scratched his head, came to Taixu Zhenwang's side, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. This is the last disciple that our master took in the past, so he can be considered our junior brother. Taixu Zhenwang pointed to the Zixil Palace above and introduced Chen Mobai's identity, and everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Thinking to himself, as expected of our master, he actually managed to send them a junior brother in this way. This junior brother is of saintly virtue and has taken charge of Zixil Palace. It seems that Master took him in specifically to help us resolve this calamity of annihilation. As Xuanhu Daijun spoke, he bowed respectfully to the green lotus stone platform in Zixil Palace, as if Zixil Daijun was still sitting on it. Junior brother Xuanhu thinks the same way I do. After hearing this, the true king of the void nodded solemnly. With the cultivation level of Taoist Zixil, it is absolutely impossible for him to do something meaningless. Upon seeing the scene in the past where Taoist Zixil passed the pure Yang scroll to Chen Mobai, Taixu Zhenwang, who knew Chen Mobai's background, felt that this was the answer his master had given him. Now only the final step remains. By the way, senior brother, I just overheard you and junior brother talking. It seems he already has a Taoist partner. I wonder which junior sister it is. The Taoist master of the hanging pot asked again. He was known in the Purple Cloud Palace for his love of gossip. Back then, he was the one who passed around the gossip among Dan Ding, Wang Jai, and Tian Huang, causing Dan Ding a lot of headaches. Junior brother, you'd better not pry into the affairs between this junior brother and his wife. His wife is a bit fierce, and there's a risk to her life. The true king of the void offered a slightly well-intentioned reminder, but the Taoist master of the hanging pot didn't take it seriously. He was the foremost healer in this universe, capable of bringing the dead back to life and reviving the wounded. He had never been afraid of death in his life. Senior brother, what you're saying is ridiculous. We are all true immortals who have achieved the Tao and are already immortal. The other seventh-tier beings from Zixel Palace also overheard the conversation between the two and were very curious about Chen Mobai's background, so they couldn't help but ask as well. Yes, yes, after suppressing the Crimson Lotus of Annihilation here for so many years, we can finally catch our breath. Senior Brother Taksu, please tell us your secrets, just as a casual chat to relax. Hearing this, the true king of Taksu felt that everyone had worked hard, so he decided to share some gossip about his junior brother, Chen Mobai. One of this junior brother's wives has mastered more than one of the great Taos of ending. Upon hearing this, everyone present knew who it was, and their eyes widened in surprise. Those of lower seniority, such as Xinghuan Daijun, gasped in shock. The name of the slaughtering Tao ancestor is beyond description in this universe. Even true immortals who have achieved immortality and merged with the Tao tremble at the mere mention of his name. Before the cataclysmic destruction, several pure Yang Tao ancestors of the central Taoist temple roamed the universe, but they were hesitant to go to the Western White Palace. How did junior brother become her Taoist partner? Was he forced into it? With his keen intuition, the Taoist master of the hanging pot immediately grasped the truth. Ahem, fellow disciples, just keep this to yourselves. Do not reveal it to anyone, otherwise, if that slaughtered Tao ancestor comes knocking, she would dare to draw her sword even in front of our master. After cutting down the melon that he had kept in his heart for so long, the true king of the void saw the shocked and stunned expressions on everyone's faces and suddenly felt his fatigue vanish, replaced by an indescribable sense of joy. Senior brother, what you just said means that junior brother has more than one wife. Does that mean the slaughtered Tao ancestor is willing to accept that? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Master Xuanhu asked again. However, the true king of Taksu dared not speak of anything concerning Qingnu. Even when the slaughtered Tao ancestor came knocking, he was still able to withstand it. If Qingnu were to awaken her past life consciousness, he might not be able to withstand it. If he proves himself to the 9th rank in the future, then this melon can be cut into pieces. Alright, while junior brother's Zixel Palace is still here, let's work harder and try to reinforce the seal of the Nirvana Red Lotus. Taksu Zhenwen called on Xuanhu Daijun and others to start contributing. As the 8th Order array unleashed an even more brilliant divine light of the great Tao, he was thinking about something. What interesting things would happen if Qingnu and Beiguang knew about each other's existence? They're probably going to fight, or take action against Chen Mobai. Unfortunately, if the plan had gone smoothly, we definitely wouldn't have seen such an interesting scene. While the true king of Taksu was lamenting, Chen Mobai had already found a relatively safe black hole vortex and used it to enter the primordial heaven. You're taking me away. The world-destroying millstone was quite surprised to see Chen Mobai put him away and fly away from the primordial heaven. Excellent. I will borrow this supreme treasure of the end times to suppress the great Tao of the end times in the 3 realms. Chen Mobai briefly explained what he wanted to do with the world-destroying millstone. Black God Taoist's flame heavenly demon mark floated out from one corner of it, with a fawning expression on his face. He had already decided that Chen Mobai was the demon lord. To avoid any accidents, Chen Mobai simply planted the primordial demon talisman on Hai Shen Daijun. After all, this trip to the 3 realms is the final battle against the demon lord, and there can be absolutely no mistakes. The demon lord's realm is higher than Chen Mobai's. We cannot allow him to turn the tables and control Li Yanchen demon with the 3,000 demonic paths. Hai Shen Daijun looked bitter, but he had no way to resist. He even had to open his mind to allow Chen Mobai to refine him into an avatar more smoothly. After completing this task, Chen Mobai had already left Yunshishan. With this ultimate treasure, he moved through the Xuan Palace as if it were flat ground. While familiarizing himself with the power of the world-destroying millstone, Chen Mobai headed away from the area affected by the annihilation calamity. Your method of using it is actually the same as that of Zixel Palace. With Chen Mobai's current level of cultivation, he quickly and completely mastered the method of using the world-destroying millstone. The great way of saintly virtue is one that is omniscient and omnipotent, and controls the 3,000 great ways. The final phase, however, involved using the power of the primordial beginning to refine the 3,000 demonic paths. However, since Chen Mobai has only refined one Li Yan heavenly demon, he can only fully control this one demonic path at present. But with the blessing of the world-destroying millstone, as long as he doesn't encounter the demon lord or a seventh order undying true spirit. He can also control and unleash the other 3,000 demonic paths. In particular, Chen Mobai himself completed the most crucial, saintly demonic path. Therefore, in the Purple Cloud universe, Chen Mobai's control of the world-destroying milestone is equivalent to possessing the realm of minor primordial beginning. And going to the three realms goes without saying. After mastering the use of the world-destroying millstone once more, Chen Mobai had just left the Xuan Palace's area and sensed that the surrounding void had returned to normal. He stood tall in the starry sky, with black hole vortexes behind him and a vast galaxy in front of him that was still relatively normal but was already beginning to disappear. Thinking of the powerful beings like the true king of the void who were working hard to suppress the crimson lotus of annihilation, Chen Mobai did not waste any more time. He glanced at the Earth origin star and then turned into silver light and disappeared from the spot. The three realms. The demon lord, riding the incarnation of Yama, is breaking the seal that binds the primordial heaven. This was a joint setup by the heavenly emperor and the true king of the void. Theoretically, it would be impossible for a demon lord, who is also of pure yang nature, to break it, but the situation is different now. After the heavenly emperor lost his status, the power of his great Tao origin was gradually dissipating, which caused a loophole to appear in one of the originally perfect restrictions between the two pure yang beings. Anything that is perfect will inevitably be cracked once it has a vulnerability. As the final layer of restrictions was breached under the demon lord's palm, a fist-sized opening was created, connecting the inside and outside of the primordial heaven. Through this opening, the demon lord saw the primordial gate, sealed by chains of gold and silver. The golden chains represent the heavenly emperor's great Tao, while the silver chains belong to the true king of the void. The demon lord glanced at the heavenly river Tao fruit in his palm, then transformed into black smoke and surged into the primordial heaven along the opening. At that moment, the demon lord suddenly sensed something and looked up in the direction of the three realms. "It's good that you're back." After muttering to himself, wisps of black smoke condensed before the gate of the beginning, transforming back into the figure of the demon lord. Under the 5 immortal lights of the heavenly river Tao fruit, the gold and silver chains left behind by the heavenly emperor and the true king of the void began to shatter and dissipate one by one. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai, who had just returned to Mi Luo Tian, sensed something different. "Imperial tutor, something terrible has happened. Not long ago, there was an anomaly in Xuan Yuan heaven. Although it is still sealed by the power of the heavenly river Tao fruit, Nangong Jin, the sect leader of the Water Mother Palace in the heavenly river realm, contacted the 5 Elements sect using a special secret method, informing them that the soul jades of the past ascension ancestors enshrined in the Water Mother Palace have been mostly shattered." After learning that Chen Mobai had emerged from seclusion, Kongming and Wu Wei immediately came to report a very strange matter. Soul Jade. Chen Mobai didn't know what it was, but under the power of the holy virtue Great Tao, he instantly had the answer. This is equivalent to the soul lamp of the 5 Elements sect. Once it is broken, the person dies. The shattered soul jades within the Jellyfish Palace all belonged to the ascended merfolk. Among them was Han Ming, who had a grudge against Chen Mobai and his wife. According to Nangong Jin, all the soul jades shattered at almost the same time. He knew that something big must have happened in the upper realm. Since he couldn't communicate with Xuan Yuan heaven, he simply used the teleportation array that Tai Su Pio Miao Palace had set up to come to the eastern continent. Accompanied by Shen Zai of the Morality sect, he informed Wu Wei Zhenjun and also personally went to the 5 Elements sect to report the matter. While thinking that Nangong Jin was quite good at handling people, Chen Mobai also sighed. It seems that the outcome of the battle in Xuan Yuan heaven has already been decided. If all the ascended beings of the merfolk clan have been killed, then it is clear that the merfolk ancestor, who wielded the heavenly river Tao fruit, was defeated. "I never expected the celestial venerable to be so ruthless," Wu Wei said with some emotion. "Although I don't have a good impression of the merfolk who have taken over the nest, they are still from the same Jellyfish Palace. From now on, the Jellyfish Palace lineage will fall into the hands of the murderous celestial venerable. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen." Let's go take a look at Xuan Yuan Tian," Chen Mobai said. After he merged with the Tao in the Purple Heaven universe and returned to the 3 realms, he was able to bring the great Tao of saintly virtue to its extreme. wielding the 3,000 great Taos and possessing power almost equivalent to that of the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he has already tried the great milestone of annihilation and can use it in the three realms as well. At this moment, even Chen Mobai himself didn't know what level of strength he could reach in the three realms. However, just to be on the safe side, he still used the Tengxianji to operate the great Tao of Destiny. When he found only a slight warning sign, he took Kongming and Wu Wei and flew into the outer chaos. This was Chen Mobai's first time going to Xuan Yuan Tian, and under the power of the holy virtue Great Tao, he quickly arrived at his destination. "Oh no, Uncle Master, what's wrong with you?" Upon arriving, Kongming saw the broken Taixu measuring ruler in the chaos, and his expression changed drastically. He then wielded his own Great Tao and rushed over. Chen Mobai immediately cleaved through the chaos and arrived before the Taixu measuring ruler. To their relief, although the ruler was broken, the spirit of the artifact still remained. Chen Mobai immediately used the great Tao of sacred virtue to govern the void of the three realms and brought it back together. Cough, cough, I thought I was going to die. A phantom silver-haired boy flew out from the crack in the ruler, his voice weak. "Senior brother, what happened? Who attacked you? Was it the heavenly venerable?" Chen Mobai asked with a serious expression. The Taixu measuring ruler had previously said that, in order to prevent the heavenly river Tao fruit from flowing back into the immortal realm out of control, he was ordered by the heavenly emperor to guard the Xuan Yuan heaven. Now the outcome in Xuan Yuan heaven has been decided, with the heavenly venerable emerging victorious. As a primordial Tao lord, he wields the wheel of life and death, and the Taixu measuring ruler, a treasure for achieving Tao after birth, is certainly no match for him in a direct confrontation. It's not the celestial venerable, it's the demon lord. The silver-haired boy shook his head and told him the truth. The demon lord, Chen Mobai was shocked. Has senior brother Yixing already returned after slaying the heavenly emperor? What about the slaughtered Tao ancestor? According to Chen Mobai's plan, the heavenly emperor should still be able to hold on, since there is no sign of the great Tao of destiny in the three realms being broken. Once he finds the battlefield in the chaos, he will be able to persuade Bai Guang to abandon darkness and join him, along with his senior brother, the heavenly emperor, to righteously besiege the demon lord and completely resolve this demonic calamity. But if the heavenly emperor is now dead and the demon lord has returned victorious, wouldn't Chen Mobai be left to face them alone? The demon lord stepped out of Xuan Yuan heaven in the form of Yama, the son of heaven, and spotted me at a glance. With a single finger in the void, he shattered my physical body. However, it seems that they thought I was not a threat, or perhaps for the sake of their master, so they did not completely crush me. My remaining consciousness saw the demon lord leave this place, heading towards the direction of chaos, towards the primordial heaven. The silver-haired boy immediately told Chen Mobai all the information he knew. "This is bad. There is the gate of primordial beginning in the primordial heaven. It is the foundation of the three realms. All matter is born from it. If the demon lord refines this treasure, he can completely trigger the final calamity and remelt the three realms back to their original state." Kongming's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. If the three realms were to return to the primordial beginning, apart from those who have attained the Tao, everyone else, no matter who they are, would vanish into nothingness. Without any hesitation, Chen Mobai headed straight for the primordial heaven. Chapter 1490, The Demon Lord's Identity. Chapter 1490, The Demon Lord's Identity. The primordial heaven is the origin of all primordial matter in the three realms. The boundless chaos flowed, originally as gentle as a river, but now it began to boil and surge, continuously pouring into a giant gate under the control of a terrifying force. This is the gate of the primordial beginning. Before the door, a figure shrouded in black smoke floated silently, devouring all the light. Only a pair of eyes representing life and death were clearly visible. The terrifying scene of the world's destruction, the collapse of stars, and the wailing of living beings returning to nothingness constantly appeared and disappeared in the eyes of Yama, the king of hell. The vast and boundless demonic power had now completely enveloped the gate of primordial beginning, opening it while refining this innate treasure. With a whoosh, this primordial treasure, which gave birth to all matter, opened a crack, and endless chaotic energy surged into it, causing the void of this realm to begin to melt and dissipate. The heavenly river Tao fruit. Just then, the phantom of a red-haired youth appeared above the gate of primordial beginning. When he saw the Tao fruit in the demon lord's hand, he couldn't help but look surprised and doubtful. After all, only those approved by Tianhai can use this thing. But this guy in front of me is clearly from the demonic path. Could it be that a true, immortal Taoist has fallen from grace in the Jellyfish Palace? It's been a long time, red-haired junior brother. Thanks to you for opening up the demonic path in the three realms. Otherwise, I would have had to spend a lot of effort to prove my primordial origin here. The demon lord saw the red-haired spirit appear and spoke in a familiar tone. 1 star, you bastard. Upon hearing this, Redhead's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. After all, he would fall into depravity and become the demon lord in the three realms, and Yizing served as a role model, which was of great merit. As fellow disciples who had both comprehended the great millstone of annihilation, the two were trying to achieve creation in the heavenly sea, but after failing to refine their own power of creation, they began to plot to walk the path of primordial beginning. The plan to fuse the three realms through the gate of primordial beginning and guide the final tribulation to perfection was proposed by Yixing. However, neither of the two brothers who fell into the demonic path met a good end. However, Shanks felt over the years that he had been bewitched by Ikesai, so he harbored the most hatred towards Ikesai. Even you think I'm a 1-star senior brother. The demon lord clicked his tongue. At this moment, the gate of primordial beginning had been refined by the heavenly river Tao fruit. The primordial heaven, which served as the sealing ground, began to collapse. Even time began to appear as if it were frozen in a deathly stillness, as if it were accelerating towards its end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the celestial realm of spirit void, specifically the 33 heavens, the earth began to tremble and the mountains shook. Where no Tao Lord was suppressing the chaos, the earth crumbled and collapsed. The shattered, suspended Tao continents fell from the celestial realm like a rain of meteors, and after passing through the 9 heavenly tribulations, they crashed down upon the heavenly river realm like giant fireballs. Fortunately, most of the Tian realm is ocean and sparsely populated, but this calamity of falling from the immortal realm caused Yuan Kink and other top cultivators in the mortal world to change their expressions drastically. And this was just the beginning. Soon, even more fragments of the immortal realm began to fall from the sky. Some unlucky forces were hit by a fragment, and the mountaintop and the fragment were instantly turned into deep craters and ruins. As the 5 Elements sect, which occupies the most territory in the eastern continent, it was naturally the first to bear the brunt. Fortunately, the Zhou Tianhe Luo star array activated in response, transforming into a huge light shield that protected all of its territory within it. What's going on? Qingnu looked at the fragments of Deju falling continuously from the immortal realm, her face filled with panic. This situation clearly indicates that a tremendous change has occurred in the celestial realm, and her husband, now the imperial tutor of the heavenly court, is undoubtedly the first to be affected. Rumble. At this moment, even more fragments of the immortal realm descended from the sky. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 Elements sect's grand formation had been readjusted by Chen Mobai after he merged with the Tao, and that it encompassed thousands of spiritual cores from the eastern continent's Xuanhai and Desolate Sea, making it incredibly powerful, it would probably have been broken long ago. Reporting to True Lord Dengxia, many fellow Taoists from the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance have sent letters, wishing to inquire about the changes that have occurred in the immortal realm. At this moment, Chen Lingaming, as the sect leader, came to Huanglong Cave to pay his respects to Qingnu. I don't know either, but I suppose it's the aftermath of the great battle between the heavenly court and the rebels who sided with the demon lord, Qingnu said, offering her opinion. In this catastrophe, our holy land is fortunate to have a protective mountain array, but the other forces in the eastern continent are powerless to stop it. Moreover, the Earth's veins are also shaking violently, causing many major earthquakes and creating the Yellow Springs abyss that leads directly to the netherworld. Many fellow Taoists from the Immortal Alliance want to seek refuge in our sect's territory. What do you think? Chen Lingaming began to tell Qingnu the main reason for his visit. Since the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance was proposed by Chen Mobai, which advocates mutual help, Chen Lingaming couldn't refuse now that the time had come, but he also couldn't make the decision himself. I'll have Minger accompany you to Dongling. We'll have the sect's formation open an opening there. Anyone who wants to seek refuge in our sect can enter through that. Qingnu nodded, having no objections. The 5 Elements sect occupies a vast area, and in recent years, its real estate business has overdeveloped, resulting in many immortal cities having more cave dwellings than cultivators, making them quite desolate. Now, we might be able to take this opportunity to relocate all the cultivators from the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance to fill those empty immortal cities. After receiving guidance from Chen Lingaming hurriedly returned to Baiyuan City to arrange for the relocation of most of the cultivation world in the Eastern Continent to seek refuge there. Sister, these shooting stars are so beautiful. Just as Qingnu was worried about Chen Mobai in the immortal realm, Yang Jing looked at the fireball formed from the fragments of the immortal realm with an innocent expression and clapped his hands happily. Qingnu was not in the mood and answered half-heartedly, her brows furrowed as she looked up at the sky. Apart from the Five Elements sect, the other holy lands in the Heavenly River realm all began to contact the upper realm using their own treasured methods, trying to find out what was going on. Only the Taixu Pyomil Palace seemed to have been prepared for this. In the true realm of the Great Void, 7 cultivators who had descended to the Void Refinement realm had received a report from the Great Void Immortal outside. The leader, a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, nodded to his 6 junior brothers and sisters beside him. Let's proceed according to the ancestors' plan. As soon as they finished speaking, all 7 of them transformed into streaks of silver light and disappeared into the Great Void realm. In the celestial realm of Lingkong, everyone felt an impending catastrophe as they were the first to be affected. Even the Supreme Emperor Tianwang's expression changed drastically. At this moment, a strange, colorful stream of light appeared in the starless sky. This was the energy source for the activities of all living beings in the 3 realms, the primordial spirit vein. This primordial spiritual vein, along with the other great Taos that support the existence of the 3 realms, seemed to be torn from its source by an invisible giant hand, transforming into beams of divine light of various colors, cleaving through the chaos beyond the heavens, and flying towards the direction of the primordial heaven. What exactly is going on? The Supreme Heavenly King used the teleportation array to arrive at the Mi Luo heaven, entered the Ziwei Palace, and asked the heavenly consort. But the heavenly princess shook her head and smiled bitterly, not knowing why. Just then 2 beams of light descended from the chaos, namely Kongming and Wu Wei. They immediately explained the reason for the great changes in the 3 realms to the true immortals and Tao lords gathered in the Ziwei Palace. No, we must stop the demon lord from refining the 3 realms. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Emperor immediately expressed his stance. The imperial tutor has already gone to the primordial heaven. Before he went, he found a way to deal with it using the great Tao of saintly virtue. Kongming explained why the 2 of them had returned. No matter how powerful the demon lord is, he is not yet at the 9th rank. Even if he unleashes the full power of the primordial gate, he can only reach the peak of the 8th rank at most. Therefore, if one wants to completely fuse the 3 realms, the biggest obstacle is still the true immortals and Tao lords. Because these great paths have already been marked, even if the demon lord has proven the primordial beginning, he still needs to use the primordial demon talisman to cleanse and control them. Therefore, as long as the true immortals and Tao lords guard their own great Tao, the demon lord will not be able to achieve the primordial beginning. If it is not the origin, then it means that there is still a possibility of suppression and sealing. We certainly won't go to the demon lord's aid, but those 7th-tier demons are deeply rooted in demonic energy and will likely sacrifice themselves, especially those from the Star Palace. No, we must suppress them before the demon lord devours them. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor Heavenly King no longer mentioned his retirement and volunteered to lead the army of the 8 heavens of the East to suppress the rebellion of the cold halberd Heavenly King in the 8 heavens of the North. The Empress naturally agreed. I will lend the Heavenly King a hand. And me too. Jai Fengxian is willing to follow the Heavenly King on his expedition. Not only the Supreme Heavenly King, but also the true immortals and Tao lords of the other Tao states in the Ziwei Palace completely abandoned their previous desire for independence and volunteered to fight. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Once the demon lord refines the 3 realms, these true immortals and Tao lords will surely become part of its origin. While the various continental forces in the heavenly court were united like never before, Chen Mobai finally arrived at the primordial heaven. A holy radiance, like the dawn piercing the darkness, cleaved through the chaotic currents. Chen Mobai's face was as cold as ice, his eyes solemn as he looked at the demon lord before the gate of primordial beginning. Senior brother Yixing, if this gate is opened, the three realms will be reduced to nothingness, and all living beings will be annihilated. Do you really intend to do such a destructive thing for your own selfish desires? Chen Mobai questioned sharply. As fellow disciples of Zixio Palace, he did not want his senior brother, Yixing, to make one mistake after another and head towards eternal damnation. I never expected that you would be the first one to stop me. The demon lord stood with his back to him, his tone slightly surprised. Chen Mobai saw a grayish-white stone lotus blooming above the demon lord's head. The stone lotus unfolded petal by petal, each petal corresponding to great Tao. Those that had already been merged appeared dim, while the unowned ones were extracted one by one from the three realms under the demon lord's supreme power. This is the beginning of the era. Seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that words were useless. He took a step forward, his white robe fluttering in the wind, his face solemn, and his eyes filled with killing intent. The two sacred treasures, the Yuan Yang sword and the Thousand Autumn ruler, merged into his body in an instant. The unity of the sacred virtues of the three realms and the realm of omniscience and omnipotence began to take shape in Chen Mobai's body. A magnificent radiance that stabilized the universe and protected all living beings erupted, forcefully creating a sacred and virtuous land in the primordial heavens, standing in opposition to the vast primordial demonic power of the demon lord. The three realms are but a mayfly's bubble in the sea of chaos. Destruction is rebirth. Once I have attained the primordial realm and reopened it, it will be another, larger and more complete universe. That will be the best destination and ending. The demon lord spoke calmly, slowly turning around as he spoke. His eyes, which had witnessed the flow of life and death, were empty and desolate, and filled with indifference as he looked down upon all living beings. The world will end, but this process should be a natural transition, not something triggered by your personal realm, or even by sacrificing billions of lives. I am the Lord of holy virtue, holding the will of heaven and operating the heavenly Tao. It is my duty to protect the three realms and all living beings. Chen Mobai was not influenced by the demon lord's twisted logic. With a determined look on his face, he took a step towards the gate of primordial beginning. If I could, I wouldn't want to kill you, but if you insist on courting death, I won't be merciful. The demon lord's gaze toward Chen Mobai was now filled with cold indifference. The Yama Emperor's avatar, shrouded in black smoke, raised his hand and gently brushed it toward Chen Mobai. There was no earth-shattering surge of demonic energy, only an absolute and irresistible force of elimination that enveloped Chen Mobai. The pure land that was supported by the holy light of virtue, like ice and snow thrown into lava, began to dissolve silently at its edges, turning into specks of gray dust that drifted away. The end of the world. Chen Mobai's eyes narrowed, knowing that the demon lord was here. Although he was an avatar of the Yama Emperor, he could actually use all 3,000 demonic paths, and his attack on him represented the end of the great Tao of primordial beginning. As his own holy light began to fade, Chen Mobai formed hand seals, and the heart fire protecting all living beings erupted. Countless blue lotuses, ignited by the heart fire, bloomed in the primordial sky. The lotuses spun, releasing a protective power that could withstand all calamities, like a dam firmly resisting the terrifying power of doom. Dissolving and blooming, annihilation and protection, under the blessing of their respective great Taos, formed a tug-of-war. Teacher's Azure Lotus Seal. The demon lord was slightly taken aback when he saw Chen Mobai's hand seal, but he immediately realized something and snorted coldly. The power of the Purple Cloud Palace. No wonder you can use the mere virtue of the three realms to block my primordial demonic path. Chen Mobai had already attained the Tao and saintly virtue in the Purple Cloud universe, and could now perfectly utilize the power of the Purple Cloud Palace, a supreme innate treasure. However, as more and more blue lotuses bloomed around him, the three realms began to tremble. This is the foundation of the three realms, unable to withstand Chen Mobai's current holy power. Under the overload, the void that carries the great Tao begins to twist and show golden cracks. Stubborn fools, since Taixu sent you here to die, I will grant your wish. The demon lord's voice grew colder and colder. He pointed his right hand, fingers together like a sword, at the blue lotus that was constantly blooming and withering in the chaos, and pointed it in midair. With a flick of his fingertip, a pure grayish fingertip beam, seemingly condensed from nothingness itself, silently pierced through the barriers of time and space, shattered the holy lotus, and pierced into Chen Mobai's brow. This finger contains the primordial true meaning of the collapse of all paths. Under the end of the great Tao of the end, it is enough to make the Tao fruit of the Tao Lord of the Tao collision instantly disintegrate and return to nothingness. A deadly sense of crisis made alarm bells blare in Chen Mobai's heart. He didn't know if he could be resurrected by the immortal sect after being killed by this finger. He couldn't help but shout and use another trump card. With a whoosh, a gray-white millstone appeared in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness, meeting the primordial demon finger that had just pierced in, and devouring the power of the final destiny that was enough to kill a seventh-order being. You even brought this thing with you. How could it recognize you as its master? The commotion caused by the great millstone of annihilation naturally did not escape the demon lord's notice. His usually indifferent tone finally showed a violent fluctuation, revealing his utter shock. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already activated this treasure of the end of its life. The gray-white millstone flew out, suspended in the chaos, facing the gate of primordial beginning, absorbing all the demonic energy emitted by the demon lord, and even turning it around to control this great Tao of the three realms' end. The great Tao, the root of the primordial demonic path, went out of control, and the demon lord was naturally affected as well. The black smoke around his body began to dissipate, and even the Yama Emperor's avatar was shifting between reality and illusion, showing signs of instability. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He activated his sword technique, and the great Tao of sacred virtue transformed into a giant sword spanning 10,000 miles in the chaos. With the flame of civilization of the three realms as its edge, the will to protect all living beings as its spine, and the rules of the heavenly Tao as its handle, it was like a dazzling golden cloud piercing through the heavens and earth. It cleaved through the endless black smoke and demonic energy, and heavily slashed into the body of the demon lord. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying collision erupted before the gate of primordial beginning. The demon lord, who had been suppressed by the great Tao of doom, exploded completely under the supreme holy virtue great Tao of Chen Mobai. The Yama Emperor's clone was immediately shattered, and the blooming gray-white stone lotus cracked open with cracks, its petals shattering one by one. After a long while, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, dispersing the remaining black smoke. Seeing that there was no trace of the demon lord left in the primordial heaven, he walked towards the constantly shattering gray-white stone lotus and the gate of primordial beginning, a sense of disbelief creeping into his heart. Did it succeed? Even though the demon lord at the peak of the 8th rank was merely an avatar of the Yama Emperor, he actually died at his hands in a direct confrontation. Fortunately, thanks to senior brother Taksu's reminder, the world-destroying millstone was brought back. Just as Chen Mobai confirmed that Yama Emperor was completely dead, thus preventing the demon lord from using the gate of primordial beginning to forge the three realms into a great calamity, an unprecedented and intense warning suddenly arose in his mind. Boom, 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 boom. 5 brilliant beams of immortal light pierced through the chaos, resembling 5 magnificent pillars of light that split the heavens and earth, enveloping the primordial sky. They then rotated continuously, merging and becoming one, transforming into a giant sphere of light that trapped Chen Mobai at its very center. This is the heavenly river Tao fruit. How is this possible? Although Chen Mobai had never seen it before, the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue made him instantly recognize the 5 immortal lights, and he then understood what kind of power was trapping him. But he was very puzzled as to why the demon lord was able to activate the heavenly river Tao fruit. This was left behind by senior sister Tianhai, the creator. Surely it can't be that senior sister Tianhai is the demon lord. I really don't want to kill you. Just then, the demon lord's voice rang out again, and then the 5 immortal lights condensed in front of Chen Mobai, transforming into a figure that made him stare wide-eyed in disbelief. She was a girl with a beautiful face and cold eyes. Madam, how could it be you? Chen Mobai was shocked, because the demon lord who had reappeared before him with the heavenly river Tao fruit looked exactly like Qing Nu. Immediately, he remembered what the true king of the void had once said. No, you're not madam, you're senior sister Guiling. Chapter 1491, The Truth About Turtle Treasure. Chapter 1491, The Truth About Turtle Treasure. Chen Mobai suddenly realized why the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor was corrupted by demons when he was successfully advancing to the innate great Tao. Because within the 3 realms, the great Tao of primordial Taiji was originally infused by the turtle spirit. Since the heavenly sea turtle spirit is also a Xuanwu, it can naturally control the heavenly river Dao fruit. You're too slow to realize who I am. You should have realized it a long time ago. As Guiling spoke, she raised her slender white finger and gently tapped Chen Mobai. The latter's expression immediately changed drastically, and his entire body radiated holy light, blooming into countless blue lotuses. But the same thing happened again. When the tortoise spirit's finger fell, the green lotus shattered, the golden glow of the holy virtue dimmed, and Chen Mobai's whole body trembled violently. Countless fine Dao marks and wounds broke open on his body. He was sent flying backward as if he had been hit by a star and crashed into the gate of primordial beginning with a dull thud. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mobai felt excruciating pain, as if his whole body was about to split open. He coughed incessantly, and blood spilled from his 7 orifices, splashing onto the gate of primordial beginning. A red-haired head emerged from behind the door, wanting to say something to tell Chen Mobai not to get himself dirty, but the turtle spirit's cold gaze made the former immediately shrink back. Senior sister, please continue. I didn't see anything. What is your relationship with Chengnu? Chen Mobai struggled to land in front of the gate of primordial beginning, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked the turtle spirit. She is who I am now. Gui Ling answered expressionlessly, sensing that Chen Mobai was mobilizing the power of the holy virtue Dao. With a flick of his finger, the 5-Tai immortal light condensed and burst forth with a sea-stabilizing strike. The latter felt that his Dao and body had been completely suppressed. With a loud bang, Chen Mobai was powerless to resist and was once again slammed against the gate of primordial beginning. This is the absolute difference in their levels of understanding. Compared to the mermaid ancestor, who could only utilize the superficial aspects of the heavenly river Dao fruit, the turtle's spirit perfectly mastered and utilized the power left behind by the heavenly sea. Chen Mobai had absolutely no idea how he could win. But the more this happened, the calmer he became, and he began to ponder Gui Ling's answer and everything about her past. Back then, you didn't take that step of creation in the Xuan Palace, but rather wanted to prove the primordial beginning. That's why you triggered the annihilation tribulation, even affecting all the pure Yang and true immortal Dao lords who were watching the ceremony in the Xuan Palace, wiping them all out. Chen Mobai understood the answer, but still asked, trying to buy time. No, what I initially wanted to take was indeed the step of creation, but I failed. In order to avoid death and the dissipation of my Dao, I reversed the great Dao, refined the great millstone of annihilation, and transformed it into the primordial beginning. With the Dao fruit of the tortoise spirit heavenly river in hand, he was not afraid at all even if the great void came to kill him at this time, so he did not care about the time and answered his doubts. The period of time that disappeared during the great mill of destruction, it turns out, was erased by you. Chen Mobai nodded knowingly. When he was refining this treasure of the end of its life, he also saw Tianhai coming with Guiling. However, at that time, his attention was completely drawn to Yixing and Hongfa. Gui Ling, before I created the universe, I considered the possibility of failure, but reversing the great Dao to prove the origin would certainly not be tolerated by the other pure Yang in the Zixel universe, so naturally I had to erase the relevant traces. The great millstone of annihilation was located in the mysterious palace, giving the turtle spirit time to arrange everything. So, in order to prove the primordial beginning, you killed all the other pure Yang immortals and true immortals who were attending the ceremony and plundered their great Dao. Chen Mobai asked this question with a serious expression. The turtle's spirit remained silent for a moment, then said, "After I attain the primordial beginning and reopen the world, I will naturally be able to revive them all." Chen Mobai, but you died in the calamity of annihilation. Turtle spirit, when annihilation descends upon the mysterious palace, only I who have attained the primordial beginning have a glimmer of hope. I devoured their great Dao to save them, but you can pretend I killed them since it was indeed me who did it. Gui Ling showed no remorse for her past actions. She spoke calmly and composedly. You failed before, and you won't succeed this time either. Stop now before things get too serious. After leaving the primordial heaven, you will still be my senior sister. The sins committed by the Xuan Palace can be repaid over countless years. Chen Mobai spoke sincerely, hoping that Gui Ling could turn back from the wrong path. Hearing this, Gui Ling looked at Chen Mobai and after a long silence shook his head. The moment I realized the primordial beginning, there was no going back. Didn't I just say that Qing Nu is me now? Do you know what that means? Chen Mobai truly didn't understand why the power of the sacred virtue path was ineffective against the turtle spirit's realm, and could only wait with curiosity for the other party's explanation. With a flash of blue light, the turtle spirit suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mobai. The latter instinctively wanted to retreat, but the gate of primordial beginning was already behind him, leaving him nowhere to retreat. I was originally planning to make my move against you last, but since you're willing to die, I guess I'll have to leave it at that for now. As Gui Ling spoke, the 5 immortal lights transformed into 5 chains, fixing Chen Mobai's limbs and head to the gate of primordial beginning. Then, Gui Ling extended his right hand and pierced Chen Mobai's chest. Puff! Chen Mobai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his Tao and body had been torn apart in that instant. But what shocked him even more was that the tortoise treasure, which he had already refined, was actually pulled out of his body by the tortoise spirit. With her blood-stained white right hand withdrawn, Chen Mobai's greatest opportunity to cultivate to his current level had already fallen into the hands of the turtle spirit. Do you know what this is? Turtle spirit held up turtle treasure and presented it to Chen Mobai, asking. Cough, cough. Senior brother Taksu said that this is the remnant of your original body after your failed creation. Chen Mobai covered the bloody hole in his chest and spoke of what true King Taksu had told him. That's true, and that's not true either. Gui Ling nodded, then reached out and pinched it, and Gui Bao shattered into 3,000 streams of light, which merged with the gray-white stone lotus that was constantly withering beside it. Before Chen Mobai's astonished eyes, the gray-white stone lotus began to bloom again, radiant with light. The 3,000 demonic paths that had been scattered by his holy virtue path were not only replenished in this instant, but even showed signs of perfection. This is indeed the shell of my original body. It not only records the 9th-order creation mystery left to me by Senior Sister Tianhai, but also the 3,000 demonic paths that I used to prove the primordial beginning. At the same time, it is also the cage that Senior Brother Taksu used to seal me. After Gui Ling revealed the truth about Gui Bao, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. It turns out that the turtle treasure is the Demon Lord's seal. No wonder the true King Taksu said that no one could find the Demon Lord's sealed location. But with the true King Taksu's pure Yang power, he should have a way to completely prevent Qing Nu from contacting the turtle treasure. Why did he go through such a roundabout way to send the turtle treasure to the earthly star instead of daring to contact it himself? Why did this thing end up in my hands? After learning one answer, Chen Mobai had even more questions in his mind. At this point, he realized that he had definitely been tricked by the true King of the Void. Because the true King of Taksu must have known that Guiling was the Demon Lord, but he did not tell him. Back then, when I reversed the Great Tao to prove the primordial beginning, it triggered the blooming of the silent red lotus. However, I was not fully proficient in the 3,000 demonic paths, so the annihilation tribulation was not initially very terrifying. As long as I proved the 9th-order primordial beginning realm before it fully erupted, I could naturally resolve everything. Therefore, after plundering the great Tao of reincarnation, slaughter, etc., I further differentiated it into 72 forms to transform the remaining 3,000 demonic paths. It's a pity that Senior Brother Taksu discovered the clues. His cultivation level was also beyond my expectations. He had fully inherited Master Zixel's teachings and actually suppressed me. However, since he did not cultivate the ultimate Tao, he could not completely erase me, so he used the yin-yang Tao to split my true spirit in two. My evil thoughts and demonic intent were sealed in this tortoise shell, while my good thoughts and profound truths were cast into reincarnation, erasing all my memories. By chance, I became your wife, Qing Nu. Because King Nu and I are one, we are attracted to each other. If she gets this tortoise shell, she may be able to retrace my incomplete primordial path, causing the red lotus of the annihilation calamity to bloom even more profusely. Senior Brother Taksu certainly doesn't want to see this happen, so this tortoise shell has always been around her, but it will never fall into her hands. You're very lucky. You just happen to be the container that Senior Brother Taksu chose to keep this thing. After Gui Ling finished speaking, the gray-white stone lotus that had absorbed the essence of Gui Bao bloomed. With a flick of her finger, it landed on the world-destroying millstone that was also suppressed by the heavenly river Tao fruit. Just like the silent red lotus taking root, it branched out into 3,000 roots, penetrating every corner of the millstone and absorbing the final destiny of the purple heaven universe. Chen Mobai saw the world-destroying millstone begin to turn even paler and more cracked. He estimated that the moment all the demonic forces were refined, this supreme treasure would shatter. Was it truly a coincidence? As Chen Mobai silently apologized to the world-destroying millstone, he then asked the turtle spirit a question. After all, this world-destroying millstone was brought to him by the true king of the void, and now it has become nourishment for the primordial turtle spirit. It always feels like everything was a scheme. Whether it's a coincidence or not is no longer important, because I have already descended here as the demon lord through you, and I will soon prove the primordial realm here. Gui Ling spoke in an icy tone, his eyes fixed on the chaos beyond the primordial heavens. Even though the origin of the three realms is incomplete, it is still of the ninth order. When that time comes, she can return to the purple cloud universe to seek revenge on the true king of the void, and even refine the crimson lotus of annihilation in that complete great thousand universe, achieving the true complete primordial beginning, and becoming the first true ninth order disciple of the purple cloud palace. So that's how it is. The illusory image of the great millstone that disappeared from my sea of consciousness back then was you. Another question in Chen Mobai's mind was answered. No wonder he was able to obtain the ninth order primordial method after hearing the Tao on Earth origin star, and even easily refine the world-destroying millstone, because the demon lord's true form was inside him. It's almost time. I'm going to destroy the world. Do you have any more questions? Turtle Spirit looked at the cracked world-destroying millstone and held it and the gray-white stone lotus in his palm. What will you do to Qing Nu? Chen Mobai knew this would definitely be the last question, so he gritted his teeth and asked. Although they are one entity, it is clear that this demon lord has inherited all the memories and legacy of the past turtle spirit. If he wants to achieve true spirit perfection, he probably won't let Qing Nu go. What a pointless question. Once I prove the origin of things, she will be me, and I will be her. Gui Ling's answer was not unexpected by Chen Mobai. After she finished speaking, she activated the heavenly river Dao fruit, and a deep, dark flag flew out from it, transforming into a beautiful, tall, blue-haired girl. Chen Mobai immediately recognized it as the primordial water control flag of the Jellyfish Palace. At this moment, he finally understood that Yue had died at the hands of the turtle spirit. After Hanaming ascends to heaven, he will definitely report King Nu's matter to the Jiazu. The latter probably never expected that his clan would be wiped out because of this. But who made them offend the demon lord? After all, you and I were husband and wife, and your path of sainthood and demonism is a crucial part of the primordial beginning. I will strip you of your great Tao, but I will spare your life. When the universe is reopened in the future, I will bestow upon you a position of pure yang. As Gui Ling spoke, a primordial demonic talisman had already condensed in her palm. Chen Mobai tried to struggle, but the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. He was suppressed by the 5 immortal lights in front of the gate of primordial beginning, and could only watch helplessly as Gui Ling Subai's palm landed on his forehead, slapping the hollow, pitch-black demonic talisman into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. The moment the primordial demonic talisman was injected, Chen Mobai felt the power of his own sacred virtue Tao begin to form a mysterious connection with the tortoise spirit before him, as if the two were one. But this feeling lasted only a moment. Immediately, Chen Mobai's holy virtue Tao was transformed by the primordial demonic talisman into a stream of cyan gold light, which was then pulled out by the turtle spirit. As the primordial demonic symbol merged into the gray-white stone lotus, the sacred virtues of the three realms began to flow continuously into this supreme treasure of the end times. Soon, the petal representing the holy and the demonic began to bloom. The moment the sacred virtue avenue was taken away, Chen Mobai's earth-shattering cultivation also vanished. He felt a long-lost sense of weakness and powerlessness. Is this the primordial demonic talisman, used to restrain the 3,000 demonic paths? Chen Mobai looked utterly dejected. His entire life of cultivation had been wasted on the benefit of the turtle spirit. Keep an eye on him here, don't let him commit suicide. After the tortoise spirit transformed into the holy demon path, it pointed to Chen Mobai, who had fallen from the gate of primordial beginning, and gave instructions to the spirit of the primordial water control flag. Yes, second master. The blue-haired girl spirit of the primordial water control flag nodded respectfully. After the tortoise spirit put the gray-white stone lotus into the heavenly river Dao fruit, it waved to the gate of primordial beginning, and soon this innate treasure also fell into its palm. With a flick of his finger, the true spirit residing in the red hair was shaken out. Junior brother is here to congratulate senior sister on attaining the primordial Tao and becoming eternally immortal. Please, senior sister, spare my life. After being ejected, Shanks saw the 5 immortal light flowing from Turtle Spirit's fingertips and immediately bowed deeply, begging for mercy.